relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Welcome back to the hour that is of quilts, dedicated to the quilt kit. I love a kit, as you can say. I mean, I've got a big stash of fabric, obvs. Haven't we all? But I love a kit because it's all there. And now, I had all these quilt kits at the beginning of the day, so I said, can we hang this one up? Because I love this one. I think it's a stunner. It's the fabric is designed by Rachel Hauer, and she specialises in these hand-drawn illustrations. She always does a lot of creatures. Do you remember last year she did a whole set of designs all based around animals? This is gorgeous. So I love the fact that you've got this really dark blue background. It makes the other fabrics really stand out. I think it's an absolute stunner. And although it looks like, oh, it's a bit complicated, all those points, it's just half square triangles, to be fair. That is it, really. Yeah, it's easy. It's piecing. Well, it says piecing. I mean, sewing bits of fabric together. Piecing, I love that. There's a few flying geese. There's half square triangles. It's not a difficult one, but I think the effect is stunning. What's great about it is from where you're looking, you can just see these bright colours. From where I'm looking, I can see all these little creatures. There's a little rabbit's head there. There's a bumblebee. You've got some leaves and flowers, and here you've got little birds and blossom. And then all the way around the edge, you've got lots of butterflies and bees. So it's fussy cut, so the centres of the squares have got there's a mole on that one. That's the cutest thing. So it's a real sort of countryside kit. It says it's for a confident beginner. What they mean by that is this can't be the first time you've ever used your sewing machine, and you've done a bit of sewing. I mean, I would suggest it's probably better if you used a rotary cutter before, but when they say confident, if you love this and you want to do it, then you will. You will. You just take it slowly. All the instructions are in here. The box has all the fabric. It's a really weighty box. There's a lot of fabric in here. Now, the finished quilt size is 224 by 224 centimetres, which is about 80. What's 224 divided? Yes, please. Why do they never? Well, I guess it's, yeah, they never put them in inches. 88 by 88. So we're talking big king size quilt here. This is brilliant for picnics. It's all the countryside on it. I think it's fantastic. Now, we are going to drop the price of this because we only have a handful left. The price for this is $279.99, but not today. When it's gone, it's gone. $199.99. Wow. So it's available on 3-way split pay, $199.99. So that's an £80 saving. You can spread the cost over 3 months. So 3 equal payments of $66.66. Pay one now. We will send you the whole quilt, which has got all the fabric for the whole of the quilt, even the background here, the binding, the inner border, the outer border, everything that you need. Obviously, you don't get the backing and the wadding because you never do, but you get everything else, full instructions. I mean, it is a stunner, isn't it? Catherine Wright demonstrated this, and if you'd like to watch back, the 9th of May at 9 a.m, Catherine demonstrated that. 9th of May at 9 a.m, if you want to watch the demonstration. I mean, it is beautiful. It's unfortunately, if you zoom in, you'll be able to see. You can't see like the little frogs. I don't know whether we can get in. Shall I move my thing? See, look at the little frog here. And that one's got a newt and toadstools. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. And that is something gorgeous about this quilt. And, you know, and the fact that in your kit, you're going to get this blue. And it's a plain blue, but it's been specifically selected to make this fabric stand out. It's just a joy, isn't it? $199.99. So that's 3 equal payments of $66.66. Oh, $66.66. All the 6s. Now, we do have it in another colourway. So, this is the other colourway. It's exactly the same. And in fact, all the fabrics are yes, it is exactly the same. It's just the background is cream. Oh, have we got a picture? Can we show you a picture? The fabrics that you get in the kit are exactly the same. It's just that the background is cream. So it depends what sort of look, whether you want that deep, dark blue or whether you want the cream. But the actual fabrics, which are from the garden bed collection, are the same. It's just you need to choose between navy. Can we match the price on that? So again, down £80 saving, down from £279.99 to £199.99, which is amazing. 3-way split pay, 3 equal payments of £66.66. So if you want interest-free, won't cost you anything else. We won't charge you to do that. Then you can get it back, get it home, get it made and done before you've even paid for it. It is lovely, isn't it? It is really unusual as well. Right, that's those two done. Right, we're going to talk about attic windows because these are some quilts, well, they're not the quilts that Amy and I designed. Almost one of the first quilts.
Good morning, welcome to State Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Visualize live.
Good morning, balloons. We've got remember last year? It was my birthday last year, and they just did like brown and green, and it was awful. I was like, "What's this?" Anyway, I went to check with Lucy. They're fine. Now, I don't want to start the week. Well, it's not a weekend. It's 4 days. 4 days of birthday. I know I'm going to be cream crackered at the end of it, but I don't want to be. I'm like, how do I do this? How do I do this? Right. Okay. Months ago, me and Lucy, the lovely Lucy who does, I think she's, I don't know what, I know what she does. She's marketing, she works hard. She sends all the emails, she does all that, works really, really hard, right? Months ago, we designed my birthday badge. We got very excited about it. It was all ordered and everything like that. It's on a shipment. It's bobbing around in the sea somewhere. So there's no birthday badge this weekend, right? However, so two things. What it means is we decided, my one day off yesterday, I had a trauma with a cat yesterday, not one of mine, I'll tell you about that later. But, no, I'll tell you quickly, right? So in my kitchen, right, the last few days there's been this really horrendous smell. So I've been bleaching the drains and emptying couldn't figure out what it was. Anyway, yesterday I thought, I've got to get that. So I took the bin out. Yes. Well, not dead. No. So there was blood behind the bin. So I got my torch and I looked underneath my kitchen cupboards, and there was this cat, and it was so poorly. It was obviously been run over or something like that. So I rang the RSPCA, rang my vet, rang everything. Anyway, it's all sorted. It's fine, but I had to get it out, and it wasn't happy because it was going rotten. It was smelly. It was so smelly. But it's fine now. He's all right now. So, well, he's not all right. He's not all right, but he's in good hands now. But I'd like about 3 hours worth of me trying to coax it out and everything like that. I don't know why I've started on that story. Anyway, so no badge. There will be, over the weekend, more competitions, right? Oh, no, what I was saying to you was, now, you know the Queen used to have 2 birthdays. Does King Charles have 2 birthdays as well? I don't know, because what we're going to do is we're going to have a second birthday day in August, September time, where we pretend, the King does have 2 birthdays, so I'm going to be like the King of Sewing Street, and I'll have 2 birthdays as well. So basically, in August or September, we'll have a day with pretend John birthday day. We've already chosen the guests and everything like that, and we'll have the badge on that day, right? So to say sorry for no badge, there are more competitions coming up during the weekend, right? But one that's going over all 4 days is this, right? One of you will win a cream tea with me, right? One customer plus a friend who shops with us between Friday, Saturday, Sunday and Monday, right? Cream tea with me. Now, you don't have to come to us. I will come to you. Now, this is where they've not thought it through properly. It was my idea. When I said there's no badge, I said we've got to offer something else. So it's my idea, right? They've not thought about this because the choosing of the name is out of our hands. It's all done by a computer. So it could be somebody who lives in France. It could be somebody who lives in Australia.
I'm not going to complain if I've got to go to Australia for afternoon tea for the day. So wherever you are, right, it doesn't matter where you are, one of you plus a friend will win. And it does, be whenever, we'll work it out when we're both available and everything like that. And you can bring a friend, so you haven't got to come on your own and just sit and talk to me all afternoon. We could be 3 of us or whatever. Now, what did you say, Jess? What happens if you don't like what? Cream tea? You don't like cream? We'll have something else. Well, did I say Jess? Oh, sorry. It's because I've just seen Jess. So I have Jen. Jen is producing today. Jen's producing today. If you don't like cream tea, Jen, then we'll have something else. We'll go and have falafels. We'll go to Camden Town. If you happen to be in Camden Town, we'll have falafels in that lovely one on the corner. Anyway, so that now is the prize over all 4 days. As I say, there are more competitions coming up. There's just no badges, right? So that's it. I'm not being negative, But what's brilliant about today, we normally start now with an early bird. Well, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 early birds. So what I'm going to start with the menu, right? So then you can see what's coming up later on, right? So that 8 o'clock, John's pre-birthday celebrations. 9 o'clock, Lynn Goldsworthy's here with the spring garden quilt. It's not that one, Ollie. It's not that one. No, it's not that one. It's the other one. That one, isn't it? Lovely. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Then at 10 o'clock, House of Alice's here with so many goods. We've got pin cushions, all the galore. Look, big pin, mini and midi. We've also, have you got the frog and the pig there? Look, they're tape measures. They're tape measure colour. Ollie's favourite is the panda. It's because it's black and white, there's no colour. You see, he doesn't like colour. Then we've got Hearts and Stars charm quilt with Lynn Goldsworthy. That is that one. Now, there are Lynn Goldsworthy templates to be had in the house, so go ahead on pre-order and get those, because last time we had Lynn Goldsworthy templates. They sold out. Who knows? They could sell out before we even get to the show. Then House of Alistair is back again in the last hour, where he's got patterns for clothes and things like that. And it's where you make clothes from one of your T-shirts. You make the pattern from one of your T-shirts. Right, hang on a sec. Oh, look. Right, let me just do some messages and I'll carry on. Fran says, here we go. Pauline says hello. Sally says, looking forward to the morning. Wendy says morning. June says, have a fabulous day. It's 4 days, June, 4 days. Alan says, good morning to the gallery and directors. They say good morning, Alan. Donna says, good morning. Sally says, pretend birthday seems good as it's a special birthday. Exactly, Fran. Sue says, early birthday wishes. Margaret says, now, Sue, is that the Sue? Have you sent me 2 presents, Sue? Sue has sent me 2 presents. I got a box of chocolates and I got birthday cake as well. Good morning, John and team. Happy first day celebration. Not sure you'd cope with cream tea with me, says Sally. Morning, John. What a great prize. Gillian says, happy pre-birthday. June. Message on the bottom. Do that one before I go on to this one. Good morning, John. Happy birthday. Oh, Tina and Stephen. They had their wedding just recently, didn't they? June says, I haven't got a +1. If I win, can we invite Mandy Shaw, who lives up the road? We can indeed, June. Jean says, doubt you will come to me. You don't like our Cornish lanes. No, Jean, I'll come. I'm not going to drive. Somebody will have to drive me. I'll get the train. Yeah. Jan says, morning, gorgeous. Happy pre-birthday. Anne says, what a great prize. Thank you. Right. Okay. So that's the menu. 3 ways to get in touch, as usual. First way is email, studio@sewingstreet.com. Second way is Facebook Live, which is the ones I've been reading out. And then thirdly, go to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. You click on Watch the Show Live. That's you, Jen. There you go. Screen on the left-hand side, white box on the right-hand side. You write your message there. They come on my bottom later. Jackie says, morning, John. Happy birthday weekend. Thank you, Jackie. Scroll down the page and you will see everything that's coming up today. Now, oh! What happened? I do apologise if you're watching on a big telly because you'll have fallen off your sofa, won't you? Right, here we go again. Let's try it again. There we go. All these gorgeous goodies. Anna Maria, look at that. Isn't it lovely? Oh, that K-Facet quilt. That looks like a different quilt, but there you go. Beautiful, beautiful, lovely. Now, remember, 18 of those, 18 things in that hour are early birds, which did I say 18 or 13? But anyway, carry on. Right, then we get into, or 11 did I say, sorry. Then look at this. Look at that Riley Blake. Isn't it beautiful? That's all coming up in Lynn Goldsworthy's house. The kits are there somewhere. Yep. There's the pattern. There's the kit. It's only $79.99. Fat quarter bundle. You're going to love that. Alistair's first hour. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Anyway, look, that's enough. That's enough. You know how to do it. You know how to do it. Go to pre-order. Oh, what I was going to say was that's where you find the templates if you want to buy Lingolds with these templates because they will sell out. Right, shall we do this once? We've got early birds. Now, as I said, we've got loads of early birds, so I'm going to go fast and furious because it's 9 minutes past already. So we're going to start with this one, right? Which is your visible image rechargeable neck light. Now, these should be $19.99. Let's do the price. Oh, look, I've got orange graphics. Oh, look. No picture of me, though, but happy birthday. $15.99. $15.99. I know, and my balloons are the same colour as the graphics, if you notice. Right, so have a look. So this, obviously, you wear it around your neck. It's got a lovely cosy bit around the back here, a bit of velvet for comfort. Now, what you do to switch the lights on, you click the back there, right? And, oh, no, you don't. You click them there and there, there and there. And this one, you get 3... Oh, hang on, sorry, do that again. 3 different brightnesses. Now, each one is independent of each other. So if you don't want both of them on, you have to have both of them on. But look, once you've got them on... right? Then you can change the colour look. So you've got warm, cold, and mid. Warm, cold, and mid. You've got 3 different colours there. $15.99. I know. How brilliant is that? Message on my bottom straight away. I love mine. Reading in bed without disturbing hubby, says Mary. Right? Now, Ollie said if he had one, he'd wear them around the house all the time. Like he was a spy, pretending he's a spy. Knitting and crochet, Jen would use them for. Is the... Fran, I don't know what that means. Is the rabbit back? I have no idea what that means. Rabbit? Did I mention a rabbit? Yeah, but he just lives in the village. That's the hare that lives in the village. It's not gone missing. Anyway, keep going through for these. Keep going through at $15.99. Yeah, do you want to take the lights out so you can see these ready? I'll put them on so they're ready for you, look. Oh, here we go. Look, so that's independently working. Then I'll press the one at the back, show you the different colours. Oh, actually, if I do it on the table, like, there you go. Look. Look how strong they are. Now, I'm not being... do you know what? On Tuesday, Hobby Makers start Christmas in June. So I'm just thinking Christmas presents. Gorgeous Christmas present, that. At $15.99. I am going to have to move on. With that one. So that's a start. Right, yeah, that one goes there. Oh, they're rechargeable, by the way. You do get your USB stick with that. Lovely. Right, now I'm going to do these 2 checked fabrics next. Right, so now I'll show you them both, right? Now, oh, look at that. What's that coming soon? Oh, it happened on the first auction. Right, so I'm going to do JFC 448 first of all. Right, so now, brushed orange. Orange? Okay, have I got the right fabric? Okay, the photo's not right on the website. Right, now this is going to sell out, right? It's brushed cotton. There's orange, if you were to mix that colour in a paint pot, you would put orange in it, sort of thing. Yeah, the photo's got a lot of flash, but you've got blue in there, you've got yellow in there, you've got lilac in there. Right, come on then, Jen. Let's do this then. $1.99? $1.99 for half a metre. How brilliant is that? Look how wide it is as well, look. Is that 60 inches wide or 55 inches wide? I think it's 60, that. Brushed cotton makes up a lovely flannel shirt. Pyjama bottoms, lounging pants. Beautiful. Right, now, it's £1.99 for half a metre. $1.99 for half a metre. You need to go through. Loads of you there. Now, check out straight away. Check out straight away. Don't leave it in your basket. Don't be thinking, oh, do you know what? I'll pop back in and confirm it all later. Because that's why we do the 1P&P, so you can check out as you're going along. Because otherwise you're going to miss out. Oh, it's going to go. It's going to go. There's 17 metres left. 17 metres left. Loads in baskets. 12 metres left now. No, stay there. Stay there. I'm going to stay till it's gone. 3 metres left. 3 metres left. It's going to go. It's going to go. Loads of people multiplying. 1 metre left. 1 metre. It's birthday special. Half metre left. And it's gone. Right, I've got another one. Oh, look, that's nice, isn't it? Now, what colour do they call this? Olive? Black and cream. Somebody upstairs doesn't know the colours, do they? Happy pre-birthday, John, says Delia. Is this going to the same price? Right, you know it's going to got a bit more of this one than I had on the last one. A little bit more of this one. Loads in baskets, $1.99. Oh, crikey. Do you know what? 10 metres have gone already. 10 metres, 12 metres have gone already. At £1.99, some brush cotton. Isn't it lovely? Keep going through. Obviously, you press yours. Don't leave it all crunkled like this. 6 metres left. It's going to sell out. 2 metres left. 1 metre left. And it's gone. It's gone. Right, Jen, where would you like to go next? Seam guide tape next. Right. So this is, it's washi tape. You put it on your sewing machine so you can get that perfect quarter-inch seam allowance. Now, I've got lots of these. You better take this to a really good price, Jen. Half price, £2.49. Blimey, Roy, that was quick. Hello, Roy. Did you bring my birthday card? Good morning. Oh, good morning. You're just going to fetch it? All right, then. I'm here all weekend. Anyway, look. You put this on your sewing machine, and then it marks the 1/4 inch, so you can put the edge of your fabric where the 1/4 inch is and sew that perfect 1/4 inch seam. Great for scrapbooking. Well, why would you use it for scrapbooking then? I don't know what scrapbooking is. Oh, hang on. I can't do this. Loads of you there. Make sure you check it out again. Really good for presents, for your present drawer. And I'm not going to say Christmas all day, but imagine having that in your present drawer and then there you go. Now, it's kind of opaque look, isn't it? So you can see through it. But how brilliant is that? £2.49. That's low-tack tape, like a washi tape there, and it's half price. Well, you're not going to go through it. It won't damage your machine, won't damage fabric if you want to put it on fabric either. Actually, I wonder if you could stitch through it, Jen. I wonder if you can stitch through. Hang on. Oh, it says here, hang on. Simple washi tape that is placed on the front plate on your sewing machine, it says. The red thread in the centre is aligned with the needle of the machine. The blue thread on both sides is 1/4 inch from the centre of the line, representing 1/4 inch seam edge. Just put the tape with the red thread in front of your needle as a needle trace. Our sewing basting tape is a nice solution for sewing straight diagonal seams without having to mark any lines. The seam guide tape is removed cleanly. It is recommended to remove or replace the tape after each use to avoid any residue. Good idea. Get yourself a couple of packs. Loads of people multi-buying. Loads. How much is on there, though? There's 10 metres on there. You're only going to ever use that much, aren't you, to go? They're going to last for ages. Good morning, Judith. Happy birthday for the 19th. Thank you very much indeed. Another message on the bottom. Yeah, morning, John. Happy pre-birthday show, says Kate. Thank you, Kate, my love. Put some more through. Keep going through for this one. Morning, John. Happy birthday. I'll be watching all of your birthday shows from Sandra in Northamptonshire. I'll be a husk by Monday. I'll be an empty husk. Anyway, £2.49. You need to keep going through. Keep going through. Loads of you there. Right, lots of multipliers, lots in baskets. I'm going to leave that one with you to check out. I'll put that there. Oh, now, Jimmy, don't send all of these back because I think what we might do on Sunday mornings, anything that's left over, I'll check with Hayley afterwards. But anyway, what's next? Now, this is new. I've not seen this before. Oh, it's Skon or Skyon. I don't know how you say this, right? Right, so Hayley, before... No, not the Asala, the Skon, the Scion. I always called it Scion. But so before we... Oh, what's happened there? Okay. Don't worry, you're not paying $32.99 for it. There are 20 10-inch charm packs in here. Right, before we started selling... Oh, hang on, what's the matter? It's because you put it through. Is it? Right, okay, message... Okay, we'll do that again in a minute. There's just been a bit of a hiccup there. I'll do the 5-inch charm pack now. Best of Morris. Now, I'm surprised I've got... Oh, they must have replened this for today. They must have replened it for today. Yeah, we did sell this out the other day. Oh, hang on. That's it, Major Morris. No, it's not. It isn't Major Morris. Oh, hang on. Manor Morris. Why am I reading the wrong thing? Yeah, I'm reading the wrong thing. $17.99. That's your price. No, it isn't. Yeah, taking a pound off. Christine says, have a great birthday week. Thank you. Helen says, shame about the badge. I've been saving purchase. Yeah, but Helen, don't worry. No negativity. We'll have another day in August or September, so save your money for then. Right, here we go. So this is $16.99. Look at oh, actually, look. I've got that fabric coming up in a cotton lawn in a minute. Aren't these beautiful? Right, be careful though. These are flying out. Absolutely flying. Look. Gorgeous. Look at the colours here. $16.99, 5-inch squares. You get 42 of them. Oh, producer Kat, who's now guest liaison, Kat's watching. She's not really called guest liaison. I don't know what she does. She'll be here, won't she? What time is it? Oh, no, maybe she's getting ready for work. Loads in basket. Tracy, have a fab birthday weekend. Thank you, Tracy. I plan to. Keep going through. We're sorting out that other issue. We've got to keep our eye out for Adam today. You know Adam, who does the Hobby Maker, they don't call it Extra Stitch. What do they call theirs? Craftopia. No, what? Who? Craft O'Clock. He's in today. And he's going to wave at the window. Apparently, he says, I never wave at him at the window. Right, you need to check out. There's only 34 of these left now. 34 left. Look, aren't they just gorgeous? Make a lovely patchwork quilt out of it. Make a lovely patchwork jacket out of it. Oh, actually, Lynn's 11 o'clock project has 5-inch charm pack in it. Maybe think of that. So can I just show Lynn's second quilt, the star quilt? The one with stars on rather than... Yeah, that, right? That's made with 5-inch charm pack, right? So if you want this, make it maybe a darker William Morris version, then buy this. Right? How many in baskets, Jen? Okay, there's 14 left. 14, no, 12 left. 12 left when you've all checked out. Aren't they gorgeous? The colours, amazing. $16.99. Now remember, all these prices that we crash, if there's any left, like the cotton's all sold out and everything, but if anything's left, at midnight it goes back up again. So just remember, you can put things in your basket and check out later if you want. It's a bit risky on a day like today because you know this is normally the busiest weekend of the year. John Scott's birthday, and we're doing 4 days today. 4 days today. Do what? Oh, Jen's having a blast, she says. And apparently we're having Starbucks and everything later. Well, now, you better not have built me up and dropped me down. Who told you that? If it was Hayley, she'll have forgotten by now. And it says happy... Oh, Jess just lives in hope. Beautiful. You know there's a village near Theatre Clwyd called Hope. And I have a girl called Catherine that worked for me. And I said, where do you live? She said, I live in Hope. And I said, don't we all love? And she went, no, I really do live in the village of Hope. Right, how many baskets now? Right, there are 8 left. 8 left now. That's it now. Good morning, John and all. Have a fabulous birthday weekend. I will. Thank you, Claire. Fran, I'm still watching. Oh, Vicky's watching. Vixie's watching. Beautiful. I'm a bit worried about the rabbit. What was the rabbit message from Fran earlier? I don't know what that was. But it lives there. It wasn't poorly or anything. I've not seen it for a while. That's because I don't go down that back road because it's like Cornwall down there. The roads are really narrow. I'm going to put that one away for now, but there's more people got that in their baskets we've got in stock. Right, now, what I was trying to say to you is before we stopped this fabric, Hayley bought something, a very famous, never knowingly undersold for Joseph's bedroom. I'm going back quite a few years now. And she said she spent a fortune on it, right? Right, this should be $32.99. Now, please remember, there are 20 in here, not 42. There are 20 10-inch squares in here.
Right, 28.99. Now, if you think you get 4 5-inch charm packs out of there, so that means you've got 80 5-inch squares in there, haven't you? Right, 80 5-inch squares would be more than 28.99, wouldn't they? And the colours are gorgeous. Now, I've not seen this one before. Is it new today? Oh, look, we've had these fabrics. Yep, it's a brand new. Oh, no, I tell you why it's brand new. We have these specially made for us. These new ones, we have them specially made for us. And look there. Oh, are they hearts? Would you call those little hearts there? 28.99. Make sure you check out. Aren't they lovely? Oh, is that Mr. Parsons? Is that Chameleon? It's a chameleon, look. John squeaked when the web scrolled. The rabbit was that scared. Oh, I see. Fran, you're confusing me. Cockatiels. And then what's that? Puma, leopard, I don't know. Oh, aren't these just beautiful? 28.99. Absolutely, you get 2 of each design. Look, you get 2 of each design. Oh, we love this. We love this. Make sure you check out, though. Make sure you check out 28.99. Lovely out there. What are you going to make with it? An outdoor quilt. Jen's going to make an outdoor quilt. Beautiful. I'm going to move on. Make sure you check out on that one. I've got everything here in case we need to go back to it later. Sewing clips. These are biggies. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 20 clips in there for $12.99. They're the big ones, remember? Oh, now, I got told off the other day because I didn't open. But that's a Ziploc bag, but there's a thingy in it there. Here we go. $9.99. $9.99. They're these lovely big ones, look. They're the lovely big clips, look. And, if I remember correctly, they've got measurements on it. Brilliant for bag making, brilliant for when you're putting your binding on your quilt, excuse me. Now, you've been really, really, really busy with these. Oh, well done, Jimmy. There's only 33 left. Claire, it's new. Thank you very much indeed. My shirt is new. I've got 4 brand new shirts for this weekend. One that Rona and Mike bought for me, which I'll be wearing over the weekend. And then I bought the other 3. $9.99. The other Jan says, come on, John, if we're looking for a great birthday weekend. Michael, who bought the other shirt for me. He's in. Morning, lovely man. Enjoy your 4 days. Love Rona and Michael. So Rona and Michael, I don't know if you heard me shout out yesterday. I got your shirt. It's beautiful. And because of that shirt, which I'll be wearing either tomorrow or Sunday, I then went to that shop and bought 3 more. I bankrupted myself, but there you go. I bought 3 more. Beautiful message coming through on the bottom. Happy birthday, John, 21 again. Marilyn. Oof, you have to multiply that by 3 times plus a bit, don't you? I don't know if I'd want to be 21 again. I wouldn't mind being like early 30s, but not 21. My birthday's June the 19th. Oh, what was my best age? 37. No, that's a lie. 37 was when I started really enjoying life. I enjoyed life up till then, but 37 I suddenly felt very, very comfortable and everything, yeah. Fiona, morning, John. Have a fab birthday weekend. Not able to spend much time with you. I'm pointing the conservatory wall this morning. Had a fabulous wave jump in the choppy sea this morning. Oh, you've been swimming in the sea already? Not for me. Oh, sorry, I've been witching away. There's only 4 left, 2 left. Sorry, I'm wittering away like a what's-it here. Very excitable. There's people going to miss out. Sorry. I will have wonderful specials all weekend. And we've got brilliant guests all weekend, I think. Right, let's do the quilt that's behind me. Can you see it? Now, I thought these had all sold out. We had it in blue as well. I launched this one, right? We did have it in blue to start with, right? Oh, is that live or is that... Oh, that's live. Oh, don't put your hand in the shot, John. Right, so here we go. Let's do a special birthday price then. Lowest it's ever been, right? So 69, 79, 89, 99, 109. So you've taken £45 off, is that right? £45 off. Now, look at that fabric. That's the William Morris coloured in by Cave Fabric. Right. Oh, and look, it's on 5-way split pay. So that makes it, let's what, 30, well, it's less than £40 a month, isn't it? Hang on, let's do £33.99. £33.99. Now, I'll tell you what, do you know why I think the blue one's so... I'm going to be totally and utterly honest with you. I like the red one. I absolutely adored the red one. I think some of you think the red is slightly the wrong red. So what you could do... let me show you, right? I don't agree, but when we did it on the day... and it didn't go this low. This is the new lowest ever price, right? When we launched it, right, because the red... isn't a pure red. Look, it's one of the shop wovens. I mean, I love it. I absolutely love it. But if you think that's wrong, let's work out how much of that they've got then. 2.5 metres. If you've got 2.5 metres of another red, then you could do that. Now, that you get one of our solids, right? That 45... £45 said that, yeah. Basically, it's for the flying geese and the binding. So you get that, first of all. Then, look at all these gorgeous fabrics. You've got your acanthus scroll there in your mineral colours. Then you've got that... Now, I've got that coming up in a cotton lawn in a minute. Beautiful. Oh, look, we love this one, the blackthorn one. Aren't they just... Look, oh, no, there's that one in the blue, look. There's that one in the blue. Look at this one. That's that one there in the pink and the magenta. Then we've got the oak leaves. Then we've got India. Then, oh, look at these. Now, be careful. If you all check out, there's only 4 left. Only 4 left. Michaelmas Daisy in the pink. Oh, aren't they just... Oh, there's the oak leaves there again in the blue. Then look at this one. Oh, Strawberry Thief. Strawberry Thief. Big Strawberry Thief in your mint and your pink. Isn't that lovely? Just, I mean, the colours are just... There's asparagus. I think that one's asparagus. Oh, no, is that granada or asparagus? I never remember. Wandle. It's Wandle. It's neither. It's Wandle. Oh, look, there's Michaelmas Days. Oh, that's Granada. That one's Granada. 169.99, lowest ever price. Right, how many baskets? Right, there are 6 left. There are 6 left once you've all checked out now. And this is the lowest ever price. And remember, at midnight tonight, it goes back up to 214. Might never, ever... Oh, well, now, I'm not going to say that because over the weekend, I'm going to be... If these don't all sell out today, another one's just gone. If these don't sell out today, then obviously at some point I'll have a recap and there'll be a couple left or something like that. Message on the bottom. I bought this quilt and I'm going to buy a greeny aqua colour for the geese from Rachel. Oh, nice. What a gorgeous idea. But it's your quilt. You do what you want to do with it. And then this is beautiful fabric to make something else out of, isn't it? Lovely woven shot fabric. Morning, Steph. Marie, happy birthday. Oh, Marie, happy pre-birthday show. Thank you, Marie, my love. She'll be on a cocktail already, Marie, celebrating. Bora da, Jock and Vower, Prin Horn da, all that. Keep going through. Happy birthday, John. We'll be raising a glass of 0 alcohol G&T to you later. Have a fabulous weekend. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, my love. Right, come on now. I need you to check out on this. There are 3 left once you've all checked out. 3 left. Lowest ever price. Take advantage of the 5-way split pay. So what is it? June, July, August, September, October. It'll be paid for in October. And it's 30, what was it? 33 something. 33.99 for on your split pay. Look at the colours. Look at the gorgeous colours. Take advantage of that price. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on, but I might just come back to that in a minute. I'm not going to take it off the desk. I'll come back to that one in a minute. Because I think... Hang on, let's have a look at the... Oh, do you know what? It's easy. It's quarter square triangles, half square triangles, and flying geese. Easy. Easy peasy. Look. Oh, and look. Then once you've got the pattern, right? Imagine making that out of solids. Imagine making that out of solids afterwards. That's lovely, isn't it? Right, now there's too many people got it in their baskets now. I'm going to leave it with you while I go on because I've got other things to show you. But I'll come back to that in a minute, right?
Now, these are cotton lawns, remember, not quilting weight like those. These are cotton lawns. When we launched these, they were so popular, so popular. Now, if you remember, right, okay, I'm just going to say, can you have a quick look at Liberty Tana lawn for me, Jen, and see how much that is for the half metre? I think it's about 16 or 18 pounds. I just want to check. Right, now we've obviously replened these specially for this weekend, right? While Jen's doing that, for half a metre. Oh, okay. Anyway, look. Anyway, look. This is $10.99 for half a metre. Not today, it's not. Right, watch this. For a cotton lawn, £8.99, £8.99. Now, cotton lawn has a higher thread count. It doesn't fray as much. Brilliant for raw edge applique. Brilliant for blouses. Brilliant for shirts. Never, ever, ever has it been to this price before. Morning, John. I hope you have a great birthday weekend. Thank you, Laurie, my love. How's your new hip, by the way? Anyway, keep going through. £8.99 for half a metre. Okay, right, so what does this work out to metre? £18, right? If you go to Alice Caroline, cotton lawn, how much do you say? $27.95 a metre. Right, that's Liberty. Oh, here you go. Look, I can show you, 20, that's Liberty, obviously. That's a Liberty print. But that's how much you can pay for cotton lawn, right? And ours is £8.99 for half a metre. Oh, flying out. What are you going to make with it? What are you going to do? I think Kat and June are having troubles checking in because June Marsh has checked in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and Kat has now tuned in about 8 times. Hip's doing great. Thanks for asking. Laurie, are you going to be at Festival of Quilts? Now, I'm definitely there on the first day. But when I was talking to Hayley the other day, she might want me to do another day as well. Is Hayley in today, or is she off having another day off? She went to Butlin, she's been to see Robin Williams. She rang me yesterday with lots of information about her show on my day off. And all we talked about for 20 minutes was Robin Williams. She went, oh, that's not why I've rung. I thought she just rung for a chat. She was like, oh, I went to see Robin Williams. Oh, he's still got it. Oh, he's this, he's that. So I thought I'd just presume. And she went, oh, by the way, your badge hasn't arrived. That's what it was all to do with. She roundabouted it that way. And I can't tell you which date. Wishing you a very happy birthday, John, from Carol in Somerset. Thank you, Carol, my love. I can't tell you which day it is because Vix hasn't said which day she's free yet. I know. Vic's holding the whole wheel thing up. Right, I'm not surprised you multi-bound on this one. I'm going to move on. Have I what? Right, I have met Robbie Williams, right? Only by accident, though. Only by accident. So I was at the first night. There was a musical in the West End called Carver, which was produced by Barbara Broccoli's mum. And Barbara Broccoli is a friend of mine who is the producers of the Bond films. So we had the first night party, and it was incredible. You know the squares in London, like Middleton Square and all that? They covered the whole of one of those in a marquee, right? All the trees were inside and everything. So you were in a garden, but it was indoors. So we all got to the party and everything, all wandered around, and I used to drink. I wasn't smoking those days, I used to drink in those days. Anyway, I saw, and it was a full, because it was the first night of a West End show, there were loads of celebrities there. And Robbie Williams came in, right? And he walked up to me, and he went, all right, John, mate, how are you? I've never met him before, but he used to watch This Morning, you see. Anyway, he was smoking, and we were standing there having a drink and a cigarette, chatting away, and I'm thinking, look at me, everyone, Robbie Williams. And then he went, funny, I don't know anybody here. And I said, oh, surely you must know some of these people. He went, this is Roberta's birthday party, isn't it? I went, no, this is the first night party of Carver. And he went, oh, bleep, I'm at the wrong party. He went, I'll love you and leave you. And he left, and he went to his party. So that's the only time I've met Robbie Williams. Anyway, carry on with that one. Which one are you going to go to next? Is it artichoke? I keep calling it artichoke. Yeah, artichoke, this one. Oh, this is beautiful. Remember, this is cotton lawn. Cotton lawn, remember. This is artichoke in lavender. Look at the size of the print. Oh, look at my lovely new shirt.
Oh, gentle Radiohead, just whoever they are. I don't know any of these people. Who's Ollie Sykes? I might go to the wrong thing, sorry. I've never heard of them either. Anyway, check out. She was at the world premiere last night. That's what she tried to drop into the conversation. $8.99 for half metre, lowest ever price. Lots of you there. I'm going to carry on because I've just seen the time. Right, let's do Granada now. This is gorgeous. There you go, look. Oh, that's lovely. I mean, to just have a sip of my cup of tea. Bethan, Borodad, John, hope you have a great weekend and birthday. That's Welsh, thank you. June's just checked in again 4 times. Anyway, this is lovely. Granada. Now, I've got a bit more of the Granada in the purple, as they say in Liverpool. What? Purple in Welsh? No, I don't know what it is. Oh. Well done, well done. Make sure you check out on that. Remember, these are cotton lawns, make beautiful shirts and blouses, these. Last one, India. Indian, sorry, not India, Indian. Oh, look at that. Just called Indian on the side. So it must be colour, must be opera. The colour must be opera. Pink. I don't know. Kaif was, you know, when he colours in, he's... I think I'm interviewing Kaif at the Festival of Quilts, actually on the Thursday. Oh, Jen's going to be there on the Thursday. No, we're not doing one. No, you won't be doing that. I don't know who our guests are on the first day. No. You've had to what? Oh, okay. Make sure you go through for that one. Make sure you go through. Right, before I go any further, I'm just going to revisit this quilt kit, if that's all right. Classic colour red quilt kit. Now, these are not cotton lawns. These are your actual quilting weight cottons. Oh, right, how many in baskets? Right, there are 13 people want this, and there are 9 left. 9 not checked out. 14 in baskets now, and 9 not left. No, 9 left. Love your stories. Not 9 not left. 9 not left even. No, 9 left. Oh, 7 left. 7 left now. Well done. And baskets are getting fuller now. 14 of you there. Me Julie in Cornwall. I haven't heard from you in ages, Julie. How are you, my love? Anyway, keep going through. There's still 7 of those. I'll come back to it. Because I want those sold out. Oh, what? Morning, John. Loving the fabrics. Just having a coffee before heading off. Purple in Welsh is pour 4. Peter, how are you, mate? Pour 4. Pour 4. Right, okay. Now, I've got Anna Maria fabrics. Now, I thought these were brand new today, but they're not. They've been on once before with Stuart. Right, have a look. These are lovely. Echinacea. Now, you're getting half a metre free. Is the half metre already been taken off? No. No, you don't add it on. You take it off. Jen said she was going to add it on then. Take it off, right? So it'll be on split pay, 118.86, 7.5 metres. There you go. 2-way split pay. Imagine if we did do crash upwards. Right, now, they're going... I've only got 14 left. I've only got 14 of these left now. Right, so you've got Echinacea. I don't know if these are the real names. I'm making them up, but that looks like an Echinacea plant to me. Oh, it doesn't have a name? Anyway, we've got them all individually as well in the mint if we want them individually. Look at these. That's not a corn daisy. Oh, have we done that or she done that? Anyway, we'll have a look in a minute. Look at these. Oh, I love... So now she loves flowers, right? And she starts everything off with a pencil drawing. And another one's just gone, she'll sit and draw these in pencil while she's sitting in someone's garden or her own garden. She just moved, doesn't she? Oh, there's that one in the purple. Oh, that's nice. In the pour 4.
Oh, look, sunflowers. I'll open all these out in a second. Oh, I love these. Look, 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 look. My house is full of peonies at the moment. I love peonies. Oh, there's that one. Oh, these are gorgeous. Let me just put that one in there. Look at the sunflowers in vases here. Oh, there's your echinacea again, but it's not echinacea. Then you've got your line roses there. Then you've got your echinaceas there. Oh, look at this one. I'll open that one in a minute, and then that one goes there. So you get all of these for $118.86. Now, they're quilting weight, 44 inches wide, machine washable. Oh, look at that. So it's got like a knit in the pattern in the background. I don't know if you can even see that on your telly. Cloudy day here in Cornwall, but you bring the sunshine. Oh, thank you, Julie. Good morning, John. Happy birthday. Just toast it with a cup of tea, says Susan. So you've got 7.5 meters here, 15 different fabrics, but you're only paying for 7. Another one's just gone. Right, how much did it work out? Don't say about. $7.90 a half metre. So, don't say about. Teresa says, happy birthday, thank you. It's not actually till next Thursday, so I'm eking out my 64th year until next Thursday, but I'll be lying on a beach in my thong by then, won't I? Oh, I love, love, love this fabric. How many? Okay, right, now if you check out, I've only got 8 left now. Only got 8 of the bundle left. Lulu, morning, John. Happy pre-birthday. The sun has come out for you. Good omen. Going to Sheringham for the weekend. Ooh, I don't know where that is. Trace says, morning, John and team. Happy birthday. It's my son's birthday on the 19th too. Is he 65 as well, Trace? 65? How? I say to these youngsters all the time, I'm the same age as Jen's dad, you see. Ben's dad's on, he keeps saying, he's the same age and he's on birthday. And he goes, he was born in the 50s too. And I was like, I wasn't born in the 50s. I'm a 60s baby. But anyway, it's not that I'm 65. That doesn't bother me. I just can't believe how quickly it's gone. And I say to all these youngsters that work here, don't take anything for granted. You live your life to the full because it goes so quickly. I suppose it's different when you work here because life just drudges along in this place and it'll feel like they're 65 when they're actually 40, but do you know what I mean? Will you be having special offer items on all items? Not every item, Steph, not every item, but a lot of them. Beautiful, right. Now, I have got these by the half meter, so actually, now that one's out, let's do that one then. Let's do that one. So this is sunflowers in a vase. I don't know what they've called it. Oh, he's only 21. He's not 65, he's 21. This is hot pink. Oh, no, it is £8.49 per half metre. It's not crashing, this. It's not crashing. But there will be special deals all weekend. Not on everything, though, Steph. Beautiful. £8.49. Now, if you buy the mega bundle, they're only £7.90, did you say, for half a metre? Beautiful. Love that one in the pink. Make sure you check out, though. Make sure you check out. Then I've got that one in what I would call sunflower yellow. It won't be. It'll be gold or something. Gold. Then very nice. The days are long, but the years are short, says Claire. Kerry, happy pre-birthday, beautiful time. Kerry, are you coming to Festival of Quilts? I think I've asked you this already, haven't you? I'm definitely there on the Thursday, and I am going to be there on another day as well. I won't do a live from the beach in my thong, only because there's no Wi-Fi. No Wi-Fi. And that costs you more money. That's, what's that called? OnlyFans, that's called. Well done, beautiful. Then we've got the grey one. Oh, they're all lovely, these, aren't they? You should follow Anna Maria on the socials. She's got about 27 children. She's got, I think it's 9. I think she's got 9 children. Yeah. It's a lot of children. Anyway, £8.49. And she's got married again. Oh, last year she got married again in Greece. She's what, Anna Maria Perry now, is she? Oh, I didn't know that. I think you'd keep your old name, wouldn't you? But never mind. Right, now I've got the line drawings. Got this in 3 different colours. This beautiful dark teal.
That's lovely. So lush, that one, isn't it? Oh, she's coming on the Thursday, Kerry. That's nice. £8.49. Oh, it is teal. Roses in Lines, this one's called. Roses in... Please do the Saturday. Oh, Marie, it's not up to me. It's up to whether... It depends what day Vix and Bex can do. And then I'm doing the one day that's left over. I'll get what's left over. But I'm definitely there on the Thursday. Beautiful. That's gorgeous, that colour, isn't it? Then I've got that in a green. Look. Owington green. There you go. Happy birthday weekend. Are you watching Love Island this year? Has it started, Princess? I only asked because there's somebody from our village going on it. Yes. I can't tell you. I'm not allowed to tell you, but he's one of the bombshells. Is it called a bombshell? You know when they bring in a really good-looking boy? Anyway, he's got the same personal trainer as me. He's a bit more buff than me, and he's about 40... He's about 40 years younger than me. Has it already started? I thought it was starting on the 9th, so that would have been a couple of days ago, wouldn't it? Yeah. Oh, I love it. Well, I used to watch it all the time, and then they suddenly started just having 19 and 20-year-olds, and it was like, they're too young. I can't understand what they're talking about, all that. It is what it is, and on paper, he's exactly what I want on paper or whatever. And all that. Like in my day, and Lynn Goldsworthy will agree with me. She's not as old as me, right? In my day, when you started going out with somebody, they were your boyfriend or your girlfriend. There was none of this, situationships, and then are you exclusive? And then you have to ask them, will you be my girlfriend or will you be my boyfriend? You're like, well, you're already sleeping together. Surely it's your boyfriend or your girlfriend. And half the nation's watching this. We all know. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, it started on Monday. I'll do catch-up tonight when I get in. Right, then I've got that one on a coral. Oh, no, honestly, Box Pandy, that's really good. I tell you what, I started watching by accident. There's like a Love Island, right, that Rylan hosts, and everybody's completely and utterly naked all the time. And I thought, oh, well, they'll just show them standing behind the kitchen counter or something. And they're kissing and canoodling in the pool and everything. And you're like, this is on telly. This is on telly. Well, I was going to say, you have to be quite proud as a boy. You'd have to be quite proud if you're going to wander around with no clothes on. If the water's cold, you're done for, aren't you, Jimmy? I wonder if Jimmy's applied. Have you applied for it, Jimmy? Oh, you are good looking.
Not compared to them.
Oh, no, Jimmy, believe me, I watched it. You're good looking. If you could just take your clothes off and I'll do your audition now for you if you want. Okay. Oh, no, you can't go. No, it's very cold in the studio. Jimmy can't go on that one. This is Marigold in Yellow. Marigold in Yellow. I was so shocked, though. I didn't set my video for it. Not like Naked Attraction. I set my video for that, which I just think is another weird thing, isn't it? You look at all the boxes, don't you? And then they lift the boxes up. Oh, it's just funny, isn't it? Lovely. Oh, yeah, that's how they find people on it. They just stop people. Right, what colour's this? This is gorgeous, this one. Oh, it's just purple. Marigold in purple. Or Porfor. Was it 4-4 or Porfor? Porfor in Welsh. Porfor. Oh, is he? He won't be watching, let's be honest. £8.49. Is he not at work today? It's Friday. You can't have a telly on in the library. Beautiful. That's having now got that one in the dark green. Oh, this is rich. Now, you know what? A really beautiful 1940s, 1950s dress made out of that would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Or a Diane von Furstenberger wrap dress. Be lovely. Anna Maria's book's coming up next. So I've not seen it, but I'll have a look at that in a second. Oh, look at the time. Look at the time. Got to be quick. Right, then we've got... Actually, do you know what? No, I'll carry on. Yep. Cheery, this one. Is that the name of that flower? Just floral on green. I'm just going to go a bit faster. I can save the book for tomorrow or the next day, because I need to recap that and this, so I don't want to go into Lynn's hour. Oh no, I'll be fine. I'll get it done. Right, that one. Then we've got that in lilac. That's very demure. What do they say, the kids today? Very demure, very mindful. Then we've got Ben says it all the time. Then we've got the echinacea. It was his birthday this week as well, producer Ben. What lovely weather. Crazy Lorraine, we're in a room with no windows. We don't know what it's like. Then we've got, it's called Daisies. That one. Then we've got this one. That's a beautiful magenta colour, that one. That is not purple. That is not purple. Oh, it's cloudy in Glasgow, says Sandra. Then we've got I don't know what colour they'll have called this then. Orange on pink, that one. Burnt orange, actually. Burnt orange. Lovely. Now, Anna Maria's book, I might redo this on Sunday, or one of the other days, but Anna Maria's Blueprinting Quilting, explore colour, pattern and technique with 16 projects in there. 16 projects from 4 simple design structures. Oh, look, all your templates in the back. Beautiful. Look at this. Oh, what? Loads. So how many projects do we say? 18? 16 projects. Oh, look. It's just over a pound a project, isn't it? Oh, look. I wonder if they're in a new house. Well, actually, if there's a picture of the bathroom, I'll be able to tell you. Yeah. Maybe, mind you, I think this might be her old house, this one. I only know because I follow on social media and I looked at all of her pictures, you see. Gorgeous. Really lovely. Right, before I go, just got to recap this because I don't want you to miss out on this quilt kit. Lowest ever price. When I looked last time, there were way too many people had it in their baskets. Oh. There are 7 not checked out and 14 in baskets. Lowest ever price. Now, I can't recap it again today because I've got guests for the rest of the show now. Look at all these beautiful fabrics. Beautiful. Make sure you check out lowest ever price. It should be $214.99. $214.99. Lowest ever price. Beautiful. You're saving, it's £20 less than it's ever been before. £20 less than it's ever before. $33.99 on Split Play. Right, there's now 15 in baskets. There's your lovely background. There's your Granada. And your instructions. Right, go nowhere. Lynn Goldsworthy is up after this break. Making, I was going to say ring around the garden. What's it called? Spring garden. She can't even remember. Spring garden. Gorgeous. Look at this. Ollie's going to show you a picture. There it is. And also remember, everybody who buys over the next 4 days, one of you will win cream tea with me in a place near you. You don't even have to travel. That's the competition number 1. There are other competitions over the weekend. There's no badge, unfortunately, until we do the faux birthday, like in August or September, because they're in a ship somewhere in China. Anyway, I'll see you back here in 4 minutes from now. The sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Charm pack or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now
which one are we looking at? Number 3. We're looking at number 3. Because I'm facing this one, Jimmy. Move that one a bit, because I'm facing that one.
So we're going to look at this one.
Yeah, we look at that one.
Okay.
Lynn Goldsworth is here, but before we do this, right, remember, first of all, no negativity, but the badge is somewhere in China, so there's no birthday badge. So we're going to have another birthday show in August or September where you will be able to get the birthday badge. We can't even use it for something else because it says John's birthday on it, so we can't then get... So we will be having, like the royal family, we'll be having a second birthday later on in the year. So that's that. But to make up for it, if you buy over the next 4 days, right, you could win this. Afternoon tea with me, with for you and a friend, right? You don't have to come to us. I will come to you, to somewhere near you. You can choose where we go if you like, or could just come round to your house. That'd be even easier, right? But you and a friend will go out for afternoon tea. If you don't like afternoon tea, we'll go for falafels or something like that. But that's instead of a badge. That's instead of a badge, right? Right, so, Lynn Goldsworth, beautiful.
Thank you, John.
Spring Garden.
Yes.
Where's the inspiration come from?
So actually from the fabrics, because if you look at these, they're all RHS fabrics. So they're all flowers and they're very fresh and springy and the colours look like a spring garden to me.
They do indeed. Right,
So
OK,
that's
so
where
let
I
me explain
started.
what you're going to get. So in the kit...
Sorry, I messed up your
No,
pile.
no, that's fine, so I'm going to mess them all up now anyway. You do get the pattern and the instructions, everything you need to know in there. Right, all of that, everything you need, your templates and everything, all the right size, aren't they?
All the right size,
photocopy
they're
or
all at
anything like that.
100%, so you can photocopy just...
Yep.
Or if you get the digital one, you can just print it at 100%.
Exactly. All you need to do is make sure your printer is at 100%.
Yes.
Right, so you get 2.5 metres of the background ivory, would you say? Ivory.
Yeah, it is ivory, yeah.
Right, we only have this kit for this pattern, right? This is the... there's no, you know, normally goes a red one, there's a green one. Because of these gorgeous fabrics, we decided to concentrate just on these fabrics, right? Yeah. So you get that. You then get 1/2 metre of this, right? We're going to explain how you use the fabrics in a minute, right? But you get 1/2 metre of that. You get a fat quarter of this. You get a fat quarter of this. You get 2 fat quarters of... No, 1 fat quarter of that one. 2 fat quarters of this one. Now, put that to one side. A fat quarter of this one, a fat quarter of this one. Oh, look at this. A fat quarter of this one, and a fat quarter of this one, and a fat quarter of this one, and a fat quarter of that one. Now, when you get it, when you open this bundle, these are all your regular cottons. This is like is it a linen mix, Jam? Or is it pure linen? We'll find out for you. So you get all of that. However... You're not going to use all of it, are you? Or you're not going to use all of it in the pattern in the middle?
You don't need to use all of it in the pattern, so you can decide. With these two, I use this print to make the binding.
Right. So now, is it all right to mix a linen and a cotton?
Totally fine. You would just literally join them in the same way as you normally join them, and it works. I mean, I use just the linen, but you can mix them. Totally mix them. Or you can use the 1/2 metre to make the binding and then instead put these into the pattern. So you can choose whichever you want to do. Both make a good binding. Both
they
work
but
fine.
as a designer,
yes,
you liked that one.
Well,
this is your choice.
That's my choice, because then you've got all the greens. If you look at, you've got the greens in the stars and then the greens in the background. Whereas if you use that as the stars, you're going to slightly lose the definition of the stars,
right?
Because you've got cream against cream. So I would use that to bind, which is what I did on my version.
Or we've had another idea as well. But now the linen isn't linen at all.
Oh,
apparently it's just cotton.
It feels like linen. It's nice and heavy.
No, it's lovely.
Yeah.
But you know what I would do, right? See these 2 fabrics? I'd put those to one side, and in a minute, I'd buy 1/2 metre of this, or I'd buy 1/2 metre of that.
To bind it with.
Yeah, I wouldn't put that in the quilt.
No.
But for the binding, either of those would work. And then I'd keep that for a different project.
Yeah, you could make cushions from that.
Well, you could make something, because it's going to go in the same room.
Totally goes with it, yeah.
Lovely. And also, a finished quilt for $79.99. It's 64 inches. 64 inches square. I know, under £80 for a huge quilt like that. $79.99. Beautiful, lovely, isn't it? So, that's the bundle. Then remember, you then have the pattern to make it in whatever fabrics you want to make it in afterwards, if you want to. If you buy the bundle, obviously the pattern comes in it. for $79.99. Now, I'm going to put that to one side because I've got the pattern on its own. I've got it both physical and digital. So there's your... If you love it, but you think, I wouldn't do florals, I'll do it in... We could do it in solid, you could do it in whatever you like.
You could do it in anything at all because it's any kind of patterns would work in that. Solids, K facets, tildes, I mean, anything at all. Scraps, rage your scrap bin.
Yeah.
It was a great scrappy quilt. It's made to be a scrappy quilt. So
$9.99, that's your physical pattern, so that'll be posted out to you. We also have it digitally, which means you could have it by about 9:14 this morning. And you could start making it out of your fabrics at home while Lynn's doing the demonstration in a minute.
Yeah. Raid your stash.
$9.99, that's your digital download. Yeah, if you do only buy that today, which I doubt it, but if you do, you don't pay any P&P obviously on that. It still says it on the graphic, but you don't pay P&P. It's an instant purchase. That's a difference going in your basket. Right, then, if you love these fabrics, we've got the fat quarter bundle on its own. I mean, they're folded slightly differently to how they normally are, but look, you're getting 10 fat quarters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did you include the linen effect one as well? So $39.95. That makes them $3.99. $3.99 for a fat quarter. They're Riley Blake, RHS as well. $39.95. They're fat quarters, remember? Fat quarters. Beautiful. Make sure you check out on those. What's the matter, Jen? Oh, right, over half the stock's in baskets. Over half the stock for the fat quarter bundles are in baskets. You do need to check out on those. Right, I'm going to stop wittering on. And we're going to do some demo now.
Nice.
And then I'll come back and I'll retell you. But if you've got anything in your basket, please check out. It's very, very busy today. Right. So, where do we start?
So we're going to start... No, I think I've got it in here.
You couldn't remember the name of it a minute ago.
No, I couldn't remember the name. And last time I was demoing, I think you told me off a little bit because I hadn't really done enough homework. I couldn't remember all the details.
Oh, I would never tell anyone off.
A little bit you did. A little bit you did.
Oh, is that why you've been a bit cold today?
Bit frosty. The atmosphere in here is frosty.
You've been flirting with Jimmy all morning. No, nothing to do with me. Before we go on, how was your holiday in Morocco?
We had a fantastic time. I loved it, but I did not expect... A lot of the restaurants don't serve alcohol. So Claire and I got to the point where you're walking from restaurant to restaurant, go to the front door saying, do you serve alcohol? No? OK, we're not interested.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Claire felt ashamed.
Well, Claire's a right old wino, isn't she? So Claire is our mutual friend.
Yeah,
She's an international fraud lawyer.
Independently. I know her from law school. You know her from the Cotswolds.
I just know her from the dinner parties.
Dulcie.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, your friend. Yeah. So we have a friend in common. We had a great time. Brilliant.
And they sent me a picture, right? They both look very, very stylish. But Claire had taken a great big shoplifting bag. You know, the big bags that shoplifters take around. Anyway, so you had a nice time.
We had a great time. It was fantastic,
Good.
Yeah.
Right, so now, how do we make this quilt?
So we're going to start off by making one of these little stars here. And that's the main thing you do in this quilt. I mean, obviously, you then add this sashing at the end. That's very straightforward. That's strip piecing. But the main thing you do in the quilt is you make these stars and you make them in green against cream or cream against green. So it's your
yes, they're
like, contrast, kind of like a chessboard or whatever. So once you've made one, you're then making all of the rest of them and you're in the zone and then you can, you know, put the radio on, listen to a podcast. Do you know what I mean? So without concentrating. So you're going to start off by cutting lots of these strips. Oh, let me get this. Oh, yeah. Cutting lots of these strips from your fat quarter. So you're just going to cut 2-inch wide strips.
Right.
And you cut a ton of those from all of the green ones.
Will I use all of the fabric?
You use most of it. I mean, there are some scraps left, but there's not a significant amount left. So I kind of try... What I like to do is to maximise what you can get out of a quilt. So let's say it's 11 fat quarters. I want the quilt to be as big as it can be for that.
Right.
So people get good value, you know. If you're buying a quilt kit, you want it to, I think, you know...
Well, I just think
make it a decent
size.
This
size
I think it's really good. Yeah, exactly. And this is, you know, as I said, once you get going... It's very durable because you keep repeating the same thing.
Right, what are you doing now, then?
I'm doing stuff and I'm not explaining what I'm doing.
It doesn't matter.
Come
It's
on,
like,
Lynn,
we're
concentrate.
like old friends together, aren't
Yes. So what I'm doing is now you've cut your original 2-inch strip, and what you're going to do is you're going to cut 45-degree diamonds from this, and you cut those 2 inches wide. So the way I do that is I line the strip up on my 45-degree line that you'll have on your cutting mat. All cutting mats have those. And if you're brave, you could have 2 strips or 3 or 4 or 6 or 8.
Would you even do that when you're doing this angular thing as well?
Yes, totally. So I would have a few strips, but if you just want to have one, that's fine. And then what you're going to do, because this is a 2-inch wide strip, you're going to cut 2-inch wide 45-degree diamonds out of it. And my recollection is you get 8 from a strip, which is perfect because that's 1 star. But actually, the way I made it was that the stars were all scrappy. Excuse me, that was a slip of the tongue. I apologise for that. The stars...
I thought you meant it. These crappy old...
No, I didn't mean that. I meant scrappy. So I made them scrappy, but if you wanted to, you could make them all of one print. If you see what I mean.
I see. So you've done the stars just... Completely
scrappy.
random.
Exactly.
And
So you just cut a ton of these diamonds and then basically put them all in a sort of, I mean, not in a bucket, but, in a box or something. So you're going to cut 8 of those from a strip, but I've got some I cut already. And the reason for that is because I want this to look quite scrappy. So you really want to mix and match them.
Do I make them out of all of the fat quarters? Or
you make them out of all of the greens.
All the greens.
And then the pinks and the yellows we set to one side, and you can see behind me that they make these sort of sashing strips.
So they don't appear in the stars?
They don't appear in the stars, no. Those sit separately. So in my mind, you know what? These are the flowers in the garden, and these were like the little box hedges that go around the edges. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
That's kind of that's what I was thinking. I know you couldn't pick that out if hadn't been told. So you've got a ton of these, and what you're going to do with these is you're going to add triangles to the side. Now, quite often when people make lone stars, and these are little lone stars, they will have Y seams. Well, I absolutely refuse to have Y seams, so don't worry, you're not going to have any Y seams. Good. So what you'll do is you'll do half of the diamonds in one direction and half of the diamonds mirrored, and you'll see that in the pattern. It'll explain that to you. And so you can see, if I'm putting these on here, you can see where I'm going with this, which is that you're going to add the smaller ones first, and the pattern tells you what size to cut. Then you'll add the larger ones, and it'll make this sort of corner of a star here like this. And when you add these, don't worry if those edges don't line up, because you trim these off afterwards, so they're not supposed to line up.
I was going to say, because that would frighten me a little bit.
It does frighten people, but it does, and it even says it says in the pattern that those don't need to line up, so that you don't need to panic when they don't line up.
But you tell us what size triangles to cut.
So I tell you what size to cut, and again, you can cut a great big pile of them, and then when you do the other stars, so you do the cream stars with the green background, you effectively swap over your cutting. So you're cutting the diamonds from the cream and then the triangles. So you'll have a big pile of the green diamonds, a big pile of green triangles, and then you can just work your way through all of those, sitting, watching Love Island.
Yeah, oh no, I wouldn't use your edge cutter while Love Island's on. Believe you me. Now, I need to tell you, there are more people who've got them in their baskets than we've got stock of. So, yes, you want to watch the demonstration, but I also would warn you that if you all then suddenly go to check out, they're all going to go out.
You're not all going to get it.
So there's more people got them in their basket we've got stock of. And also, while we're there, how's the fat quarter bundle doing? Just check, sorry. We just check that one. And then I can tell you. So many in baskets again. OK, there's only 12 of those left once you've checked out. They're the fat quarter bundles. They will all go. And Diane says, a very happy birthday, John. Hope you have a lovely day. Thank you, Diane.
Yes,
right, OK.
Happy birthday, John. I think everyone should make a big fuss of you on your birthday, because I know that's what
I've just told you I don't like a fuss.
A whole lot of fuss. So we all have to make a big fuss and have badges and balloons. We've got balloons.
We've got balloons. Yes. We don't have badges till my next birthday in August,
that's fine. You're like the royal... As you see, you're like royalty.
Yeah. Right, OK, so do I just make that one thing then?
That's all you make for this. I mean, later on, you do come to these strips.
But right now, I don't lay a whole star out. I just lay out this bit.
The way I would do it is once you've done one of each, so you've got your head around what you're doing. It's always good to do a practice. Once you've done one of each, then you'll have like a massive pile of those. and a massive pile of those.
And you're just
gonna
putting them randomly?
I mean, you make them and then put them together randomly, so you get that sort of lovely mixed-up effect, like a real patchworky feel.
Yeah, beautiful.
But you could make them. I mean, if you said doing them with, for example, solids, then you could have like a red star, a green star, a blue star. That would be cool as well.
Or a rainbow star.
Or a rainbow star.
You that random as well.
You could do, totally.
Or, like you say, scrap. Just get anything out of your box, sort of thing.
Anything and everything. Although I do like Scrappy to have a bit of a kind of colour theme. I don't like...
do you?
I'm not crazy about complete chaos.
Oh, okay.
So if it was me, I'd probably have maybe, let's say, blues and greens, or do you know what I mean? Keep it a bit more. But that's just me. I know I'm a bit different. Oh, you'd go for... I mean, look at my shirt, one colour. Look at your shirt.
Yes.
So many colours.
This is number 1 of number 4 for the weekend.
Very nice. That is a very fancy shirt, I must say. Cut it up and make it into a quilt.
Yes, well, do you know what? When we first opened Sewing Quarter, all the people that worked there were asked to make a block for a Sewing Quarter thing. Okay. And I thought, wouldn't it be lovely if I made one out of my shirts? And I was going to do, I did like a log cabin. I did a kaleidoscope log cabin. And I thought, I'll just cut a strip from the back of each shirt like that. No one will ever know.
No.
Didn't work. And my block ended up costing me £3,200 because all the shirts had to go off to...
No.
They went to Angie Atwood, who then made charity quilts out of them. So I don't mind so much. But I thought, just a little
bit and it'll be fine.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Oh, John, that's heartbreaking.
Anyway.
What a sad story. Anyway, back to me.
Anyway, back to Liz.
So where we were is that we are going to... I'll just recap where we were. So we've got this little triangle here, the smaller triangle. Yep. We'll go on this side here. And what you want to do is just, and I'll use a pen to point this out, that should just go over the edge a tiny bit. So in other words, your seam will start there so that when it's folded over, I'll show you when it's sewn. But that's the only thing to know about making this quilt, honestly. That's about the most difficult step.
O6.
O6, thank you. I'll just... put that to the right a bit. I like to have that all the way over to the right. This is information we really don't need to...
Yep. And also it's dropped the stitch to 1.8. Do you want it to be on a 1.8?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm just going to sew that. Oh, and it cuts it. I do like it when it cuts it. But it doesn't lift the foot. OK, so you can see that the reason for having that little bit sticking out at the end there, if you're new to quilting, is that when you fold this over... in theory, as close as possible, that is all going to line up there.
Right.
So that's step 1. So we just need to press that over.
But that one, I forgot I have to do pressing. Can I just ask, though, here?
Yes.
Is it meant to do that?
It's meant to stick up, because if you look at the stars, and this will make sense to you when you look at the stars on the quilt behind me, you can see that they float in those squares.
Oh,
do you see what I mean? So the triangles, they don't go to the corner, so they're supposed to float a little bit.
OK, and how would you like this pressed, then?
Nicely, please.
Open to the side?
Oh, no, as I've kind of finger pressed it, so you just keep going.
OK, so the iron I'm using is the Aliso Original Mini Iron. It's on 4-way split pay. Is that good enough?
You've done a really good job. Well done. I'd give that a solid 8 out of 10.
Oh, only 8?
No, I'm just saying that to wind you up.
Yeah. Jo
But
Carter
I'd like
still doesn't let me do it.
Doesn't she?
No,
she's more particular. So we've got that there.
Yeah.
And then what we're going to do is trim off the little excess bit there. So just line your ruler up against the edge of the diamond. And then this you can just take off. You don't need a ruler to take that bit off. So there we go, so she says. Doesn't do a great job. So that's step 1. And then we're going to add the second triangle. And as I've said before, don't worry if that doesn't line up at the top here. It really doesn't matter. So you're going to fold that over. Again, you just want a little bit of that point of the triangle to point out at the end.
Lovely.
So that your seam will go down sort of in the valley there, and then it'll all join up nicely. So we're going to add that up and...
be careful with this quilt kit, because there's way too many people got it in their baskets now.
Oh. Forget. So, yep, back on it. So let's press it that way. Oh, here's a little top tip for you, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
That did line up. That one there did line up, but they don't all. It'll be different on each one, so don't stress about that, because we trim it at the end. So, and as you're making this, here's my top tip. When you make the ones on the left-hand side, so you've got the left ones and the right ones. When you make the ones on the left-hand side, press your seams away from the diamond And when you've got the ones on the right-hand side, press your seams towards the diamond, and then you'll find when you make your stars, those seams nest. So that's a little top tip.
Lovely.
Yeah. So we just take that point off, and then we need to do the same. And it depends really, John, how much patience you've got for watching me make these.
No, we want to make a whole one. We've got plenty of time.
Okay, well, let's make a whole one. That would be great. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to get a little bit of a sort of factory setting going.
Okay.
So in other words, I'll get a pile. So we want 4 of each. So I've made 1 of those. So I want 3 more of these, 2, 3, and then 4 of those. So that's what I do. I just stack up a whole pile of them and have the triangles sort of stacked up next to them so that you know what you're doing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so that you can kind of keep track, and you can do it all. You can switch off then, and you can carry on sewing without thinking about it, because I like to, at this point, I like to have a little bit of something going on in the background. Some music, a podcast, audio book.
You could have my audio book going on in the background. Did you order it?
What audio book?
I've got my John Scott... I don't know where the one's gone off the set here.
What?
John Scott Threads of Life. It's been out 3 years now. It was an Amazon bestseller 3 years ago.
Gosh, John, is it the story of your life?
No, it's a long story, but basically a publisher asked me to do a book.
Yeah.
And they wanted me to do dressmaking patterns, and I said, I don't want to do that.
No.
Because only now I'm old, I just do things I want to do.
Absolutely.
So I said to the publisher, what I'd like to do, because I used to do a page in Simply Sewing, which was like a problem page, I can't...
Oh, okay, like an agony aunt.
Yeah, but for sewing problems.
Yeah, of course, not for relationship problems. You're not a relationship counsellor.
No. So, mind you, I think I am with half of my friends, but anyway. So I said I'd like to a mixture of questions that people have asked me, a few recipes, like bits of my life.
Yeah.
And the publisher said, that won't sell. That won't sell.
How
and they said,
rude.
don't put bits of your life in. Nobody's going to be interested in that.
I don't think that would be the good bit.
So never say to me, don't do that. So I decided to self-publish. With the friend of my friend Ali, who used to work in publishing, she helped me a huge amount. So I wrote it. It was very sad, sitting in my upstairs room. It takes a long time to write a book.
I've heard, yeah.
So I wrote the book, and I then had 2,000 copies printed, thinking, I'll never sell 2,000. I sat them with them in my dining room, with them piled up against the wall. Anyway, on the first day, we sold 2,000 in like 2 minutes.
On day one? You're joking.
So,
that must have been so exciting.
Well, it was. So then I ordered more, and then we sold it on here and everything. So that was just a hardback. The trouble is, I did it like as a cottage industry. It was just me writing the envelopes.
Oh, my God.
And kind of
you wrote the envelopes by hand, 2,000 envelopes to post
on the first day, yeah. And then, of course, I sold 10,000 in the end.
Oh, my gosh. So you wrote 10,000 envelopes?
No, because we sold about 4,000 of them here, I think. So
okay. So that was not your job. That was somebody else's
But they
job.
were the hardback ones. And the ones from here... I'll do the ironing, John. Anyway, so then a friend of mine who's a publisher said, why don't you do it in paperback and do it in audio and do it in Kindle?
Oh,
so we went to her friend's recording studio.
Yeah.
And we recorded the whole book. Then I got people, some of the experts from here, like Mandy Shaw and Lisa Lamb and Wendy Orlando, all came into the studio. It was down in Brighton.
Yeah.
All came into the studio and read some of the questions out.
Oh, what a great
And then I read out all the other bits about my life story and everything.
Yeah.
So people are now saying, when's the second book coming out?
Yeah.
Forget the sewing. We don't want the sewing. We just want
the life story.
Just want the life bit.
So you now need to do another book. You need to do, actually, the whole thing is your life story.
Yes. But then, you see, then I did my subscription channel and I did my life story on there as well. So that'll be coming out on a USB stick soon.
You did
only 4.7 now. I'm a bit disappointed on Amazon. I'm 4.7 stars. But it was their bestseller. It was their bestseller for a week.
That's incredible that you had their bestseller.
I know.
So
I've done it wrong.
No, you've done it right. I'm just getting confused as to where I am. So those need doing as well. Please. Could you do those as well, please? Right, I'm going to trim these now, exactly the same.
Redo them or do them?
No, I haven't done them yet. You haven't done them yet. I'll just finger press them, that was all.
Okay.
And as we're busy talking, I've forgotten that we wanted to press some one way and some the other way.
Yeah, that's why I was...
It doesn't matter. It still works fine. It will go together fine. You just don't necessarily have the advantage of the nesting seams, but it doesn't make a huge amount of difference. It's just the nesting seams are kind of a bit of a bonus.
Yeah.
So we just trim all of these off, and then we're going to add the second triangle. And once we've got 8 of these, we can start putting the block together, which is kind of the fun bit, because then you see it all working and going somewhere. So I'm not even bothering to trim these with a ruler, honestly. I'm just trimming them freehand.
Anna Sewing Nut says, a rare chance for me to tune in, and what a treat to see one of my favourite quilters.
Oh, gosh, thank you. Does she mean you or me? Does she mean you or me?
No, you, not me.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. What a lovely thing to say. Isn't it nice when you get nice messages?
Yes, lovely.
It's really nice. That's a kind of unexpected bonus of working here. There's a little bit of a self-esteem boost when nice people send messages.
Yeah, no, totally.
It is. It's lovely. Right, so where have we got to?
Jimmy, they want you in the gallery, please.
So that is... Right, so you can stack them again, put them out like this so that you know what you're doing and where you're going. And then you can add the second triangle. So you'll add those on the side like that, just the same as we did last time.
Yeah.
You kind of want to keep a pile of smaller triangles and a pile of bigger triangles because you can get those confused. But
what would you like from Starbucks?
Oh, my gosh, decaf cappuccino.
Decaf cappuccino.
Would be
And
lovely.
something to check on Alistair, who'll be asleep under the sofa in the...
Can I have a chocolate twist as well?
Oh, blimey. Oh, I don't know if the management will go that far. Can she have a chocolate twist as well, please? Yeah.
Should I keep asking?
That's for the guests, not for me, because if it's for me, they won't buy it.
Oh, I'll have two and you can have one of them.
No, it won't work like that, don't worry.
Right, now we're going to add these triangles onto the side. So exactly the same as we did before, which is, you know the triangle's going to go like that. So flip it over, line it up down here so that your seam, your 1/4 inch seam, will kind of sit in that valley there so that when it's folded over, it'll line up with the edges.
Yeah.
And if you get it slightly out of whack and it's not perfectly placed and it's not perfectly lined up, don't worry, because it'll all be lost once you assemble the block. So you don't need to be overly perfectionist about... I don't think you need to be overly perfectionist about any quilting, because frankly, it's only patchwork. So don't stress too much about the details, I don't think.
Yeah. Oh, you'll be in the dressing room plastering his makeup on. Morning, John and Lynn, says Julie Vaughan. Thank you, morning.
Good morning.
I haven't seen you for a while, Julie Vaughan. You've been on another holiday.
So do you get messages on there? Are those Facebook messages?
These are Facebook Live messages.
Okay,
and then the ones that come on the bottom are ones that are sent via Jen via the website.
Oh, okay, okay.
There's one on the bottom now. Happy birthday, John. Wishing you a 60th. I wish, Karen. I wish.
Are we allowed to know, or do we just not talk about that?
What, I'm 65.
Is it 65?
Yeah.
Oh, John, how do you feel about that?
You're supposed to say, oh, you don't
You
look
don't,
it.
John.
You're too late now.
You don't look it.
I'm fine with it.
Are
actually.
you? You're fine with it?
I was saying earlier, I can't believe how quickly it's gone. You know, like so Dulcie,
really?
you mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
met her, obviously, we went to Wimbledon School of Art together.
Yeah.
So I met her in 1981.
Oh, my
And it's terrifying to think. I can remember that first morning, because you know what I said? I walked in and went, oh, I'm not talking to her. She's frightening.
Really?
My brain was like,
really?
oh, no,
that was your instant reaction?
My instant reaction was, she's too frightening for me. I'm really shy.
She ended up being a lifelong friend.
Yeah, well, yes, ridiculous. Do you know? And now we live two village away from each other. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So we shared a flat together at Wimbledon in the second year, and I've obviously known her all my life now.
Yeah.
But how frightening it is that I can remember that like it was like a couple of weeks ago.
Yesterday.
Yeah. And I want to say to all the youngsters, don't just. No, you can't have a chocolate twist. They haven't got any. Anyway, basically, I say to the youngsters here, don't just sit back and do nothing, because it goes, and I'm not being maudlin, I'm not being maudlin at all, but it does. I can't believe that, and I've had a very busy life, I can't believe how quickly it's gone. What am I doing with these then?
Just pressing them over would be great, thank you.
Okay.
No, same with me. I met Claire about 3 or 4 days into law school. I can't even remember what year it was, probably 1989, 1990.
Yeah.
And again, that could be last week. I mean, it's just, we have the same conversations now that we would have then, exactly the same. It's like the same person, the same friendship.
Yes. But it's funny, isn't it? So, like, Dulcie's away on her film in Budapest. I won't see her for a year. But when she's back, we'll just carry on.
Pick up straight, yes.
Yeah, and it'd be like you and Claire.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm working on her moving to my town now. Because
she's only just moved.
I know she has, but I think she'd be better off with me and my friends. So that's what I'm trying to persuade her to do. I want to have her local to me.
Oh, okay. And what area is that?
So Derbyshire.
Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, hang on, I've done that wrong. Nice.
So hopefully she will do. Press the cream over if you want. It kind of presses more easily. Do you know what I mean?
I've done it wrong.
No, either way is fine. Absolutely fine either way. I'm gonna while John's doing that, I'm just gonna.
Am I
trim
going
off.
too slowly? Is that what you're saying? No, but I think she'd suit life in Derbyshire.
She would. I mean, she's got the dogs. She likes the countryside. you know.
Yeah.
And you know, she'd have me, and that's really important.
But then she's got to work, hasn't she, to keep up her...
She has. I mean, she does have...
very expensive lifestyle.
She does. She's certainly more of a champagne girl than a Prosecco girl.
Yes.
I will put it that way.
Yeah.
Whereas I am more of a Prosecco girl, I have to say.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I
She's
am.
also, when you look at... I don't know what the inside of your house is like.
Not like Claire's.
Like,
No.
nothing is cheap in her
No,
house,
no,
is
no,
it?
no. Mine is not like that at all. Like, if a burglar came to my house, they'd be sorely disappointed. She said to me, she said, you really want to get some artwork up? And I said, artwork? I don't even have artwork. Artwork is like, you know, that's posh people stuff.
But it's even like, just like the little...
yes,
trinkets.
No, I know, absolutely. No, she's... Yeah, she's in a different league from me.
She could have been a designer if she hadn't gone down
law. She totally could.
She could have been a designer.
She totally could if her mum hadn't wanted her to be a lawyer, which was basically the story.
Yes, Di, we do the pattern on its own. Hang on. Morning, Lynn. What a lovely quilt. Do you do the instruction on the own? Can you say a massive thank you to my mum, Jane, for looking after my daughter, Elsie, 7 months yesterday, while I had a gallbladder removed. Oh, my word, Di. Here's the pattern on its own. You can get it physical, which is this one. Sorry, Lynn.
That's okay.
And there's... So that's the digital now. The physical was up a minute ago, and that's the digital one. She's very fast, is our Jen. She's getting excited about getting a hot chocolate or whatever she's having. Oh, you see, caramel macchiato. You see, these youngsters, when you go, oh, I'll treat you to a thing, they go, oh, I'll have a thingy with a thingy and this syrup and that and chocolate. And they kind
What do you have? Do you have...
I have a soy vanilla latte, but...
Oh, you see, even that sounds a bit fancy, doesn't it? It's not just like a coffee.
No,
You're still gone a little bit fancy.
Yes, but they go, and then you go, how much was this? Oh, £11. And you're like, oh, okay then. Right, okay, so that was the pattern, Di. Hope you got that. Fiona says, morning, John and Lynn. Have a fabulous birthday. I'm 67. Can't believe it. Don't feel older than my mid-30s. Loving the quilt pattern. Oh, Fiona.
She doesn't look it, does she, Fiona? She looks like she's in her mid-30s.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Just like you. Right. We're going to put the star together.
Are we?
So, well, this is the bit where it actually gets fun because you kind of see things happening.
Yes.
So you put a pile, like before, I just tend to have a great big pile of all of these bits and put them together randomly. When I say randomly, ideally don't have two of the same next to each other because your eye will be drawn to that. So random, but kind of keeping it different. And yeah, so John has actually pressed that one for me so that you've got one going one way, one the other. Thank you, John. Which means you can see that's how those will nest. And that makes it a little bit easier to line these up. But if not, you can line it up by eye.
Exactly.
And
I need to tell you, there's twice as many people got it in their baskets that we've got stock of now. So you do need to check out.
Oh, my gosh, they do need to check out. So then we're just going to... and I will chain piece these. Do you know what chain piecing is?
Yes, but you can explain. We have new customers every day.
Chain piecing, what you'll find is if you just sew one seam on your machine, sometimes your machine snarls up the beginning or the end. But if you chain piece, you do the first piece and then you thread the second one in, then you thread the third one in and keep on feeding pieces in. So you end up with a great long chain held together by little threads. And then your sewing machine won't snarl things up. And you'll actually find that you start going a lot more quickly because you're just feeding them in and not stopping and starting all the time. So I'm going to chain piece these.
Also, one of the other designers, I can't remember which one it was, said, oh, and you save thread. And I laughed. I just giggled at it, thinking, oh, how ridiculous.
Yeah.
But actually, if you think...
You probably do.
Like now, you're going to do 2 stitches and then you go on to this one.
Yeah.
If you took that out, you'd pull it out.
Yeah,
and
cut
you'd have...
You're right, you would save thread. And I've never thought of that, honestly. I've never thought of that point. So you just...
Because also, if you're making things to sell...
Yeah.
I'm not talking about profit margin, but if you know, like,
no, you want to minimise it. Nothing is cheap. You want to minimise overuse of everything.
Exactly.
So so you just feed the next one in, and I've got a 1/4 inch seam here. This is one actually. At this stage of making this block, you don't even need to worry too much about having a completely perfect 1/4 inch seam because you do trim this block to size.
Yeah.
So this block is going to end up at 8.5 inches, even if your seam allowance isn't that perfect. So this is another very forgiving block to make because any block that you trim at the end, and you're not going to lose any points because the points sit well within the edge of the block.
Yes.
So that's not going to be a problem. So these are actually quite nice and easy to make. And then the ones on the side of the quilt, because you can see that on the side of the quilt we've got half stars, and in the corner we've got 1/4 stars. And there's a template in the pattern for trimming those, because you do trim those as well, but they're not 8.5 inch squares because they're sort of half stars
they
and quarter
different to
stars.
these, or they're,
You make them in exactly the same way. So you'd make full stars, then you'd make, like here you'd just sew 4 of these together, and there you're just sewing 2 of them together.
Okay,
so you're doing
yeah.
exactly
so you
the
don't
same
make,
thing.
Because you don't make one and cut it in half. You just make a
Exactly.
half one.
You just make half ones, and then you trim those separately so that they're the right size for when the whole thing goes together at the end.
Now, somebody's messaging saying they've got design rolls and jelly rolls. Would this quilt kit work for those?
So you could certainly use jelly rolls, so 2.5-inch strips. You could use those to make the stars for sure, but you can't use those to make the background because the background is with 3-inch and 3.5-inch cuts.
Oh, right, okay.
So you could make the stars, but you would have to use other fabrics. So what you could do is you could make all the stars dark on a background, and on a light background, and then use, so all of your stars on a light background. So then you use the jelly roll strips for the stars, and then you can also use the jelly roll strips for these, because these are 2.5-inch cuts.
Oh, okay. But
so it's perfect
still
for
need
those.
a background,
But you'd need
fabric.
background, exactly, exactly. So you'd
Good
need.
question, though, whoever that was.
Yeah, it's always good to know if you can use pre-cuts.
Yes.
Because everybody has a cupboard full of pre-cuts. So with these, I'm just going to tell you one thing. What you're going to do is when you press these, you're going to press them all in the same direction. So what I do is lay them all on the ironing board in the same way. So then I'll press them so that, for example, that will go over like that. And then every single one is pressed in the same way. And that way, when the block goes together, they're all going to nest.
Like this?
Exactly. And then just and flip them over. Thank you, John.
I'll move it into shot. So all of them, every single one of them is the same way?
Every single one is the same way, and then they can all. Then when you put them together, they will all nest with each other, so it all goes together easily.
Hit my finger.
So John is doing a beautiful job of pressing these. And once these are pressed, we can start to put the star together, which honestly is the fun bit, because then you start to see your blocks coming together. And then we just trim these off, trim off a little corner there, but you don't need to trim here on the outside because that will actually be trimmed off in the final trimming process. When we make these stars, put the 4 pieces together and trim the whole thing to 8.5-inch squares. So all of these little corners that you might think about trimming, you don't need to. So you only need to trim these pieces in the centre. So let's say we start with putting these 2 together, put them right sides together, and then you'll get this centre seam here, this point in the centre here will nest because John's pressed them all in the same direction. So that's quite easy to go together. And I tend to start sewing in the centre there because that's the part of the block that matters the most. The outside of the block, which is the bit you're going to be trimming, that doesn't matter so much because if that doesn't line up, and it's not going to, because these triangles just don't want to line up, you'll find that they're all over the place when you make these stars. And it couldn't matter less because you trim them at the end. So I'll just trim off that little corner piece there, trim off that little corner piece there, and then we can sew these 2 together. And so I keep a vague eye. For example, with those 2, if I'd have sewn them like that, then I would get 2 of the same print. It's not the end of the world if you have 2 of the same print, but I kind of think, well, I'll sew them like that, and then the prints will mix up a little bit more, and then you get a better balance.
And if you're making them all at the same time, if one of the 4, it doesn't mean...
You just swap them around.
Yes,
exactly. I just have them laid out all over the table.
There's 30 people got this kit in their baskets, and there are only 11 not checked out.
So once that seam is sewn, so again, I'm chain piecing those, and you can do all of the stars in one go. So just chain piecing, chain piecing, chain piecing, and that's when you can be listening to John's book on your in your headphones.
Yes.
And same thing again, put them in the same direction and press them in the same direction, and that means that when we get them together at the final stage, they will nest, which makes it easier to get all the points of the star lining up together. And if you're lucky, you might even get all the points coming together perfectly. And if you don't get all the points coming together perfectly, don't stress about it, because once the quilt is made and in use, nobody ever looks at that kind of thing. You'll be noticing it because you've made the quilt. But once you're using it, you won't notice it. You'll never even look at the points. So I think, what's the phrase? Finished is better than perfect.
Oh, I thought...
You went down a completely different angle.
I was miles away.
I
was busy pressing. I was in pressing mode.
You were on holiday in Spain.
No, not yet. Not yet. I've got a long way to go before then. What's it? Better what?
Better finish than perfect. So what a lot of people making quilts will constantly unpick when it's not perfect, and then you never get a quilt made. And you know, I'm not going to point out all the mistakes in this quilt, but there'll be plenty of plenty of places where my points don't match. Nobody ever notices that. You never notice that in a finished quilt. No, you know, you're using it. It's on the sofa. It's on a bed. So I just think, you know, don't over-stress about those
love
things.
your designs, Lynn. Which would be your most beginner-friendly pattern, says Hilary?
From today?
Well, I presume so.
If you're talking about today, then I would say they're both similar level of difficulty. I think they're both straightforward. The other one is quicker. So if you want a quick and easy make, if you just want to get a quilt made, make the one at 11. This one is a bigger quilt, a bit more intricate, a bit more interesting. So I think they're both similar in terms of difficulty. They're both straightforward quilts.
OK, and now what about in the Lynn Goldsworthy library? What's your simplest one that you've ever made?
Oh, my.
I mean, that's impossible because you'll have made about 4,000.
I mean, I've made 4,000, but I'm thinking about the ones I've done for Sewing Street. Which would I say? There's one that's coming on our Facebook Live at 2.
OK, that's the extra stitch at 2.
Joseph's Coat, which is basically what I call cutting and sticking. So the whole thing was raw edge appliqued. You just cut the shapes out, you fuse them on with an iron, and then you go around the edge with a blanket stitch, if you've got a blanket stitch on your machine. So that is ridiculous. That's like primary school level, as in it's cutting and sticking.
Mm. But so that's at 2 o'clock on Facebook Live later.
And then there's a whole range of...
But this is just straight lines. You're just sewing straight lines.
Straight lines. Once you've done the couple of steps I've done here, that's the difficult bit, just getting your head around that. And then you just keep doing the same thing for the whole weekend. So both similar level, but the other one's a quicker make, I would say.
The other one involves applique. The other one doesn't.
It involves raw edge applique, which I call cutting and sticking, because there's no needle turn, there's no hand sewing. It's all done by fusing a shape with the iron and then edging it with your machine.
Right, I've got to tell you now, there are 35 in baskets and only 9 left. So you do need to check out if you want this. Oh, not more pressing.
So, no, not yet, because I haven't...
Gobby Linda's watching. Oh, not yet.
I'm just going to say one more thing, which is when you sew this block together, if you're absolutely certain you want your centre to meet, start your first seam in the centre, go along to the outside. So I start it here, and then I go along to the outside. Then I flip it and restart here and going along to the outside. And that way you make absolutely certain that your fabric hasn't shifted. You can pin if you want, but I prefer to start in the centre and then go out, and then you know your centre's going to meet. And that just makes it look a little bit nicer. But don't overstress about that. But now it will need pressing. And you can...
Right, now do you press this one open onto the
side? No, I don't. I just go, like I press it with my fingers. Oh, and what you'll find, and I'm going to tell you this now because this happens all the time. Do you see how that doesn't want to lie flat? Mm. That's because any time you make anything like a Lone Star or like a Dresden plate, sometimes they'll lie perfectly flat and sometimes they just don't want to. So don't stress if you're making this and they're not lying perfectly flat. Basically, I'm going to do this because I'm just going to show what I'll do. Is you basically press the living daylights out of it, and if you've got steam...
Have you got enough room? Oh.
I'm kind of a little bit tight, but that's okay. If you've got steam, so you press it down with your fingers like that, so you want to get this centre really pressed out. If you've got steam, use some steam now as well, because this'll push this block into submission, and you basically just want to press it until it's as flat as you can get it. And it will bulge in the middle. Don't worry about that, because when you quilt it, that's all going to go away. If you look at my finished quilt, there were plenty of stars that had this little bulge in the middle. Because to get a perfectly flat block, every single bit of your cutting and sewing has got to be perfect, and you've got this sort of selection of seams going around. So the odds are you're not going to. So what I'm saying is don't stress, because...
Steam in there if you want to.
I didn't know there was steam in there. Can I go again with steam?
Yeah, just press there and there.
Oh, so I press there and there at the same time and I get steam?
You'll get steam all over if you press both buttons.
Oh, yeah, I want steam all over. I want this to be, like, blasted and... oh, I see. So I see. So each time I press... I need one of these. That's amazing.
Oh, they're brilliant. There you go, $89.99, 4-way split pay.
I love one of these. I think what I'll do is when it goes quiet later, I'll just pop it in my handbag.
Okay, then. I think we
and
might
then if you leave it on... you might notice. And then if you leave those sort of lying flat somewhere, even put a book on them if you want or something like that. They'll all flatten out, but quilting will flatten them out anyway, so don't worry if you get pointy
so
blocks.
We do several stars with the green in the middle,
yes.
And then we do exactly the same with green around the outside.
Exactly. Yes.
And the cream in the middle, or the ivory in the middle.
Yes, exactly. So
and then,
that's...
Yep.
And then, do you want me to show you a little bit about making
this?
Yes, okay,
please,
so
we've got time. It's only 47.
Great.
As long as I've got time to recap at the end.
Fantastic. So what you do... Oh, I really did use a lot of steam, didn't I? I've even given the little bulge on the
Yeah, don't
cutting
press
mat.
on top of your cutting mat.
But it will go flat again,
Yeah.
so don't, but it's not the end of the world. So what you do to make this sashing, which is a sashing made up of 2.5-inch squares, is you're going to have lots of strips of, let me put these the right way up. So these are cut from your fat quarter, so it's a 2.5-inch wide strip, cut from a fat quarter. So you've got the pinks and you've got the yellows, and then you've got the background fabrics as well, and you're going to sew them into, let me just show you in the pattern, because I've got a drawing in the pattern of how you do it. You're going to sew them into strip sets. So in other words, you'll sew a set where you've got background pink, background yellow, background pink, background yellow, and I'll sew a smaller set of that just to show you. And then you cut those into 2.5-inch wide strips so that you'll get long strips of these.
Oh.
And what you do then, and I'll show you, but you'll sew them all together, and then you will pull them apart at the seams to make all these various strips. So that's why you have this diagram here, so you can see exactly what you need at each point to put this together. And if you go a bit wrong, nobody will ever notice, because if you're looking at the one behind me, I did go wrong in where I put these at one point, and I don't think anyone spotted it yet.
No.
So if you go wrong, don't worry.
Can I ask what that template is there then?
So this is the one, when you make the stars on the sides and on the corner,
Oh,
you need
okay.
to trim them down in the same way that you trim this down. Actually, we could trim that down as well.
Mhm.
You need to trim them down, but you use a template to trim those down.
Right.
So you've got the big template for doing the sides, and then it cuts into a smaller template for doing the
That's
corners.
all explained in there, isn't it?
That's all explained in there. So you take,
Brilliant.
yeah, so that's what that does. And I'm
Yeah.
just going to trim this, actually. I know
Yeah.
we were getting on to making the strip sets, but I did forget to trim it. So let's do that now. So the way you trim this, very easy. You want to trim it to 8.5 inches square, but don't worry about trying to get it square or anything. You think half of 8.5 is 4.25. So you're going to go 4.25 on your ruler, and you're going to line that 1/4-inch line up with that centre seam, and then trim off. And you'll see that it's almost the perfect size anyway, but sometimes you'll have more to trim off and sometimes less. It's
Yeah.
just the way it goes. So line it up again and trim that side off. And keep going all the way around. And if you have a little bit, you can see here, I've got a bit that's slightly small. And here's my top tip of what I do with this, is I've just got a pencil, and I'm going to show you what I do. So just here, you can see that that little bit there, it's not dangerously small, but it's slightly smaller. So just to remind myself that I need to sew a slightly smaller seam now, I just get a pencil and I'll mark 4 inches, which is where the seam line will be. And then when I come to sew that, I'll just see that that's gone in a bit, and I can
Right.
just... So it almost sort of compensates for when you haven't got it all quite 100%. So same again on the final cut. And there we go. That's the block trimmed to size.
Lovely.
Oh, sorry, I'll leave that on,
Yeah.
on the middle of the table. And then we will go on to the sashing strips. So what we'll do is we'll sew these into sets of...
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'm going to recap everything.
Sure.
So on, because we've only got a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, sure.
You're just literally stitching those together.
You're just stitching those together into background pink, background yellow, background pink, background yellow.
Lovely. Right, okay, so while you're doing that,
Yep.
I'm going to say pattern on its own, physical, is this one here, $9.99. We have pattern digital, which you'll have in literally minutes because it's an instant purchase. Lovely. I'll come to the kits in a second, right? So we had the wool cut pressing mat. There you go, $24.99. We had the original OG Aliso mini iron, which is on 4-way split pay. Yeah, it's really good. That only came in for the law. Oh, it should drop down. Oh, hang on, quick message about the split pairs. Oh, there it is. What's the message? And then we had the ruler. We had the ruler, the 12 by 6, 12.5 by 6.5 ruler. $23.99, creative grids with the non-stick slips on the bottom. Then we had the rotary cutter, the Crafter's Dream rotary cutter. $9.99. Ergonomic. $9.99. Then we had the Fat Quarter bundle of the Fat Quarters for from the Quilt Kit. There it is. How many of those in baskets? Okay, there's 4 left once you've checked out on that one. 4 of those left. That's just the fat quarter bundles on its own. Then we had, I only showed you this very briefly earlier, if you wanted to buy pink or yellow for your binding, you don't have to. If you did just want a solid binding, buy the half metre. You only need half a metre.
Half a metre, yeah, half a metre.
For binding. There's your pink or your blush. We also have it in the lemon, or I'm sure it's lemon. Lemon. Lovely. I'm not going to show that one. And then the Quilt Kit bundle, which I think is such a brilliant value for money. So you get the instructions, you get the cream or the ivory for the background, all the fat quarters you need, $79.99. There are only 6 left, and 40 people got it in their basket, so you do need to check out. Right, very quickly then.
Very quickly, back to the strip set we were making. So I've made a simplified version of this, which is just...
Yeah, the one you're going to make will have like 8.
Yeah, exactly, would have 8, but there's probably it's not really worth it. And then what we're going to do, we then press that, and I like to press towards the coloured fabrics, but it doesn't matter if you don't, but I tend to press... In fact, look at this. The way it wants to go, and you can see that it wants to go in a certain direction, is it wants to go away from the coloured fabric. So I would do that. I would press towards the cream fabrics.
You want me to do that?
Would you mind?
Oh, yeah, I'm just worried about time, that's all.
Well, I can just show how you cut it once it's pressed. Okay,
we're going to run out of time.
No problem. Once it's pressed, you can fold it in half like this, and then you're going to cut 2.5-inch strips. Now, this is going to look a bit messy because we haven't pressed it, but it's absolutely fine.
Here.
Thank you. And you just get it lined up level on your cutting mat, and you just want to cut a load of 2.5-inch strips from this. So let me cut a couple just to show you. I managed to have I managed to have thrown the rotary cutter into a number of pieces. The blade is there. Will be.
Oh no, because
I'll put that together after.
No, Jenny Raymond did this and then cut herself with it.
Oh my gosh, no, that's terrible. So when you've got these strips, you're then going to sew these end to end to end to end. So you make this incredibly long strip.
Yeah.
And then you can when you're ready to piece the whole quilt together, you've got the sort of pattern here that shows you step by step what strips you need, where you basically open the seams, just rip them apart. So at the end, where it pinks at the end, or a long strip like that. And so you've got the step by step to put the whole quilt top together. So it's basically what you're doing is you're making the stars and trimming them, you're making the strips and pulling them apart, and then you sew the whole thing together. So in terms of difficulty, the hardest part is just that little bit at the beginning where you make those pieces, which actually is straightforward. It's not difficult.
Also, don't be panicked by this. A lot of people look at on-point quilts and go, oh, it's all on the bias, it's all on the bias. It's actually not, because they're your blocks going that way. And then
it's a square quilt, but putting it on point just means it adds interest to the quilt and makes the pattern more interesting. But you make it as a square quilt, basically.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. It's all done square. So
there are only 5 left. And how many in baskets? 40 people in baskets, but there are only 5 available, and we haven't got any more of the fabric.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, if you love the fabric, though, we have got 5-inch charm packs in the 11 o'clock hour, because the quilt in that one's using the 5-inch squares from this. And there's some of those fat quarters left at $39.95. Well, there's actually quite a few, but once you've all checked out, there's only 4 or 5 of those left. Right, well done, Lynn. Have a nice hour off. We'll see you back here in an hour.
Yes.
And don't you go anywhere, because we've got Alistair coming up next with, well, all sorts. I'll see you back here in 4 minutes.
The sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Someone's got biscuit crumbs all over the table. I need to tell you, the Lynn Goldsworthy quilt, there is one left. There's one left. That's it. Hello, Alistair.
Hello, John.
How are you?
I'm very well. As it's your birthday, you're just a day older than just being my much older sister.
It's not my birthday till Thursday.
Oh, is it?
No, because I have to do the birthday weekend, then I go on my holiday for my birthday, you see. So.
Oh. Where are you off to?
Oh, just to Spain. Just to my brother's house in Spain.
Oh.
I'm just going to lie on a beach, eat food and do nothing for a week. And wear my thong.
We'll have some padron peppers for me.
Some what?
Padron peppers.
What are they?
If you've never tried them at home, or if you can go to a tapas restaurant and ask for some padron peppers, they look like green chilies,
right?
But you can actually cook them at home. And what you do is you get a wok and you get really hot oil, and they're these baby ones, and you put them in, and you have to char the outsides.
Yeah.
But what you do is you get a knife and you just poke them, because otherwise they start to inflate.
Yeah.
Once they've got a nice patina on it,
yeah.
Then drain them from the oil and then literally just sprinkle sea salt on it. They are delicious. That and a nice glass of white Rioja.
I don't drink.
Alcohol-free white Rioja.
Yes, thank you. Right, come on, we've got loads to get through in this hour.
Yes.
What are we starting with then?
OK, we're going to sew. This show, we're going to start with all the Daisy products.
Right.
So it's been a very long time since we've been able to get this beautiful daisy trim in. But the first one is going to be our daisy shopper. So we're going to demonstrate, because in actual fact, I had a lady who emailed me, and she was wanting some advice how to put this in. Because when you're sewing this, you're sewing the handle in whilst you're on the machine.
Right.
So these are solid handles.
Yeah.
So you've got to sew in the round.
Right.
Now, a lot of people think, oh, this is going to be really difficult. It's actually really simple, but we will definitely show you how to do that.
OK, perfect.
So in this kit, you're getting, this front fabric. This is 100% Irish linen.
Oh, it feels gorgeous.
And it's really beautiful as well. So you're going to get enough here. This bag is designed to use 4 fat quarters, 2 for the lining, 2 for the
OK.
and the back. So it's really economical. You can decide to do crazy patchwork, make your own, anything you want. Now, this is a really simple idea. Now, if you've got a basic sewing machine, you think, and you've been watching the TV and you're thinking, oh, well, I don't quite have, maybe it's the money to buy the big Disney embroidery one or all that. You don't need all the, you don't have to have that to create something. All I've used here on the shopper is the very basic. Now, most machines have a zigzag, or what we call a satin stitch, or even a buttonhole stitch. And all you do is you just use some green thread just to create these stalks, and that's as simple as it has been. I haven't used anything, complicated. Just to create these stems. And what you want to do is you want to go in a sort of like a random-esque pattern. And then what I've done with these is I've just simply cut each daisy off, and then I've been lazy and I've actually glue gunned these on.
What?
Oh, I love a glue gun.
I worked with a lady once when we were doing Midsummer Night's Dream, and we were doing Oberon's cloak, and it was beautiful, the design was gorgeous, and I went in and she was just glue gunning them all on, and she was like, hey, pet, clag it on. That was a clag it on. I was like, I'd just come out of Wimbledon, where everything is beautifully hand-finished and everything. So just clag it on with a glue gun. Anyway, carry on.
Well, this what I sometimes do is I use a glue gun rather than pins. I use a glue gun, just a tiny, teeny weeny little spot, just to pop it on, just to keep it in place. But to be honest, the glues now. You can put them in the washing machine and all sorts. Or you can use a fabric glue if you want. The only difference, a glue gun is instant. Whereas if you're using fabric glue, you will need to leave it overnight to completely adhere. So you won't be able to quickly whip this up and then go out shopping.
No, exactly.
You have to wait.
Will you be daisy-less when you get home?
Yeah, and the great thing about you get both sets of daisies. You get the extra large one here, and you get this beautiful large design. Yeah. And what you can do is you can cut another one of those off, and you can just pop that in the centre there. And what you do is you can actually layer it up. You can create texture. You can put a bit of spray starch in this. And what you can do is you can then poke it into maybe an egg cup to make it go like that. So again, you don't need to have anything that's overly. Or if you've got kids that like the Kinder eggs, you just use, if you don't have an egg cup, just use half of that cup. Yeah. Or even your pill bottle. You could use the cap of that and then pop it in there. So that's things that we all have at home.
I'm just trying to think. My pills all come in like sealed thingies, you know, like sheets like that now. You pop them out. They don't come in a bottle.
OK, well, if you've got a melon baller...
Yes, that's what I've got. Yeah, I've got that.
I thought you would have had one of those. And literally, you can pop that in the melon baller there and just create that shape. And you can create lots of different things. You could put little Swarovskis in there, all sorts.
Yeah, all sorts of things. Right, let me tell you, Margaret this morning, happy birthday. I'm all set to record as I've got a cancellation on for surgery. Oh, Margaret, you take care, my love. Michael, this is Rona. Lovely day at Norwich, sat in the sun with a coffee, trying to stop Michael buying more shirts. He buys the shirts from this place here. And Liz says, good morning, everyone, have a great day. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so in this kit, it doesn't seem enough money. $19.99, you get your gorgeous Irish linen.
You get your Irish linen, you get this is a polycotton stripe, you get in there to make your lining. You get a set of bag handles. Now, these bag handles alone... Yeah. These are, I think these are $8.99, I think, from memory. I think. Wow. Just for those.
We haven't got them separately today, though. Yeah. You also get this.
And you get this. Now, have a look at how much this trim is. Yeah. Because we have the trim on the show. Right. We have both ones. We have the large and extras. Now, this isn't just any trim that you can just go and pick up. This is a really high quality embroidered trim. And the great thing is even if you're a card maker or you're a card and soft craft maker, you can use these and cut these and use these as elements on a card if you wanted to.
Hang on, I'm just going to switch them down for a little while. There's going to be a kerfuffle going on in the gallery. And you get the pattern as well. Yep. Which all is of that for £19.99.
Yep, for the full kit. Bear in mind, you've got the pattern there. Now, the pattern actually tells you how to do the stripy one as well. So if you just wanted to do like a strip, you call them strip quilts. Yeah. But just essentially creating your own fabric, and you could do all sorts with this one. And this is a bag you'll make again and again.
And you just need 4 fat quarters.
4 fat quarters.
The equivalent of.
The equivalent of.
Or 2 half meters.
Yeah, and jobs are good. But to be honest, you could literally. I mean, you're getting, so you will get 2 fat quarters. Yeah. This is just slightly bigger than a fat quarter.
Yeah, because it's extra. Every time you do a fat quarter, depending on the width of the fabric, because your fat quarter is like a metre cut in half, isn't it? So it is slightly bigger, yeah.
Yeah, so some of them, for instance, if it's 150 centimetres wide, it's 72 by 50. But most fat quarters are 50 by 56.
Lovely. Loads in baskets, loads in baskets.
Really, really fun and really nice. And again, the pattern is reusable. So once you've got the pattern, you can make this in order. The inspiration behind this, when I designed this many, many, many years ago, my gran actually had this as her knitting bag.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, and it was this shape. It's this sort of like beautiful pear shape. Yeah. And I always remember, and I heard that.
Yes, my nan did as well, yeah, exactly.
All you heard was that clink, and inside would be the knitting project that she was doing.
And my nan's fags would be in there as well. Yeah. Or they'd be in the pocket of a house coat.
Well, my gran, she used to have the liqueur chocolates that are in the shape of the little bottles that were wrapped up in the foil. You would find some of those in there.
£19.99. Remember, it's linen, proper Irish linen. Yeah. Plus your polycotton lining, plus all your handles, plus your instructions, plus your flowers. All you need is some green thread, really.
Yeah.
So make sure you check out those, and we are going to show you how to do the handle a little bit later on.
Yeah, because I've already prepped the demo, so
Yeah.
we're all good to go.
Well, actually, do you want to do it now?
We can do that now.
Do you want
if
to do
you
it
want.
now?
Yep.
And I'll sort my desk out.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Wait. Go on then, do it. You're on.
All right. Right, so to start off with, so this is what your pattern looks like. So you'll see, now I need to remember to get it right the right way. So this is the right way. So this is how you'll see it at home. So it comes in 2 pieces. You've got these little tabs here on the pattern that says tape. So it's self-explanatory. You cut this top part off and you attach it to this bottom. Now this is the half pattern. So it says cut on fold, which means that the bag, you're cutting it on the fold of the fabric, so this is a half pattern. So anyone that maybe doesn't dressmake and you're maybe a card crafter, so this is what we do, and it's the same. It's a mirror either side. So that's your half pattern. So once you've cut that out, now what we also give you in this pattern is we also give you the guidelines, which are on the top of the pattern here. So you've got this one, which is called the fold line. Now you can see here that this has just come in away from the centre, and what that means is I'm going to flip the fabric side over. That'll be easier to show you rather than on the paper. So I've used a pencil. Now there's a bit of debate as to whether or not you can actually permanently pencil is lead, so it's not a permanent marker. It will come off in the wash, and for the purposes of what we're doing, it shows up on TV so you can see what I'm doing. So we fold over and we want to meet the sewn line, the pressed edge, with this line here. Now you'll see at this very tip here, right at the corner, it slightly comes in. And what this means is if we kept it the same width, it would literally hit the very, very end. And you might get a bit of a bobbly bit there. But what you want is you actually want this side to come in. So when you're actually seeing it outside, you're not getting that overlap hanging over.
Yeah.
So I need to borrow one of the handles, please.
Oh, do you? There you go.
Oh. So I've got my handle. Now, the best way of attacking this is just to take your time. It is a little bit fiddly, I'm not going to lie. But what I'm going to do is essentially, I'm going to pop my handle and I'm going to pop it straight in there. Okay, now I've got my stitch. This is going to be my stitch line that I'm going to follow in the pencil that you can see there. And I'm going to take the pressed edge and I'm going to start it off. And you can put a little pin in there if you want to. That's not so little of a pin, but we've got a pin in there anyway. And I'm just thinking, do I need to... Right, I'm going to switch it round because I'm right-handed and I'm going to actually start there. Now, a way of getting around having all that bulk in the machine is just to roll your fabric up, and we'll just stick a little pin in there just to keep that at bay. And then I'm going to insert this here, and it feels a bit weird because you're putting it in. So I'm going to put my first piece there along that line, and then I'm just going to add a pin in. So now we're going to take it over to the sewing machine. Just move my glasses. And then I'm going to all I'm doing is I'm bringing over this side here, and I'm going to match it with my pencil line. And I'm going to stitch it so that it's around about 5 millimetres to 4 millimetres away from the sewn edge.
Kirsty sat in Kettering Hospital waiting for hubby having chemo for the next couple of hours. You and I are keeping her company in the coffee shop. Oh, Kirsty, send him our love, won't you? And Rachel, yes, it is National Sewing Machine Day today. We haven't got any sewing machines on the show today, though. But we have got good deals going over the weekend.
So when you're out, so I'm essentially trapping the handle inside, but all I'm doing all the time is I'm keeping both this edge and on my stitch line very, very flat.
Is there another? Oh, there you go, perfect, that's it.
There we go. So I'm keeping it very flat. Now what I'm doing here, when it starts to bulk and it starts to ruche, I'm allowing all the ruching to start to come over the handle here.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's really, really...
So where you're sewing is always flat, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just make sure you're always sewing on the flat.
Yeah, so you're always doing that. And just be mindful, take your time just to keep all excess fabric just away, but you won't go wrong by using this technique. And as long as your flat edge and the pencil line is marking up, and it gets a little bit more awkward as you're getting on, but we're keeping this nice and flat, and all we're doing is we're just taking our time. Now, we're coming to the edge of the end of the handle, and then we're just going to get this here. Right. And then we just use the doobry what's it there, and we come out. Now, I'm just going to release this. Now, I've only made half. Obviously, you'd have two sections either side. And then when I pull that there, that's the handle completely attached. And that didn't take me 5 minutes, really. Yeah. So it's really, really easy. And once you've got the pattern, you can do that. Now, what you can do is you can use a funky lining. You can, if you're clever, and when you sew the bottom up, you can then turn it through and you can make it reversible. So you can actually use it. So the reversible one will have this showing, whereas the non-reversible side will all be just nice and flush. But you can make it reversible if you want. So that is the quick demonstration of how to actually attach the bag handle. And this is such a really cute, lovely bag. You can actually make it out of evening fabrics if you wanted to, and really elevate it. So it's a really versatile little bag, really nice.
Gorgeous. Now, was there no bingo last night?
Was there no bingo?
Well, Kim Suleiman's watching already, and it's only 10:19.
No, I know. It was darts last night.
So what?
But she was darts last night. She did ring me before went on, and she said, we've mucked up her schedule. I said, oh, how? She says, well, you're usually on a lot earlier. She says, but I've got a WI meeting. I think that WI meeting, that's code for something else.
Going to the pub, yeah.
Exactly.
Right, OK, you need to check out on these. Check out. You do get two handles on yours. £19.99. Right, let's move on to the next project then, which is...
So...
Draft excluder.
Draft excluder. So this is your draft excluder. Same principle, but this is really, really cool. Now, in the kit, we'll just go through what you get inside the kit. So, because it doesn't look that great on television, you do get, this is very shiny as well, this is buckwheat, so this is our natural filling.
Right.
That's in there. No.
Is that enough to fill in that, then?
No, so this is just to show you on camera. You get a whole kilo.
Oh, OK, I see what you mean, yeah.
Which is this size. So this is just to show you on TV that we put buckwheat in.
Yeah.
But this
Let's take that away for now.
But you get an... OK, that's a better idea. So you get the buckwheat that you need to fill this. You won't need all of that, because the trick is you don't want to overfill a draft excluder, because you want it to be malleable.
Yes.
You don't want it to be...
solid.
Really hard.
Well, no, because if you make it solid and then your door dips down a bit or something like that, it's not going to stop the draft, whereas that's going to tuck in and stop all the drafts.
Well, you see, that's why. Now, we do have the buckwheat by the kilo sold separately.
Yeah.
The reason that's a hero product is that you can see here, where I've just laid that, it has filled that void. The buckwheat, say, for instance, when a door goes like that, it's a 45-degree angle, most of the ones that are poly-filled... they won't mould.
No.
You can put this against the door and really mould it into any sort of shape. Also, because...
And does it stop the draft, then?
Yeah. And also, when the draft penetrates through this, it's dispersed.
Oh.
Because of the little...
oh, OK, because the buckwheat.
Because of the buckwheat. So it actually masks it far better than a poly wadding. With the poly wadding, it sits there and it will just come through. It looks pretty, and it does have an effect.
Yeah.
But the buckwheat is fantastic. And again, people make yoga cushions out of these. In actual fact, people actually make cushions to sleep with this, because the buckwheat... Because sometimes the hollow fill can be...
noise would wake me up.
Well, I can't say it, but it's hypo...
Allergenic.
That one.
Yeah.
So buckwheat actually helps with that because it doesn't it doesn't bring on any allergens.
Yeah. So what do I get in this kit
Right,
then?
so
I get the kilo of buckwheat you just
get the
put
kilo
away,
of buckwheat. You also get the Irish linen.
Right.
You get your daisy trim.
Both sizes again.
Both sizes again, so you can pick and choose as to which ones you put on. Again, if you wanted to, you can layer the bigger ones up. You get your pattern, and it tells you exactly what to do in there. And you also get your Irish linen. So that is what you get in that kit. But you do get a whole kilo of buckwheat.
$26.99. Yes, because I remember, I shouldn't really say this, I nicked one from Sewing Quarter, which was a stuffed thing, and I got it home, and because it was solid and my door was like that, the draft still kept coming through because the thing looked lovely, but it wasn't doing the job. So it was beautiful to look at, but it didn't do the job. Where's this going to do the job?
Yeah. So for instance, if I go like that.
Yeah, because you've got a round door, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
I've got a magic door.
Oh, okay, fine.
Like Mr. Ben.
Yeah.
So literally, you can see that is keeping its shape. With the hollow-filled one, it will bounce back.
Oh yeah, and it sat. My floors were dipping, so it sat like that, and the draft kept coming in underneath. Whereas this is going to sit right into the door and right onto the floor.
It's a fantastic filling, and it's a byproduct. It's eco-friendly. It's not man-manufactured. It's really, really good.
Okay, lovely. Moving on. Right. So then, what's next then, Jen? Doorstop next.
So we do have the doorstop kit. Now, I don't have the actual physical sample here with me because I'm limited to what I could carry on the trip, but we do have a photo of it. So it's a pyramid doorstop, so this will match your draft excluder. Again, you get the Irish linen, you get some black felt for the base. It's made up of 4 triangles, same principle. You also get some you get some weighting to add in there.
Okay.
So this will add some weight to your doorstop.
And what goes in the rest of it then?
We also give you the hollow fill because we were limited for space on the desk.
Oh, yeah.
You do get your hollow fill.
Oh, so you do get your stuffing.
You do get the stuffing.
So everything you need is in there, basically.
Everything you need is in there.
Apart from the green thread.
Apart from the green thread. If you wanted to, you could fill this with buckwheat. So, for instance, if you bought this and you wanted to make another one, you could buy a kilo of buckwheat and it will do the same job. The buckwheat's great because it gets into every nook and cranny in a project.
Yeah. Lovely. We'll do the buckwheat next, as we've just mentioned it. So let's do the big bag of buckwheat. Now, remember, we don't charge you any extra. So when this goes in a bundle, you know what I mean? It's a kit. Don't open it. Oh, no.
Just don't sneeze.
What is it?
So these are they take out the buckwheat hulls and the wheat part is like it's almost like a pulse.
Yeah.
It's edible.
Yeah,
so this
don't
comes
eat
from the
these.
future. No, don't eat these. These are literally they're quite actually strong. Try and squish it.
Oh yeah.
So it's not.
Oh yeah, it is. No, it is. Yeah.
But for something
weird, isn't it?
Yeah. So these have been dried. They've been air blown, so it takes the dust off them. So this is really, really great. This is a really great alternative to all your different types of fillings.
And I won't get weevils or anything like that living in there.
No, you won't get anything like that.
Well, no, because they say don't they use white rice or natural things that weevils can go in them, live in them. I won't get weevils in there.
Well, this isn't a source. This wouldn't be any source of food for them.
No.
But I would imagine wheat and rice would be. But
Yeah,
also
so.
wheat and rice, if you use those in any doorstops, if it captures any moisture, you are absolutely done for.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, of course. And with it being on the floor, you're going to, yeah.
You're going to. And it's just
so these are fine. These won't swell up with moisture.
No, these will be absolutely fine. And again, this is a fantastic... It's just a fantastic, fantastic product.
Can I put, can I put scent in them? Can I put aromatherapy oil in them?
You can do, but you need to use a carrier.
Oh, OK, ignore that. Oh, so, no, because in yours you have little white things.
Yeah, we have little white things.
That carries the smell.
Which
don't
carries
just
the
drip.
smell.
Don't just
no,
drip.
no. You do not. It's not. That's not. It's not as simple as.
Fine.
Just...
Ignore that then. I could put lavender in there though, couldn't I? If I wanted to?
Yeah. So for instance, if you're making lavender bags, that's a great idea. If you're making your lavender bags, lavender pouches for little mindings and things like that. But lavender is quite expensive if you're filling a whole project full.
No, exactly.
So if you actually did 2 cups lavender, 1 cup buckwheat, that will bulk it out. If it's a solid fabric, you're not going to see the buckwheat inside, but you're going to get all the benefits of it smelling of lavender.
Yeah.
So buckwheat is relatively, as they say, cheap as chips, and you get an awful lot in.
Loads are coming in for this. Yes, it is all right if it gets wet, isn't it? So you can't, but you can't. Don't wash it. Don't put it in the washing machine.
No, you don't put it in the washing machine. That would be a no-no. For instance, our cherry stones that we sell, you don't have to take the cherry stones out of a heat wrap or cool wrap. Or if you've weighted something in it, you can put the whole project with the cherry stones in the washing machine because it won't affect them at all. You do not want to put this in the washing machine.
No, but if it gets moist on your kitchen floor, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's not going to be like wheat. Wheat starts to regerminate and it starts to.
Oh yeah. And there's nothing in there to germinate.
No. And also, if you can imagine, if you've ever left a pan overnight once you've cooked rice, like it gets all
dirty.
No,
leaving your pans out overnight.
I didn't say pants. I said
pans. I said pans. Not. Well, we've got rice in your pants for. Anyway, let's move on.
That's a story for another day.
It is indeed. Well, Jen. Daisy trims, yeah. Extra large first.
No.
Right, so how do we sell that? How do you sell this?
So we sell this by the metre, so it's all bespokely cut. So if you put 2, 3, 4, 5 or 10 in your basket, you will get it as a continuous
one single piece, right?
Yep.
$6.99 for a metre, remember. Now, you've got to remember as well, it's pure lace, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. This is not just something that you would just go and pick up on, say, at a market or something like that, just to add a few. This is really superior. You can tell by the edges here of the actual daisies. Now, I'll show you how easy it is to actually cut these off.
What are you doing? Oh, not sure. Here you go. Oh, here you go. He's got one to cut.
So I've got ones here to cut, and these are really, really, really simple. So all you want to do is you want to get just some small scissors, and you just delicately snip.
Oh, hang on. You just have to put your foot. We didn't see that. Put your hands forward. Do another one.
So all you need to do is you just need to get your snips. You just need to delicately snip those off. Now, what you can do...
And it's not going to unravel, is it?
It's not going to unravel. What you can do is you can get a naked flame or a lighter or one of those candle ones. Now, when you switch it on, you want to offer it up, but do not touch the flame. That will melt and burn it.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. You just want to just heat seal the little ends if you wanted to. And again, you can put this, if they're a bit creased, all you need to do is you need to put a little bit of scrap calico over it, stick the iron on, 2 seconds, completely flat again. You can put this all over a broderie anglaise dress.
Or I did a wedding once, and the bride wanted it all down the veil, so we had to cut it all up. It wasn't daisies, but all different guipure lace, and then we stitched it all onto the veil and everything.
Yeah. Lovely.
$6.99 for a metre. $6.99 for a metre. Remember, it will come in 1 cut piece. So if you want a 10-metre piece to go around the hem of a dress or anything like that, not that it matters because you could just butt them up and stitch them anyway. But $6.99 for a metre of that. Then we've got the other size.
So that was the extra large we've got, and then this one is a tighter...
It's a different daisy,
It's a different daisy. So this one, the embroidery in the centre of the daisies is really, really beautiful and tight. It's really, really nice. And again, superior quality. This is not a cheap and cheerful trim. This is a really beautiful trim to work with. And again, really easy to snip the individual daisies off.
Yeah. How many daisies you get in a metre? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only we cut these.
No.
No.
This is
1,
a metre.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30 in that one there. What Ollie's saying is at a craft fair, snip those off, glue gun them to a hair clip, sell it for £1. You know what I mean? 30 quid.
Absolute banging idea. In fact, what you can do, for instance, one of the projects we've got coming up, you can see here how I've actually layered the daisies into this lovely pin cushion. So I've actually glued them one on top of another.
I'm thinking of bridesmaids' headdresses as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually take that whole thing off there, and actually that could be a beautiful fascinator.
Yeah.
Really versatile.
Put pins in your fascinator. Rightio, $5.99 for a metre. Right,
Yes.
so that's all of those. So let's move on to whatever that is there. Pin cushion.
Now, what I've just shown you here is really, really pretty. So this is our Daisy pin cushion kit.
Yeah.
Now, this is all set on a beautiful, lovely wooden bobbin. So this one is a 90mm bobbin, or 9 centimetres tall. So it's a lovely, lovely thing. In fact, I can see this when someone's made it, not actually being in the workroom. I can see that in someone's china cabinet.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a beautiful, lovely, lovely, lovely thing to have. It really is.
So what do you get in your kit and what's in the instructions?
So that's it made up. So what you get in your kit...
Oh, hang on, I've got a quick question.
Oh, yes.
Can you use the buckwheat as a pin cushion filling?
Yes, of course
Yeah,
you can.
yes, you can. Jill, yes, right. Okay, carry on, sorry.
Right, so in this kit, so there's only one size in this kit. We've got Liberty ones coming up, which has 3 sizes. So in this kit, you get one beautiful wooden bobbin. You also get your daisy trim, and again, you're getting more than enough daisies in here.
Oh, yeah. You've only used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on there. 6.
Yeah, some of them are double layered.
Yeah.
And then you get your pattern. Now, the pattern gives you all the different leaf shapes. You also get some Irish linen.
Yeah.
And you get enough felt to make all your little petals out of. You also do, because we were limited for space, you also get some polywadding in here.
Right.
Now, what the polywadding's for, it's for I call these flower donuts.
Oh, yes.
And then you also can fill, it's up to you, you can either have the leaves, make them flat, but what I've done is I've made them into like mini little pin cushions, because I've actually put a little bit of wadding in each one.
Yeah.
Okay, really, really nice.
Fabulous value, this $13.99.
Yeah, so you get all of that for $13.99. Bear in mind, the trim, the large one, I think we've got priced at $6.99.
Yeah,
so
$6.99, $5.99.
Comparable, and also we do have a pack of 2 of these if you wanted to make more, coming up in just a second.
Okay.
And you can see the price of those. So, just think smart. If you buy a kit, you can buy refills. But you'll have more than enough in a kit. You could, if you bought a pack of another 2 of these, you probably would have enough.
So basically, what you're saying is you've got enough fabric in here to make 2, maybe 3 pin cushions. You just need to buy some more of these, which we've got coming up later. So I think $13.99 is a brilliant little, brilliant price for a little project like that.
Yeah.
Did you glue gun it all together?
I did, but what I do, so my little trick is...
Yeah, don't laugh, because Jen's laughing.
My little trick is that when I'm doing this, I almost do it like a floral arrangement to start off with, and I use really large pins. And what I do is I create a shape, and then when I'm actually happy with how it's displayed on there, then it's all pinned together, then I carefully take it off, and I take a picture of it, just so that I could do it, and that gives me an idea as to where I'm going to put all the different ideas. Again, the actual daisies, they are stuck to hide a multitude of little bits of
of course,
sin.
yeah.
Just because when you make the donut, the actual underneath side, you can see the hole where the wadding's gone through.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But it's so pretty. But I can see this in somebody's china cabinet, and I think it's something. It's not a pin cushion to use necessarily.
No.
But I think somebody would really appreciate.
What's your angel policy?
You make it. You spent the time on it. You can sell it. You can sell as many as you want. All I ask is if some big store approached you and said, "Oh, could you make those for us?" That would be a no-no, because that's you entering into a commercial agreement.
Yes, exactly. But if you buy, how much are these for the 2? So they're $15.99 for 2. So for £29, you could make 3 of these. Do you know what I mean? You could sell them for almost that, couldn't you?
Oh gosh, definitely. You would get in the right place.
Yeah.
I think that's well. I would give you £30 for that.
Exactly.
Because I just think that I can just see it, and I'm it's a bit mesmerising, because you look at it from all different angles, and there's just something different to see.
Yeah, as I say, don't have to use the spin cushion. It just looks lovely as a piece of art, on the shelf or whatever.
really, really pretty.
Right, okay, so that's that one. That's $13.99. You get the pattern, the felt, the wadding, the linen, the bobbin, the flowers, and the flowers. All of that for $13.99. Yeah. Where do you want to go next, Jen?
Really.
Oh, over there. We have to go to the other table now, then. No, that's fine, that's fine. So, now... Oh, it's cold on this side, isn't it? We have got... well, like you can see... Oh, I don't want to lift this up. Right, so we've got maxi, midi, and mini. It's like Marks and Spencer pants.
Yeah.
High brief, full brief, thong. So we've got maxi, midi, and mini on those.
Yeah.
Again, we've got all of these wooden spools for sale on their own as well, but each of these are in a kit, aren't they?
Yeah, each of these are in a kit, and you can see here, now, each kit will come with an assortment of Liberty prints.
Right.
So you will get 3 pieces of Liberty to create your flower donut.
But they could be random, is what
They
you're
could
saying,
be
because the 3
random.
I've got here aren't the same as your 3 there.
Yeah, so you will get different ones. So, for instance, this is one of the flower donuts made up. So you can see, and it's a really simple process to actually make. And again, you might decide to put a little bit of elastic around here, and you can then make a little wrist pin cushion for yourself. It's entirely up to you. So let's start with the big kit. So you're getting enough Liberty print. Now, this is Liberty Tana Lawn. This is not the craft cotton, so this is the Tana Lawn. So you're getting 3 sections there. You're getting all your felt that you need, and you're getting this whopping daddy bobbin here, which is 125 mils.
Let me just move those out.
So if I get the one that I had from the last one.
Right, so in this kit, you get the big bobbin, which on its own sells for $13.99. Then you've got your instructions.
Yeah. So you get your instructions. Now that gives you, and I shouldn't really be telling you this.
Oh, no.
But inside each pattern...
You're not going to tell me it comes all 3 sizes?
Yeah. So inside the pattern, it gives you all 3 sizes.
So midi, mini, and maxi.
Yeah, so it's all on one. The pattern comes with all the different sizes you need and all of the different leaves that you will need to make them. So just buying one will give you the. So if you wanted to buy the large kit, and then when we show you the bobbin packs for the midi and mini, and you wanted to buy more because the packs come in size packs of 10 and 5.
Yeah.
10 and 5. You've got in one kit, whichever kit you've got the pattern for all 3.
So if you could today just buy the mini, and then you could buy all the different sizes later. Not that it makes any difference. So what you get is you get the big spool.
Yeah.
You get the pattern. Let me get it in the right place. Then you get the pattern. Then you get 3 different felts in different greens and 3 different Liberty Lawn fabrics. Now, obviously, that's the one you've got in yours anyway. But you've got Strawberry Thief, and then we've got a lovely little pink one there.
Yeah, so that's Wiltshire. That one's called Meadow, and then you've got Capel in pink there.
$19.99.
Oh, and you also get your polywadden as well, but that's not as... That adds a different dimension to the thing.
You do get that as well?
You do get that, but it shows you that in the picture on the website.
Yeah. Beautiful. $19.99. £19.99. Then we can go to midi, which is exactly the same. You get your 3 felts, you get your 3 fabrics, you get your instructions, but this time you get 2 of these.
You get 2 in this pack. Now, this is the little one.
Midi.
And this is so cute. Now, what you could do to just elevate this, before you actually stick your flower donut on and your leaves, you could put some little, I call it rat's tail, but you could put some rat's tail up there, and it's like a posh cord, a 3mm cord.
Right.
And you could make this into a pendant pin cushion.
Oh, you don't be stabbing pins near your boobies.
I've done worse.
Yes, I know. On a Saturday night in London town, London town. Right, so we've got pattern, we've got Liberty Lawn, don't put your head in shot. 3 felts plus your 2 bobbins. $11.99. $11.99.
And these are just such beautiful. I've got these in my studio, and I just keep looking at them when I come through the door.
Also, we showed you how much Liberty Lawn was on the Alice Caroline website. Now, no, you're not getting meters of it, but, you know, you're getting a fair bit to make these sort of thing, and we showed you how much it was to buy Liberty Lawn.
It's £29 in the Liberty store.
There you go, I knew it was. Yeah.
£29 a metre.
Yeah.
It's really expensive fabric. I mean, when I worked there...
Yeah, that was when there were horse and carriages on Regent Street, weren't there?
Oh, OK.
Right, that was your MIDI. That's your MIDI.
It was still lit by gas, that's all I can say. It was still lit by gas, that's all I can say.
Mini!
So we're going to the mini one.
Yeah.
There we go, pop that in there. Oh, and then this is...
look, $9.99.
So if you look, the difference. Yeah. They're so cute.
And I get 3 of these?
You get 3 in this pack. These are really...
hang on a second, though. Right, right, OK. I'm going to be a bit pedantic here now. To make that little Suffolk puff, or what do you call it, urchin?
Flower donut.
You're going to need that much fabric.
Yeah.
Right? So that's all you're going to use to make that, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So you've got all of this to play with, and all of this, and all of this. For $9.99. I don't think you get a collar out of that, Ollie. Ollie's going to make Liberty collars on his shirt.
Maybe it's for a little pocket mouse. He might get a little collar out.
It's too bright, this. This is all too bright for Ollie. We need, like, olive or something.
You do get... We always, in our kits, we always over-egg what we put in a kit. We never, ever give you... the most disappointing thing for me when I started crafting, when I would buy a kit to try something... is they just presume that you're never going to make a mistake and that they give you just enough.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it's a fabric that's really integral to what you're actually doing. We're over generous in our kits. For instance, the amount of people, for instance, when they bring kits on and it requires you to have toy stuffing in, as a rule, House of Alistair always gives the kit with the stuffing.
If we don't get it done this hour, we can do it in the next hour, Jen. Hi, on the largest bobbin, could you fit an embroidery scissor through the centre? No, I don't think so. Oh, actually, well, try. Oh, wrong again. Yeah. And put your pin cushions round the edge there, and then you put your thing in there. I mean, the thing is, they're your kits. You do what you want with them. You could colour in, you could draw on here and paint on here if you wanted to, couldn't you?
Yep, you could put some antique, you could put some antique lace around there.
Oh, if you've got one of those, is it a cricket machine or something like that? Scan and cut. Jimmy's nodding because he knows about things like this. You could put all sorts of very fine piping cord around it, different coloured piping cord around it, make it look like a bobbin and things like that.
You could do all sorts with this. And again, with these, with the bobbins, you can make them so that, for instance, you could make a hole where you can stick your snips in there if you wanted to. So you could put them in anywhere in there. Or you could put a little hanger that comes over here, and that could clip on your tape measure, all sorts of different
Do I have this pattern on its own?
No.
No, right, okay, let's move then. No, let's move over here then. Right, okay, so we've got bobbins now, so one big one.
Right, what we'll do, because these are quite self-explanatory, they're just different pack sizes. Yeah. Right, so the big one, 125 mils by itself. You can see with my hands there how big that actually is. It's a whopping bobbin. And that is $13.99 for a pack of 1.
Yeah, 2.
Then we have a pack of 2. And these are the 90mm ones. So you get a pack of 2 of these. These are $15.99 for a pack of 2. Oh, yeah, sorry. Then the next ones, these are 47mm. Now, this is a pack of 5. This is the same size bobbin that we've used in the MIDI kit. So you get a pack of 5 there. And those are priced at, for a pack of 5, £9.99.
Okay.
And then we have our 28mm ones. Now, these are all... God, that looks like an Egyptian sort of temple, doesn't it?
I can't see it yet. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Well, this way.
There we go. We'll just see if we can get any Sphinx in there. So literally, so you get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So you get a pack of 10 here. These are the mini one, sorry. and that will cost you £8.99 for a pack of 10. That's a whole 10.
Yeah. Then,
so this is our 15mm bobbins. Now, these are all the same design as the daddy bobbins. So these all have the top and the bottom. The last one we've got is a barrel-shaped one, which I'll show you the difference. So you're getting a pack of 20 of these. Now, what you can do with these, you can stack these up. If you're making a rag doll or a Humpty
Spoolie
Dumpty,
doll.
yeah. And this can make legs.
Mm-hmm.
So there's all sorts of things. So you're getting a pack of 20 here, and that will only cost you $7.99 for a whole pack of 20.
Okay, they're 15mm. What are they then? 10?
These are 13mm.
Oh, 13.
Now, again, these are barrel-shaped bobbins. So these are just ever so slightly different. And again, it's a pack of 20, and that will only cost you $7.99.
Perfect. Now, Jen, what do you want to do? Rush through the tape measures or recap everything we've done from this hour and do the tape measures in the last hour? Is that all right with you?
That's
Because I don't want the... Look, we've got these coming up. They're gorgeous, right?
Cute.
And I don't want to rush through them. I don't want to rush through them because we've got kits and we've got patterns on their own and everything like that. So we'll do those in the next hour, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, not
and then we'll just recap everything. This will be messy now, but we'll...
Because we've got a demo in.
Have you got a demo?
No, we got a demo in.
Oh, yeah, and we got it... Yeah, hardly. Right. So, start with the bag.
Yeah, the bag. Fantastic. So this is it made...
Oh, no, that's not
So that's it made... No,
No, that you've got your own.
So this is it made up. So that's what you're making. So that's the daisy shopper. I'll just pop that up the top and just show you what you get in here. So you get your Irish linen. You get your polycotton lining. Okay. You get a set of bag handles. I've used the other one for the demonstration.
Yeah.
You get a pair of those. So I'll pop that in the shopper. So we've done that, the polycotton lining, and we've done the Irish linen. That's in there. And you get your beautiful daisies. Bear in mind, remember how much these daisies are per metre, so you get that in the kit.
Yeah, and?
Oh, and you get the pattern, which is a reusable pattern. So you've got that for your little pattern arsenal.
Lovely, that's that one. All of that for $19.99. That's been very... How many of those in baskets? Right, there's 4 left. There's 4 left once you've all checked out on that one. Then we went to... Oh, hang on. The draft excluder.
So then we went to the draft excluder.
Jimmy, can I pass you this?
So this is the draft excluder made up. So I've put it on the diagonal. You can see it there. You've got this really cool handle. Now, that's actually something I didn't mention. So it tells you how to do this. So it means when it's not in use in the summer months, this, if you can imagine that just hung up near your kitchen door, it's still a lovely, beautiful thing to
It's like the
look
belt
at.
pulls in your house when you call for the maid.
Well, exactly. Well, how else will I get in touch with them, darling?
Exactly.
You know, you can't always send a telegram.
Yeah, downstairs. Right, so you get the pattern.
So you get the
pattern.
the linen. You get the linen.
You get, oh, no, hang on.
And you get...
Oh, yeah, you get that. No, it can't be it. That one and that one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so, one...
What,
yeah.
You get enough of them,
yeah,
and you get a kilo of buckwheat.
And you get a kilo of buckwheat, okay, a whole kilo. So that is the ginormous bag. I'll put it next to my head, you can see it.
Well, I need more than a kilo to go in there.
You won't, no, you don't take the whole kilo in that.
Right, so I've got some left over for other projects.
So this will fit a 90-centimetre door, which is a standard width of a door in the UK.
Oh, is it?
So, yeah, so 90 centimetres is. If you live in a Victorian Edwardian house, you just need to measure it. So you will have to when you get this pattern at home, but you get enough fabric in there if you've got a slightly wider door.
Well, we saw that, yeah, because it's wide fabric.
Yeah.
OK, lovely, so that's that one. Then we went to the doorstop.
Oh, did we? Then we've got the matching doorstop. So you get your beanie beans in there, you get the pattern, you get your linen, you get some black felt, which is... Oh, here it is. You get some black felt, and what else you get?
Stuffing.
You also get the stuffing, and you get your daisy trim as well. So that is the doorstop kit. That will match your draft excluder.
What's this then?
So these are beanie beans, and we put that inside the doorstop to create weight.
OK, love, they're nice, aren't they?
Yeah, but you can use, if you want. Now, there is a big thing, just quickly to mention, there's a lot of people that have said the beanie beans are not recyclable. in actual fact, they are. If you put them in your recycling bin at home with the council, when they take it to refuge, all mixed plastics that don't have a stamp or a label on, they all get put into one vat. And then that's when you see, for instance, when you go to the supermarket, you'll see a grey washing up bowl.
Yeah.
That's all the mixture plastics that have been melted and reformed. Okay.
So there you go. They are recyclable. The kilo of buckwheat next.
Kilo of buckwheat.
Oh, be careful. Oh. I just got envisioned the bag opening and falling everywhere.
So this is a whole kilo of buckwheat. There's so many different uses. It's a great fill-in for... You could even fill toys with this.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to affect
Pin cushions.
Yeah, all sorts of things. Think about your pets' toys. All sorts of different...
Loads are coming in for that one.
Really cool.
Then we moved on to the braid, the daisy braid.
Yeah, so this is our extra large daisy braid. So these are our largest daisies that we do. And again, when I said if they come where they're a little bit creased or you've stored them in a drawer, put these flat on a table, put a little cloth over the top and just place your iron over the top and that'll be absolutely beautiful and it will go completely flat. These are not just a normal sort of cheerful trim. These are a super, super quality, high-graded embroidery trim. So that's the extra large. We now have the large daisy trim. And again, this is sold by the metre. So if you put a 1 or 2 or 3, they come as a continuous length. Everything with House of Alistair is bespokely cut for you. You can cut the individual daisies off. You could use these for elements on your cardstock if you wanted to at home. Or if you had a broadly on glaze and you just want to dress and you want to update it, or a shirt, you can just attach these onto strategic parts. So that is your trim.
Lovely. So then we went on to the bobbin with flowers and daisies.
Yep. So then we have our daisy bobbin. This is the made-up version here. You can see this, how pretty, pretty, pretty. So in the kit that you get a 90-centimetre bobbin. You get your pattern. You get your linen, you get your daisies, you get your felt, and you also get your wadding to create your, as I call them, your flower donuts, okay? So you've got those, and that is a real steal of a price of $13.99 for the whole kit.
Beautiful. Then we went on to the big boy, which is that one.
So that's the daddy one. That's the example of the daddy that you've actually got there. So in this kit here, so this is all been done with beautiful Liberty prints. So this kit will cost you £19.99. So we'll just go through the kit. You get your wadding in there. You get your giant 125mm bobbin. You get a selection of 3 different Tana lawn prints, a really decent size of those. You get your felt in here, and you also get your pattern. Now, remember, if you buy one of the kits, the pattern singularly that you get in a kit gives you all 3 sizes. So if you buy the packs of the bobbins, you can make tons of these.
Lovely. Then we went to midi.
So then we went to midi. This is the next size down. This is really, really cute. I suggested you put some rat's tail in here. You can make this into a nice charm necklace. So in this kit, again, you get everything that you need. You get the pattern, you get your wadding, you get your felt, you get your Liberty, but in this pack you get 2 bobbins there. So you get to make 2 pin cushions here of your choice. That's $11.99.
Lovely.
Real
mini.
Steal it there. Then we have our mini, which is super, super, super cute. It is really, really, really cute.
Oh.
So that's really cool. Right, now, so in this one, you also get the pattern. Bear in mind, the patterns you get in the kit, you get all 3 sizes, so you can buy replacements to make other different sizes. You get your Liberty print, which is really generous in here, so if you bought the pattern, you will be able to make more. You get 3 bobbins, so this kit, you're allowing yourself to make 3 pin cushions. You're getting all of your felt in there, and again, you are getting your wadding.
Do you know what you could do if you encrusted that bobbin with like Swarovski gems, like the glue gunny ones, right?
Yeah.
What's that man who's got the shop in South Molton Street and he sells all like jewellery of butterfly? You could make a really brooch like that.
Butler.
Butler and Wilson, yeah. You can make your own kind of Butler and Wilson version of the thing. All the wooden bobbins are all on the website. We're not going to go through all of them now, but make sure you check out on all those. Right, a lot of those are in baskets. You need to check out. When you come back in an hour, we're going to be doing these.
Yeah. Oh, just quickly to mention, right, the bobbin stock, okay, the bobbin stock from the supplier that we buy these from, these are imported. There is a huge delay and waiting time. So if you miss out on these, this is not something that we readily will always have available because it takes such a long...
Are they in the same ship that my birthday badges are in, do you think?
I would imagine so,
exactly.
yes.
So we've got these coming up in the next hour. We've got patterns of how to make clothes from T-shirts, and we've got Alistair's best-selling fabrics coming up as well. So that's in an hour. But now we've got Lynn Goldsworthy with another quilt with... Now, have you been checking out on the templates? Because last time she brought templates in, they sold out before we even came to air. So check on that. Yeah, they are going, and because it's applique, the next one. So we'll see you back here in 4 minutes from now.
The sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Oh, it's all going on here. Right, now, when Lynn came on, when you were on last time with me, we had some templates for another quilt.
We did.
And they sold out immediately. So quite controversially, I'm not doing any of the kits, I'm not doing anything to start with. I'm literally going to start with the templates, right, for $7.99. So what is in here?
Okay, so on this quilt, you've got all these cute little hearts and stars, and the templates just save you the bother of tracing those. So you'll get one of these, you'll get a little heart and a little star, and they'll come with white plastic backing, and you peel that away. And this enables you to trace these much more quickly because you can just scribble around the edges of the templates. The other thing you can do with this, not for this quilt, but for another quilt, is you can use these for fussy cutting. So I'll show you in a bit when we get onto a demo how you would use those for fussy cutting.
Oh, yes.
Because you could place them, say, you know, let's say you were placing them on this fabric, you could sort of pick a particular flower
that you want.
That you want to, yes, exactly. So that's a kind of bonus added.
Can I go around those with a rotary cutter if I wanted to?
I think they were,
No.
If you were good
say
at...
No. Say
I wouldn't.
No,
I wouldn't,
right,
because
okay.
it would be quite fiddly. So if they're for tracing round.
No, that's fine, because people will ask. Yeah,
yes,
that's all.
yes. So
and I was going to think of another question.
Was it, can you use them in another quilt?
Yeah.
You would use them. I would use these on all sorts of quilts. So let's say you have a very plain quilt and then you've got lovely big sashing on the sides. You could fill the borders with little hearts and stars. You could put these in cornerstones on a quilt. So you could add these, you could scatter these on any quilt that you've got. And you know what, it would be cute? If you had, let's say your next door neighbour had a baby, and you've got
that hardly likely, but yeah, go on.
Well, mine did, but a couple of weeks ago, and you've got a quilt in the...
I live in a very old village. I'm one of the youngest in the village. So.
You bring the demographic down.
Yes. Anyway, so next door's had a baby,
So
right?
you've got a quilt in the cupboard, but you want to make it like a bit more babyish. You could kind of cover it in like pink hearts, or do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
add something.
but anything like that, like Valentine's Day, if you want to make something for
Anything
Valentine's
like that.
Day.
Add stars, add hearts. It just makes it a little more fun and a little more
Yeah. But also, not only for fabric. Like if you're making cards, and things, you can draw around them.
You absolutely can, yeah, totally.
And the hearts are one of the most difficult things to draw because you never get that.
You never get the perfect edges, but this you have got the perfect edges, and that's a perfect little 5-point star.
Okay,
I
these
love
are
a 5-point star.
These you can't see them there. These are flying out. Half the remaining stock are in baskets. So I just want you to see those.
Yes.
I just want you to see those at the beginning, because last time, I'll show them again later, but last time they sold out and people were like, oh, you haven't even shown them yet or anything. Right, so now, this kit here is called the Hearts and Stars because...
Yes, because we've got stars in the blocks, and then we've got little hearts and stars within each of the blocks appliqued on. So don't panic about that. That's raw edge applique. That is not difficult needle turn.
So now, the quilt measures 44 by 52 inches, right? We've got 3 versions, but they're not 3 versions. They're all exactly the same, but they've got a different binding, right? So don't check out, when you see the first one, don't check out straight away, because you'll want to decide which binding you want. So I'm going to do the one with green binding first, right?
Yeah.
So all the kits have the pattern, obviously, 2.5 metres of white, ivory, the 5-inch charm pack, and this one, you've got this as your binding. That's what this one's for. That's your binding, right? $54.99. That's your binding. Oh, right, now, please be careful, because I've only got 16 of those left. I've just looked up now. They're going quick, so there's only 16 of those left, right? Now, all the extra ones of these we had have all sold out on their own now as well, because that was going to be the other thing we sold. I've got the fat quarter bundle back, though, later on. Right, now I've got the one with, like, the linen. It's not linen, it's cotton, but it feels...
It feels like linen. It's
I'd like a shirt, mate. Oh, actually...
It's very similar.
Very similar to my shirt.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're only getting half a metre, so you can't make a shirt. You get your ivory, you get your 5-inch charm pack, and this is your binding for this one in the linen look fabric. There's only 10 of those left.
That makes a lovely binding because it's just a bit heavier. I used the quilt from this morning. I bound in that, and it's nice.
There's twice as many people on that as we've got. There's me saying, don't check out. Check out as soon as you see it, right? And then the other one is this one here. Now, on your screen, that's going to look identical. This is a cotton.
Yeah,
this is the same as
cotton.
the quilting cotton. So you get 2.5, half, 5-inch charm pack, instructions, $54.99. Now, I've got a few more of that one. So if you want that as your binding, basically what you're choosing is which of these 3 you want to bind your quilt with. So that one there is called white, right? That one there is called natural, but that's the one with twice as many people in baskets as we've got stock of. And that one's called green, yeah? Sage. So you just have to make your decision. The quilt is exactly the same, the stars are the same, everything else is the same. It's just the 3 different bindings you have to choose. Okay? I'm going to leave that with you. We've got the pattern on its own. Here we go, pattern on its own. Now, there's lots in this pattern. Look. Oh, you've even done templates anyway.
I have, because if you didn't get your hands on the template set, then you'd want something to be able to trace, but it's quicker and easier if you want something to draw around.
Now,
that's how we're going to make our half-square triangle.
Is this you? Because I remember seeing that for the very first time when we were at Sewing Quarter, and it was one of your patterns.
Yes, so I draw those up on my graphics programme.
Yeah.
So I draw them up in all different sizes, depending on what size half-square triangles I'm making, and it's so much quicker and easier than doing them the usual way. So
Yes.
this is a quick
And
quilt
you've got
to make.
no bias edges to worry about
you've
or
got no
anything
trimming.
like that.
There's no trimming. That's the worst bit about making half-square triangles is the trimming.
And then you've got obviously all your other instructions and everything in there.
Yeah.
$9.99. That's your fee. Oh, these are flying out. Absolutely flying out. I'll tell you how many baskets? 30 people got it in their basket now. Check out, check out, check out. So that's your physical. That's your physical one. Now we also got it digital, which means you'll have it within 5 minutes time. Oh, it's so lovely. And I love the way you've quilted that one. That crosshatch is
Really simple. And that's a very easy way to quilt a quilt.
There's your digital one. Also, remember, everybody who buys something over the next 4 days, because we got no badge, wasn't anyone's fault here. I don't want that. What I don't want is I don't want anyone on Facebook or anybody going, oh, the badge. Blah, blah. It's coming. We'll have it later in the year. It's nobody's fault here. We started the design for the badge at Christmas because I remember going up for my meeting with Lucy and everyone's going, John, it's not your birthday till June. I was like, I want it to be right. I want it to be perfect. I want these are the guests I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. And they all kind of shrugged at me. But Lucy got onto the badge immediately. She even sent me a It's a cute little badge. I can't tell you, but she sent me the design of it. I said, you need to... Oh, it had the badge... I'll tell you what it is. It's a thing of me, right? And it had a lot of hair. So I said, I think you better redesign the hair because I had a big quiff like that. So anyway, it's nobody's fault here. It's stuck on a ship coming from China. So we will be having another day later in the year where it's my birthday show. But everybody who buys over the next 4 days will be put in... Look...
No,
green tea with me. Now, you don't have to come here. There's no travel. I'll come to you, and you can bring a friend, or you can bring your other half if you want. You don't have to just bring anyone. You can bring anyone to your plus one. We will come near to you. Now, what they've forgotten about is that we don't pick the name. The computer picks the name, right? So we have customers, because we have the advert that Stuart does, like if you buy in Australia, if you buy here, imagine if somebody from Australia wins it. I don't mind.
Oh, my gosh.
So I could go to Liverpool, I could go to Chester, I could go to Derby.
You could go to the Scottish Highlands.
I could go...
Isles of Scilly.
Yeah, exactly.
Isle of
Or
Wight.
we could go to France, or we could go to Italy, we could go to Spain.
Gosh.
So they haven't thought that one through, have they?
If you get to go to Australia, that would be hilarious.
Yeah. I don't know when we're going to... Imagine. I don't know when we're going to announce that, because that's up until Monday. That is Monday, isn't it? Yeah. And then I'm off then for a week, so we might not announce it for a whole week, sort of thing. But anyway, that's it. That's in place of the badge, because we're really sorry about the badge, right? There will be more competitions tomorrow, different competitions tomorrow, but that one goes over the 4 days. I've got a competition that runs tomorrow and Sunday, and I think I've got something on Monday as well. I don't really know. I've got to find out in the meeting in a minute. And there's so many things going on. So now we've got the digital one in there, physical one. Let me put the templates back in. Templates back in. Haven't got any of the fact... Oh, you'll need some Bondaweb.
Yes. You do
Right,
need
so do this
Bondaweb
one
for
first.
Raw edge applique.
How many baskets? Right, OK, there are 38 of those left, basically. That's it. 38 of those left once you've all checked out. So just check out on those. That's why I showed it to begin with. Now, could I do the whole quilt on this bit if I wanted? Let me show you.
If you show me roughly how big it is, but I know you only need...
Oh, now she gets me to open the packet. That's so she...
Oh, I'm sorry.
So she can take it home. Look, it's this.
Oh, plenty. Masses and masses and masses. Yes, that's plenty. That is easily enough.
Right, so that is $2.99.
Come on, I'll fold it back up again for
No, you can have it. It's a gift. Oh, yeah, watch your microphone. Do what, say, Jen?
Do what?
Oh, yeah, if you're going to do a Delphine or you're going to make loads of these, then you can buy the bigger roll if you want to.
I like to keep a bigger roll, and then you've always got it there. It's handy to have it like that. You've got it on hand.
Now, do you know what? How many have I got these in stock? Right, OK. Delphine, I did a show with Delphine the other day, all applique.
Yeah?
No Bondaweb. We had no Bondaweb. We had one of these. We had one.
And how many now?
I've got... I did have 70 of them when I started.
Yeah.
So you've been given all 70 of them. So whoever schedules your show had prominence over Delphine's show, because she was doing a whole applique show. wasn't bad, because I then said, why don't we get the great big box out? Have you got the big box? Oh, you need the big box. There's a box like this, and the Wonderweb comes out.
Yes. And it's got like the lid. It's almost like the foil thing.
That's what we had for Delphine. Then they flew out.
Those
anyway,
are amazing, those are so. It's great to have a roll.
Yeah, $23.99. Don't keep it on your windowsill. Keep it in your drawer. Keep it rolled up. Well, no,
it all fuse together.
Yes, well, and
it'll
also
melt the glue.
The comes off.
Peels away. Yes, yeah.
$23.99. Let's hope I win the cream team. I know how you feel about our roads in Cornwall, but at least we know how to make a cream team.
Oh, you could go to Cornwall. That would be lovely.
So, as I said earlier, I'll be being driven or I'll be on the train. It was only when I got my car... Oh, have you been to Cornwall?
Have I? Yeah, yes, I've been to Cornwall.
Those lanes...
They can be little, particularly in the south. In the north, they're not so bad, but in the
Liscard,
south...
I was near Liscard or Tallard's Bay.
OK.
And then a bus came the other way.
And then you had to reverse for 4 days.
My friends who live there know the bus timetable.
Oh, and they avoid the bus?
No, they go when the bus comes, and they go behind the bus because the bus has right of way, and you just keep going behind the bus.
Perfect, yes.
I didn't
follow
know
it
that.
along.
I didn't know
so you're
that.
going to be driven to wherever you go?
No, well, I'll get the train and get a cab.
OK, yeah. I thought you were going to go
I
in
can't
a
drive to
chauffeur-driven
Australia.
car. No, you can't drive to Australia. No.
Chauffeur-driven cars, those days are gone. That was ITV, darling. $23.99. These are going. Check sure you check out. Right, I will shut up. And we will do... Oh, hang on. Let's just check on my three bundles.
Which is winning? Which is
winning?
Which
is winning? So let's
which is winning? Which is losing?
So Sage first. Sage is winning. There you go.
OK.
There are 10 Sages left. And how many in baskets? 20 in baskets. So you're not all going to get that.
No.
The linen one, the natural linen one. It's not linen. It's not linen.
It feels like it, though. It's heavy like linen.
7 of those left, and how many in baskets? 20 of those in baskets. I'm only telling you for your own good. Right, then this one here is your white. They called it white. It's not white at all. Now, how many in baskets? Got 4 of those left. 4 of those left once you've all checked out. They all will go.
Okay.
And what we haven't shown you is all of you will get this charm pack in your... this 5-inch charm pack in your kit. Now... How many of these will I use? Will I use all of them?
Almost all of them. So there are 42 in a charm pack. You're making me do a little bit of maths now. Then you use 30 of them for the stars.
Yeah.
And then you use 4 of them. Is it 4 or is it 8?
But you don't use 42.
But you nearly use 42. So my idea was you get a charm pack, you're going to max this out, get the biggest, best quilt you can get out of a charm pack. So if you have charm packs at home,
5-inch charm pack,
get this whole quilt out of it, which I think is a lot of quilt for a charm pack.
Yeah, it is. Right, OK, now we'll do a demonstration. So what are you going to show us?
So I am, depending on how much time we've got, we're going to make...
40 minutes.
Then we should have plenty of time. We're going to make a whole star. So you make 30 of these, and like I've said before, once you get going, once you've done a sort of trial run, then you just keep on going. You know, have the tally on in the background.
We also have to tell you that we're doing spree later. We don't call it spree. We're doing extra stitch later.
At 2 o'clock on
Facebook.
Facebook.
2 o'clock, yeah. It goes on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. And it's very weird. I don't know if you've watched it yet. It's very weird because it's kind of... You have to text... I'll tell you later, but you have to text in everything. But have you supplied a prize? Have they asked you for a prize?
They have not asked me for a prize.
Oh, can you ask Jess what the prize is? Because we have amazing prizes.
I was not asked for a prize.
Oh, well, maybe we've given one of our things that you've designed.
Maybe.
We'll ask Jess, because Jess is producing that. So what they do is they just have to put they're given a word, and they text their word in. And then the computer picks one person out at the end of the hour, and they win the prize. So we'll find out what the prize is in a minute.
Yeah, I'd like to know what the prize is.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt then.
So, yeah, on that hour, we've got lots of my previous patterns coming up, which is kind of fun for me. I had to go and find them in the...
Did you bring all the quilts?
Well, I brought all but one. There's one, which was a New York Beauty, which is... though I say so myself, it was a gorgeous quilt. And Stuart loved it, and I gave it to him as a present for his birthday. So that's in Leeds. But you haven't said you love any of my quilts, John.
Do you not remember the story before we met each other?
Oh, you stole one of my quilts. John stole...
no, hang on. Let's get this right.
A common thief amongst us stole...
OK, I'll just explain what happened.
One of my quilts.
We used to have your heart quilt up in reception, hanging in reception at Sewing Quarter.
Lynn's quilt?
No, but in those days, the people who demoed them had to make it as well.
Oh.
So they presumed that the one hanging on the wall
belonged to you guys.
Was the demo one.
Yes.
So when it shut down, and I'd gone on and on and on and on and on and on and on about how much I loved that quilt. When it shut down, they gave it to me as a gift, right? I put it on my bed, took a picture of it on my Facebook page. Somewhere she's going, I think you'll find that's my quilt.
I was on
I'll
Facebook.
have that back for my nephew or something like that.
For my cousin Stuart. So I was on Facebook and I was scrolling through it. I thought, that's John Scott's house with my quilt on his bed.
I took it round to Claire's.
So our mutual friend Claire Shaw.
Yeah.
You took it to Claire's.
And Claire then got it to you.
And Claire got it to me. And I then sent it to my cousin Stuart.
Yes, but you know Anna Sewing Nut that messaged in earlier?
Yes.
I told the story on air.
Okay.
She made it for me in
no,
Liberty
she
fabric.
did
So I
not.
have it on my spare. And it's bigger than the one. It's bigger than yours because yours just fitted like that.
But no,
Hers
she's
goes
made
over the edge. And things like
I'd
that.
love to see a photo
I'll
of
do it.
that.
I'll
She
get
made
it for you.
it for you.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I did
So,
not know. What a sweetheart.
I know.
Oh, my gosh, that's so lovely. She made that.
Anyway, it's what's up. Hang on, the prize on threads today is a mug, thread, sewing machine needles, and fat quarters.
Oh, nice. That's a nice prize.
All
Also,
in one
you
big
get
bundle. All in
fabric.
one big bundle. Right, so we'll carry on. So
with-
I have to say, I do love all of your quilts. I'm not saying I want you to give me one,
Yep.
but I do love all of
Yeah.
your quilts.
But what you have to do is you have to, like, one day you have to go, oh, Lynn, that's the one I love the most.
Okay, well,
Do you
when
know
I
what
come round
mean?
to your house, I'll wander round.
No quilt thief in my house.
No what?
No quilt thief in my
No,
house.
because they'll believe you. And that, I didn't steal it. I promise you, I did not steal
Just
it. It was
ended
a
up
gift.
in his
Yeah,
possession.
I had to send it back, didn't I?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the cousin...
Stuart, my cousin
has
Stuart
now
now
got it.
has it on his houseboat.
On his houseboat
Yes.
in London.
He was in London. He was in...
Was he in
King's
Chelsea Wharf
Cross.
or something like that? Oh, I was in King's Cross down
Yes,
that
yes,
bit,
but
yeah.
he's down. He's further east somewhere. Anyway,
We'll get on
another
with the-
story. Yeah.
Yeah.
So where I was going to was we're going to make these half square triangles using paper templates. So I'm just going to show you that you have them in the pattern, and I've printed some out.
Why have I
on
got
my-
two?
Because two fit on one sheet.
Oh, okay,
So
they're not
it just
they're not different.
They're not different. They're exactly the same. It just means if you're photocopying them or printing them,
two
you
at
have
the
to
same
print
time.
out fewer sheets.
Because that's what you do have to do. You do have to photocopy them, don't you?
You've got to photocopy them, or if you've got the digital version, you can print them. So
You've made
either
it into
or.
a left-handed...
Oh
You've
my!
put the black-
I
do you
put
want
it back together wrong.
Yeah.
I'm
Are you all right? Do you want
such-
another one?
I've got one here. Can I
yours.
use? Can
You
I
don't
use
mind
mine?
using yours on paper?
No. So when you cut these out, I would cut them to just outside the edge of the template. So kind of maybe 1/8 of an inch outside the edge of the template, just so that you've got a little bit of the edge of the template to trim off later, because it's easier to work that way. So I'm just going to cut out one of these, but I'm cutting two sort of to start with. So as I said, you can print, if you're printing from a digital version, you might want to make sure you print it 100%.
Yeah.
But if you're photocopying from the pattern, then you don't need to worry about that. And there is just in case you are printing, there's a little
Oh, brilliant. So you can
measuring
measure.
line, so you can make sure you've got them to the right size.
If people want to meet you, you're going to be on Stuart's stand at Festival of Quilts, aren't you?
Yes, I
Do you know
am.
which days you're doing it?
Well, the plan last year, when it fell through because all his stock was stuck on a ship in the Suez Canal, was to do every day 10 till 3.
Oh, so what's he going to do then?
Well, he's going to be famous, and I'm going to say, oh, he's just over there. He's
Oh,
just
okay.
popped to the loo.
Okay, that's
So I'm going to be like the pointing lady.
Okay.
He's going to be
His stand's
being
normally
fabulous.
near the toilet anyway, so you'll be all right.
Oh, great, perfect. So he
Right.
won't be gone too long. And then I'll probably be running for coffees and things.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Very nice.
I'm certainly not the main attraction. So we've got one of these templates. Then we have one of our charm squares. I've cut out a square because I ran out of charm squares.
Yeah.
And we cut out squares, 5-inch squares of background fabric, and we place these right sides let me get these in the centre, right sides together.
Yeah.
And you want the background fabric on top because that's a lighter fabric, so your seams, when this is done, will be pressed towards the darker fabric. And you put your template on top. You can pin it if you want, and it will pretty much line up with the edges of the charm square. So I'm going to pin this because I've never used these pins before. They're the cutest little pins.
Yeah, magic pins.
Yeah. What makes them magic? They're just nice to use.
Well, first of all, if you drop them in the carpet, they
Yes.
always end up facing that way up. And
magic.
you can iron over that bit, they don't melt. And it comes with a little designer case. There they are.
Oh, my gosh.
$12.99 for a 50.
These will be going in my handbag later. Right, so we have pinned that to that, and then we're going to sew along all of the red lines on the template. Now, you want to shorten your stitch for this because that will make the paper easier to tear away at the end. So it's a little bit, I'm going to go down to 1.5.
Ooh.
It's a bit like doing...
Now, you've got the machine on 1/4 inch. You don't need to have it on 1/4 inch.
You're right, John. I've got it on wrong. I need it on regular. So I think that's 0, isn't it?
No, just press clear. Press the C button.
C.
Oh, and again.
And again.
There you go. That,
Okay,
you're right in
perfect.
the middle of the thing now, yeah?
Okay, brilliant.
And you make that.
So I'm back on a regular stitch, and I'm just going to put a regular foot on. Let me just see what... oh, yes, I'll use this one. So let's get that on there. So, yes, just a regular foot, regular straight stitch, and a nice short stitch. So I'm doing it on 1.5. My machine goes down in slightly smaller increments. So I would actually do it on 1.3 because that makes the paper even easier to tear away at the end.
OK, Sage is about to sell out. How many, Jess? Sorry, Jen. Twice as many people have got them in baskets have got stock. And the same with the linen one as well. Put the white one on screen, we've got more of those. Not there's that many of them, but there's, yeah.
So the white one is the one we've got most left of.
Yes.
That's the one I used for the for this quilt.
Oh,
I
OK.
used the
So
white for this
you'll
quilt.
get this. Well,
yes.
We say you'll get this, but you don't tell us where to put the different coloured stars, do you?
No, so what I do is I make all of the stars, then I lay them all out on a table or a bed or the carpet and mark A1, A2, A3, and then put the hearts on afterwards. So you want to do layout first. That would be a tip I would come to
But
later
what I'm saying
on.
is we could sell 100 of these and all
everybody
100
would
would
make
be
a
different.
different... Yes, because anybody who knows anything about statistics and probability would know how many variations there are. We don't know stuff like that.
We're
We're just not that clever. No. So I'm just sewing along the red lines with a short stitch.
Well, you must be a mathematician because to be able to... Because obviously last time we were talking about my fabric that's coming out next year and you're going to design a quilt with it
Yes,
and
and I
everything.
can't wait.
Before you said that, I'm not a quilt designer.
Yes, yes.
I was just sitting with graph paper and it's not easy, is it?
It's not easy.
And
the
I've got
thing is with
EQS or
graph
whatever it's
paper,
called.
no, because I use a graphics program, and the great thing about a graphics program is you can draw up a quilt and then say, there's nothing special about that, that's not working, and then you can draw it again and move things around. But if you've got paper,
Yeah. Oh, it's taking me
start
so
all
far.
over again. Absolutely. No, leave it to the...
Expert.
Yeah.
So
I'm excited.
next April,
I'm so excited to design
Lydia's
with
going
your
to be
fabric.
designing a quilt using my Lewis and Irene fabric. We can announce that now.
Yeah.
We just only discussed it last time.
Yeah, 2 quilts. I'm going to do 2.
2, and I'm going to try and get Sussex seamstress to design a dress round it as well.
Oh, that would be
And
amazing.
get somebody to design a shirt round it. So
Yes.
we're going to have a whole takeover day. The whole day is going to be around it.
Absolutely. You could do so much stuff. It would be really fun.
Yeah. Anyway, so we've sewn on the red line.
So we've sewn on all of the red lines, and the next thing you do is cut this on every single one of the blue lines. So start by going... Do you see this? So the blue lines around the outside
Yeah.
and
I
on the
just think I'd see
diagonals.
green ones as well, but they're coming later.
They're coming later, so that's the next step. So those are basically... So you just want to go around the outside first, take off the extra bits.
Oh, Susie Duncan, love the banter between you two. Thank you. That's us. And she says, I love magic pins. They're awesome. Fine and easy to hold.
They're so nice. I've never come across those before.
Do you have any idea why the Festival Quilt ticket voucher is not valid for Sunday? It should be, Princess. Should be. Oh, and then Fran says, John's having a lot of fun today. It's because I have to keep up, don't I? She's, she's more banterous than me.
You're a fast talker, though, aren't you?
Message on the bottom. Hey, you two. What is this extra stitch thing that you can watch on YouTube? Oh, happy birthday, John. Samantha,
it's on Facebook.
You need to go to the Sewing Street Facebook page at 2 o'clock. Here you go. Now, and Instagram, and it's on YouTube now as well. They haven't updated that. It's on YouTube.
Oh, I didn't know. So my dad could watch it because my dad likes to watch me on telly.
Yeah.
So he's not on Facebook. So either I have to get him on Facebook, but if it's on YouTube,
Yeah,
perfect.
YouTube and Instagram,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, brilliant.
I don't know. I presume you just have to be there at 2 o'clock because a lot of people have... When it first started, you had to send a message and they would put you on... And they'd text you when it was starting. But I don't know how you do it if you're a new person. That's all. We'll find out.
Just go on the feed and it'll appear on the feed. It'll say Sewing Street is live.
Anyway, back to me. Talking too fast.
So... No, you talk fast. I'm a fast talker, but you're a really fast
Yes,
talker.
so the two of us together, we must be exhausting.
I know, it must be exhausting for you watching. Sorry about this.
Got a lot to say.
We'll try to slow down.
I've been drinking my water. Oh, no, I haven't. You do that.
Okay, so I've cut it around the edges. I've cut the edges off. Then I'm going to cut it in half along those lines there. I like to then stack them up. I mean, you probably lose a millimetre or half a millimetre of accuracy if you stack them up, but you're going to go much quicker when you've got a ton of these to do and you're getting a little bit bored of this. But you see, you're doing this instead of trimming. And it's so much easier than that painful, long, slow trimming process that you do when you make half square triangles the old way.
Yeah.
So this is much quicker. So you cut them in half. So you basically, each template set, you're going to cut into 8 half square triangle shapes. Once you've got those, I stack them up in a pile of 4, and you then cut, there are little green lines. So the pattern will tell you that what you cut when. So you cut the green lines, and you're basically taking off the dog ears at this point. So I will do that with those, and then I will very nicely ask my friend John Scott if he might press
I'm your friend now. I'm not the quilt thief anymore.
I will ask
or the quick talker.
The casual criminal to my left.
What am I supposed to be doing with them?
Press them open. So what we do...
Open?
Oh, sorry. No. Press that over like that.
Oh, like normal?
Yes, yeah.
Even with the paper still on it?
So there's a reason we leave the paper still on it, and I'm going to come to that.
We've been talking for over half an hour. The iron had switched itself off.
So the reason you leave the paper in is because if you've pressed half square triangles before, you will know that sometimes the seam can slightly sort of bend and curve when you're pressing away at it. Leaving the paper in holds it so that seam is really nice and solid, and you're going to get a perfectly straight seam. So that's why you leave the papers in. So once you've pressed it, you can then get to the point where you... Have you lost one? No. You can then get to the point where you tear the backs away, and because you've got a nice short stitch length, the backs are really easy to tear away. And this is a job I would do. I'd get these all in a box, and I'd sit in the evening watching telly, tearing the papers off, and then you don't even notice you're doing it. Some people have this kind of aversion to tearing away papers from foundation paper piecing, but if you do it in front of the telly, it's like you're not doing it because you're busy concentrating on what's on telly. So that is my top tip. And if you get little bits of paper that sort of get caught in it, either you can take them out with tweezers, or you can leave them in because you're never going to know about that in the final quilt that's made of...
Jen's just had a good idea. She said, buy the digital download.
Yes.
Make all of these tonight.
Yes.
And then watch John Scott's birthday show tomorrow.
Yes.
And tear all your papers out.
Exactly. Because
you'll be too busy buying. You won't have time for that tomorrow.
John will be the perfect distraction for you to keep you entertained with his funny stories.
A lot of pressure.
About theft of quilts in the olden days.
About what?
Theft of quilts in the olden days.
Honestly, I think they prefer my Robbie Williams stories.
Oh, my gosh, I haven't heard those.
It says on the advert, does it, Princess? Well, I have no idea then. Ring the call centre, they might be able to tell you.
So, just taking the rest of these papers off, and I'm showing you where we're going to end up with where this star is going.
What's this technique called then? 'Cause it's not foundation paper piecing, is it? Or is it foundation paper piecing for beginners?
I don't know what it's called. It's just like a magical way of making half square triangles, but I don't know that it's got a name. Maybe I should call it John Scott's Friends.
No, it's nothing to do with me. I'm not being accused of nicking techniques now as well.
So we've got those, and we're going to sew these all into pairs, and it is worth looking at your layout when you do this because it's very easy to get half square triangles around the wrong way and get it all mixed up. So
of course, yeah.
We're going to sew all of these into pairs. That is the next step. So now I need to go back to a 1/4 inch foot. So let me sort that out. I need to go back to stitch it. Was it 06?
Right, 06.
06. 06.
Yeah, there you go. And then you want...
is that right? Yes,
and then
right, isn't
you
it?
move your needle a bit.
I do. I'll move it up to 9.
Not let me tell you that. Right, OK. Right, now, this is a bit... If everybody checks out of all the kits... We've got too many people, basically, want them. There's still a couple... So, I'll tell you, I'll be up front with you. There are 16 of the white one left, but more than 16 people in baskets. There are... Then we'll put the linen one through, and then we can see the linen one. The linen one, there are 5 left, but more than 20 people have got the linen one in their basket. And then the sage one, 4 left of the sage, 4 left of the sage, and 25 in baskets. Three now. Ollie, you were ahead of me on that one. Oh, okay, right. So I just need to tell you that. Right, okay, so what have you sewn
Moving on.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to sew while you're talking because I think it drowns you out.
Nothing will drown me out.
Okay, so I can sew while you're talking.
I've
So
finished
I'm just doing 1/4 inch seams here, sewing these into pairs, and again you can get back into the sort of zoom of doing chain piecing, which makes it so much quicker and easier. So once you've made your first star, what I would say is make your first star so you get a feel for how it goes together. Once you've done that, you can just have a big pile of these half square triangles, put on an audiobook and just do this. You know, you've switched your brain off at that point, so it becomes very mindful when you get to the point where you're just doing it without thinking. Or you can watch something on telly. I'm watching Married at First Sight at the moment.
Which one?
Australia, the new one.
Oh, the Australia.
Yes.
Another new one.
Well, I
this
think
year.
New one this year. New to me, yes, just came out.
Australian one's much better than the UK
it's
one.
hilarious. I'm absolutely loving it. So
Those little scissors, I'll recap those later.
Those are cute. Those are cute little
Mundials,
scissors.
they are, yeah.
The what?
Mundials, the make.
Oh, okay.
Very good make of scissors.
Okay, those are very sweet. So I'm just kind of finger pressing these really for no particular reason at the moment.
Okay.
So when we assemble the star, you'll have this centerpiece and you'll have, I'm kind of finger pressing them so you can see what I'm doing. Those two on the top, those two on the bottom. You'll have a pair on the side and a pair on this side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask...
Can I just have a look at something? What does it look like if you do it like that? What shape do you get?
So you'll get a sort of diamond. Do you see what I mean?
See, that's quite nice as well. It wouldn't be a stars and hearts anymore, but that's quite nice as well.
It's okay.
No. We won't do it that way. Not liked by the designer. I'll put them back. Okay.
So that's where we're going to end up with them like this. So what we'll do is we'll add these little...
Now, do you do yours in rows or in columns or in...
Rows.
Right.
I always do in rows. It's easier for me, just easy to think of it that way.
Yeah.
So I'm just sewing these onto the end. So the strips that go on the top and bottom, you've got these squares sewn onto each end. Actually, I might get you to press those while you're idling.
Call my career idling.
I'm just seeing how much I can wind you up.
You're not, don't worry.
Okay, good. Right, so I'm going to sew the other squares onto the ends of these little strips, and then we'll be able to start assembling the stars. So you can see...
I've only got two to press.
Well, the others are coming when I've just sewn these bits on the end here. So you can see how quickly each star goes together, and once you really get going, you'll be putting them together even more quickly than this because you'll be doing them sort of chain piecing every step of the way. So then those, if you could press those so that those go, the seam goes out towards the cream bits, if you see what I mean, so away from the half square triangles. So you've then got these half square triangles, which we're going to sew onto each side of the centre square. So I will sew those on. And you can see John's pressed those seams just to one side. You don't need to press those open. I know some people like pressing seams open, but you really don't need to. It doesn't sort of affect the look of the finished block. And it's kind of more work if you do, so I don't tend to. And that one, thank you. That's okay. So I'll just sew these onto the sides. And then, if you don't mind pressing those as well.
She's asking politely now.
I am asking politely. I feel like I've been a bit rude, actually. I feel like I need to, just be a bit more respectful. Yeah, exactly.
Just when you come next. Away from the.
Yes, so towards the centre. Yes, exactly. So if you always press the corner squares and the bits where you've put on the side, if you always press away from the half square triangles, then everything will nest for you, which makes it much easier for the block to go together. And if anyone hasn't come across nesting before, I'll show you what I mean by that. So if you're sewing this piece here to the top, what happens, because you've pressed that seam that way and that seam that way, these almost kind of click together. And that means that when you sew the star together, everything will line up nicely when you nest those seams because you hold them so that they all fit together nicely. That's what nesting is.
Nesting is people being lazy because the real term is nestling.
What?
Nestle, not nest. Nestle. I only know this because I researched it for my book, right? And I looked up.
You're joking.
And it should be nestle.
Well, it actually makes way more sense if it's nestling.
So they nestle together, but we've got lazy and go, oh, just nest them together.
We just dropped a letter out of it.
Yeah. Two letters.
I did not know that. Every day is a school day here with John Scott.
Absolutely. Not just with me, just every day's a school day.
Just every day's a school day with life, the universe and everything.
I am, because I trained to be a teacher. That was my first job.
Really? What did you
drama
teach?
Teacher.
Oh, drama, I suppose, makes sense. Yeah, English.
That was the secondary part. It was English literature, darling.
Okay, of course it was. And you live in the land of Shakespeare, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
But it's so stupid. When we lived in London, Dulcie and I would come to the RSC all the time, right?
And now you
We
don't.
both live in Stratford. She lives in Cotswolds more than me. And we...
Don't ever go.
No, and yet Fiona, our friend's head of wigs, so we could get tickets all the time.
Oh my gosh, head of wigs. What a great job. I'd like to be head of wigs. So press these whichever way you want to. Really, do you want me to press them?
Go on then.
Yeah, okay, I'll press these.
What's it?
Have I got enough? Cable. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm okay like that. Yeah. Okay, let me just... So what I do to press these, because you've got this sort of quite a strong little... I'll just wait until my hands appear on screen. Okay, there you go.
Oh, that was you, Ollie, directing from the floor now as well.
So because you've got quite a sort of strong point working against you there, if you press over first with your fingers so you get everything to kind of behave... Then you want to put the iron hard down on that little bit that you've just pressed over, and that will get all those parts to behave. If you want to add a bit of steam, do, but be careful with steam. What you don't want to do is give your block a good old ironing with steam, because you might iron it out of shape, but you can kind of steam it while you're pressing it. So I could give it like a little blast there while I'm pressing down, but I'm not going to go wild with steam, because you don't want to make your block go out of shape. So that's how quick it is to make those little centre stars. That's taken us no time at all. So that's that one done. And that is very cute. And then what you would do next is you would come on to layout. And what I mean by that is you've made all these 30 stars and you're going to lay them all out on a table, bed, floor, design wall if you have a design wall, which I don't, and decide on your layout and then mark them. You can mark them with a friction pen if you want, or you know, if you're nervous about using a friction pen, pin little post-it notes to them. So you A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you'll know from looking in the pattern where the hearts go. So you can then applique the hearts and stars onto the background. But you don't want to applique them before you've worked out layout, because you may find that you're not going to get a good balance across the quilt.
Yeah, because you don't want too many dark ones together or too many pale ones together.
And a good way, once you've laid out on the floor, here's a top tip. Take a photo of your layout. Number one, to remind you of what goes where in case you do get lost. But number two, a photo shows you really well how things are balancing across the quilt.
Well, it's also like you're looking at twice, because when you fit a costume on somebody, you don't look at them like this. You stand like this and you look in a mirror. So the depth is twice, you're further away. Because Stuart always says he puts his out on his table, leaves it, goes and has a cup of tea, and looks at it through the window from outside as he's coming back to his work.
That's amazing.
Because he wants the depth. And
you want the distance.
And you need,
yeah, I agree. Well, for me, I take a photo, and that's how I do it. But it's the same
also,
principle.
they sometimes say take a black and white picture, don't they?
That gives you like an idea of how you've got the values playing against each other. Yes,
because
so that can help.
Little things like, you see on this one here, I don't know if you can see that, Ollie, on some of the fronds of the star, you've got darker leaves, and you might actually want to twist that. You see where you've got there?
Yes, absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with it, but you might want to twist that round so you haven't got dark and dark together. You twist it around so you've got dark and light. Only little things
No,
like that,
absolutely.
And you have to do that before you've put the hearts and everything.
You do, yes, exactly, because the hearts and the stars are all upright, so you need to get all of that. In fact, that had not even occurred to me. I like that little idea you'd had there. That's a good idea.
You see, because it hasn't happened on that one, because you've got dark on that side and dark on that side. So it just depends where you chop it, don't you?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Right, so next what we're going to do is we're going to get to the point where we're going to add hearts and stars to the centre. So you have two ways of doing this. You have, obviously you're going to start with, well, I say obviously, you're going to start with Wonderweb, because that's what we're going to use to fuse the hearts and stars to the back of these pink and yellow charm.
Right, I just need to also say, you do get these in the pattern, the paper versions, but if you want the templates, they're optional. Oh, hang on, is this the one we had open?
Yes, it is. It does stick back down again.
Very well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. So we've got these in here.
How many in baskets? Okay, they're going to sell out. If you all check out, they're going to sell out. So you get 2 acrylic templates, a heart and a star.
So you get a heart and a star, and you can use those to trace onto your Bonder web. So your Bonder web wants to be a 5-inch square, because that's what you're going to put on the back of your charm squares. So you know that you need to fit these shapes onto that.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you can either place your Bonder web over these little templates which I've made.
Which side do you draw on?
So when you feel the paper, there's a smooth side and there's a slightly sort of, I wouldn't say gummier, but slightly rougher side. So the smooth side is the paper and the rougher side is the glue. So that's the glue that's going to sort of melt into your fabric. So you draw on the smooth side, and obviously if you've got these templates,
you can just draw around those.
You can just draw around them, exactly. So let me, but this shows you, this here will show you how you fit 4 onto a charm square.
Yeah.
So that shows you the layout you're looking for. But let me just do one for speed of,
acrylic, the templates are acrylic, Ollie, yeah.
So, yeah, the acrylic templates, and when they come, they've got a sort of white plastic backing, so you can just peel that off. You don't have to peel it off, but what that would enable you to do would be, if you had a fabric with certain motifs on or whatever, would be to use that. You would say first fuse the Bonder web to your fabric and then use that to fussy cut particular shapes, so to pick out the shapes that you wanted. With these fabrics, we're not doing that because it's just an all-over pattern, so you're not picking out particular shapes. But so I've drawn one, and we're just going to work with one, and you then fuse your Bonder web to the back of your charm square, and I will tell you the top tip about fusing Bonder web, and it is that it needs longer under the iron than you think. So you don't just do a quick, you kind of have to hold it for, I say, about 8 to 10 seconds.
Right.
In each spot that the iron is covering. So if you've got a big iron, it might cover the whole of the 5-inch square, but if you've only got a small iron, you might be moving the iron around, but you do want it about 8 to 10 seconds on your shape. And the reason you want it 8 to 10 seconds on your shape is because that melts the glue. And if you've ever found that you've cut your shape out and tried to peel the paper away and it doesn't peel away, that's because you haven't fully melted your glue.
Also, if you've got one of those posh ironing boards at home that are squidgy, Brabantia, there's nothing wrong with them. I've got one, right? Fabulous when you're doing shirts, but no good when you're doing this. When you're doing this and transfers, you want like a wall pressing mat.
You want like a harder
Amanda Shaw always
surface.
says when you do her transfers, the amount of people message you and go, "Oh, it doesn't work," and it's because you're on a squidgy surface because it's kind of not solid and
Yes, I
and a
see
wool
what you're
pressing
saying.
that like this gets warm
It's
underneath.
much-
It's sturdier. You can pin it in place if you don't want it to move, but also it absorbs the heat, so you get heat coming from both sides.
You see, I do not have a wool pressing mat, so
Well,
that
you
is
need to get one.
I do. I mean, I come on this show and there's so much I need to get.
I know.
So I'm going to just cut this shape out once you've traced it, either using the little tracing sheets or using the plastic templates.
The template's going to sell out, by the way. The templates are going to... Way too many people. Yeah, way too many people.
So either way, you cut out a shape. So again, this is something you can happily do in front of the telly. This is a nice, easy job. So it's kind of a job you can do in your own time, if that makes sense. You know, in easy time, like time where you're watching telly. It sort of distracts you from the fact that you're doing cutting out. So cut that out, and then hopefully, if I've pressed for long enough, the backing of this is going to snap away really easily. If you give it a little sort of rub like that, it almost kind of cracks off. And that just peels away nicely, which is what you want. So there you have your cute little heart.
Yeah.
And we are going to fuse that to the centre of this star. So again, just press, and you don't need to worry so much about doing this for 10 seconds because you're going to, no, that's okay. You're going to, you just...
There's no insurance here, don't burn yourself.
You're just, because you're going to edge it with like a blanket stitch or a straight stitch or a zigzag stitch or whatever, it doesn't need to hold forever. It just needs to hold until you can get it to the sewing machine. So you don't need to press that for quite so long.
Have you worked with producer Hannah yet? Do you know producer Hannah with all
Yes,
the hair?
yes.
She tripped over one of those cables, right?
Oh.
And she said, it'll be fine, absolutely fine. A month later, she thought, I better go to the doctor's, it's still hurting, right? And the doctor said, yes, you've completely fractured your kneecap, but you'll be fine. And it didn't get better. She went back to another doctor and they went, you should be in a leg brace. So she's in a leg brace. She's in Morocco on holiday now. She's taking the leg brace off. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying about be careful, you know.
Oh my gosh, particularly when you've got hot irons, blades.
Yeah, all sorts.
You've got this little stabber, the little
we'll go through that in a second. Yeah,
which is,
no, don't worry.
Now, I have brought some pink thread with me. because it looks pretty. So I did just any yellow thread. And frankly, if you don't have the perfect colour, even if you used white, that would be fine. If you use something that vaguely goes with it, you don't always need the perfect colour.
You've got pink on.
I've got pink in there. I can use that. That's perfect. So I'm going to do a blanket stitch because that is my favourite stitch. And on this machine, looks like 39, I think. Do you think that's, yeah, blanket
There's
stitch,
right
39.
and left on that one as well. Do you need to, yeah, that's it.
2.5, 2.5. I probably got up to 3. But you can do a little trial if you want to know. I mean, your machine might not have blanket stitch, but any decorative stitch, a straight stitch, a zigzag stitch, anything like that will all work fine. Right, let me just swap my foot over. So I'll go back to the regular foot for doing this. And all you're going to do now is just go around the edge of this. Let me just drop the needle in so I know where I'm starting. And drop my foot. Just blanket stitch around the edge. Slow down a bit when you come to the corner. If you've got a pivot function on your machine, which is where when you stop sewing, the presser foot lifts, you can use that. That helps going around corners a bit more quickly. But once you get going, you'll find you can get up a bit of a speed on this. Obviously, going around the circles, you've kind of got to be quite quick to turn those around the corner. Stop when you get into the little ditch there. Oh no, it's still going. The machine, the pedal had got caught under the thing.
You've got the wrong pedal, that's why.
No, it got caught under the...
Yeah, but it's the wrong pedal for the machine anyway.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a little black one, that one, but it's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to cut that. Oh, it's fine, it hasn't gone that far. So just carry on round. Hopefully your pedal won't get stuck under a small piece of furniture in your house. Keep on going around the outside. And there we have. So that is all appliqued. And we've got a little heart on that block. So that block is made. So you can see, actually, once you get going, this is a quick quilt to make. And the reason I designed this, partly because I wanted to maximise what you can get from a charm pack, but partly because my neighbours 2 doors down had a baby. And I just thought, I want a pattern that is a quick and easy make when your neighbours 2 doors down have a baby.
And also, you don't have to put stars and hearts in the middle if you don't want to.
Well, if they had a 5-letter name, you could put the name across the middle, for example.
Oh, yeah.
And the baby born 2 doors down from me is Poppy. So I was thinking I could put Poppy, but then I thought, well, it's not really then a general purpose quilt if I do that. So I didn't
Poppy
put Poppy.
might hate it when she grows up.
Hate her name or hate the quilt?
Both. Right, here we go. I've got to check out. I'm just getting her back.
Oh, my gosh. Wow, this took a turn.
$7.99. Need to check out. There's way too many people got that in their baskets. So there's 50 people got it in their basket. So if you want that, please, please, please check out right now. The Sage bundle has sold out. So we've got the linen bundle here, where you get 2.5 metres of your ivory, 0.5 metre of your linen for your binding, and your 5-inch charm pack, and your instructions. Right, there are 6 not checked out, and 20 people want it. So now's the time to check out on that one. Then we've also got what they've called the white one, which is the same thing. 2.5 of the white, 0.5 metre of the floral, 5-inch charm pack pattern. Okay, there's more people in baskets, and we've got stock off for that one as well. Pattern on its own. That's your physical pattern. Loads of those have gone. Absolutely loads and loads and loads of those have gone. $9.99 that one. We also have it in digital. There you go. There's that digital. That'll be with you in literally minutes. Right, now, we also have, if you missed out on the 5-inch charm pack from the earlier hour, we have a fat quarter of each of the 10 fabrics. So this way you can get a fat quarter. How many people in baskets? You need to learn to know what the number is. Yeah. Okay, 40 people have got them in their baskets. 40 people have got that in their baskets, so you do need to check out. Right, we also this hour used, well, we didn't use actually, didn't unpick anything. The pins.
I do like that, though.
Yeah, I'll do this. I'll do this in a second for you. There you go, $12.99. And then this little gadget, we've got the scissors.
It's like generation.
Oh, and yeah, it is little generation game there.
There is a friction pen. I did mention using a friction pen to label your blocks.
Okay, so that's your Zoid ambidextrous scissors there, $16.99. We used the little Mundial scissors, $15.99. We used, there's only 8 of those left. There's only 8 of those left. We did talk about the friction pen.
Good for labelling your blocks. Keep track of them.
How come you got the lovely turquoise one? $3.99. Light blue. Then, she loves this, right?
I do like this.
Little gadget,
yeah,
right?
I do like this.
So what you do is you don't take anything off the end. You just literally... Ooh. Can't get it to slide along. Hang on.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, go on, you do it.
Okay. So you slide along this little slidey thing here, and look, out the end comes a seam ripper, so you can't stab yourself on it when it's put away safely. Then when you go the other way, you get tweezers, so you can either use those for picking threads or
your papers.
Picking bits of paper, or on your face as well.
No, don't use them on your face. We don't advise you to use them on your face. Oh, no, it doesn't stay at that price. How much was it? How much was it? $12.99, £4 off. Now, you can't choose, but you either get the pink or you get the green. You can't choose. It's randomly picked for you. So if you pick 2, you won't necessarily get a pink one and a green one because they just go like that, rummage in the box and get them out for you. $8.99. Right, that's it. Right. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, John. Lovely to see you again.
And when you're going to see me in an hour's time, 2
hours.
Oh,
yeah, of course, we're on at 2.
Yeah. When are you back in
you
here?
said that, I nearly drove home.
That would have been fun, wouldn't it? Doing an extra stitch on my own.
I'm back here for Christmas on July the 14th.
July the 14th, you're back here for Christmas in July. But 2 o'clock, extra stitch on Facebook, YouTube and Instagram. We'll have another show there from the studio upstairs. Don't go anywhere, though. Oh, do you want to say goodbye? Sorry.
Oh, goodbye. See you at 2 o'clock because we will be doing a retrospective of lots of my quilts.
There you go. And Alistair's up straight after this 4-minute break.
The sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Oh, that's better.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Alice is back, everyone. Right, we couldn't fit these in to your 10 o'clock hour, so we're now doing them here at your 12 o'clock hour. What exactly are they?
Oh, well, just before we go on to that, there is a quick thing that I forgot to mention on the first hour.
Oh, we've gone then. Tell them.
No, because a lot of customers have been in touch with me, and it's it's about the ordering process.
Right.
When the orders from Sewing Street get sent to me, for some reason, when they send them, it tells you that they're dispatched, but they're not.
Oh.
So there's an extra layer of confusion. So Sewing Street have my orders picked up by Yodel, but Sewing Street send everything out Royal Mail. So there's different couriers as well. So when it says on, I don't know how it works in your account, and it says dispatched, please don't ring customer services. It's the same thing. So when we say we take 5 days and when the orders come through and then we bespokely cut everything, that's all still the same. It just is confusing people at home, but just because when the orders are sent to us to download, it says they're dispatched.
So basically, it's like the equivalent of our warehouse sending it out, but actually we've sent you the list and then you then have to send it out.
Yeah, so we start from, as soon as we get the orders sent over, that's our starting point. But on the portal or your customer account, it says dispatched.
Right.
It's just we had quite a few customers ringing us up, and that was another layer of confusion that seems to have
and then we collect it from you.
Yeah.
And then send it out by Royal Mail?
No, so Yodel come and collect the orders from us directly, and then it goes into the Yodel system.
Oh, right,
and then it goes out. When they scan them, then a Yodel email should come through, and that will tell you when it's going to be delivered.
Oh, it's very complicated.
It is very complicated, but I just wanted to, just because this is the best way of being able
to...
No,
just telling everyone, exactly.
So, sorry about the confusion, it's just the wording and how it operates.
Right, what are these then?
Right, these are our really cool pincushion, tape measure kits. I've got.
What's that one? That one's not even, don't show that one, because that one's not, we haven't got that one. No, showing all these here.
So we have all of these different really cute, cool things. So we have the froggy.
Right, so we've got frog, panda, pig, heart, strawberry.
And then we have a strawberry, which is essentially like the heart, but it is just a strawberry topper.
Right, the one we didn't have, the one Jimmy showed. Jimmy's directing at the moment, everyone. So we're starting off with the frog.
Yeah, so... Here's your frog. So you get your pattern, obviously, with the frog kit, and this is what you're making. So you're making him. Now the tape measure comes out, and it just literally goes back in. So it is really, really quite cool. And again, this is just something really fun that you can make.
Yeah.
And when you just find the button and it goes in. So you get all of the wadding with it. And that you need for it. So in the kit, you get your pattern, you get your retractable tape measure, and you get all the different colours of felt that you will need. Now, you get full patterns and instructions with this. Essentially, all of these tape measure kits, they're all put together in the same principle.
Right.
So there's a little bit of applique, and this is all done by hand.
Lovely.
So this is a nice little thing.
June will like this.
Yeah, this is just really, really nice. Now you can, if you wanted to, you could stitch the perimeter. You could do this on the machine if you like.
Yeah.
But I just find that it's actually just really nice and simple. If you like English paper piecing, you'll really love making one of these, and it's really simple.
Lovely. So it's $12.99. You get everything you need. You don't need. You need a needle.
You need a needle
and some thread.
And you need some thread and a little bit of embroidery floss, but only a little bit of black there for the little nostrils.
Beautiful. £12.99. That's your frog one there.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we're going to where? Piggy next.
Then we have little Piggy with her little ears there. And again, really, really cool. And again, this is great because it's the size it is. You're not going to lose this.
No.
Because that I lose. And even the tape measures, I have them around my neck. I have them all over the studio. And when I do a big tidy out, I find 20.
Oh, yeah. No. I do that around my house as well. Because I've got them everywhere. And then you end up, exactly. Got them everywhere, but can't find one when you need one.
Well, exactly.
So this is the Piggy one, $12.99.
You get everything again. You get your tape measured pattern, you get your felt, and you get all your patterns. So and you get the wadding.
And you get some of this as well?
Yeah, you get the wadding in there. So all of our kits, House of Alistair, they all come, what we call, here's a quick phrase for you, fully factored, which in the fashion industry means it's cut, made and trimmed on site and it's delivered as a complete garment.
Yeah. Beautiful. So that's Piggy. Then we've got Panda.
Then we have the Panda. And just really, really cute. Really, really cool. And again, this is a great one. We've got the summer holidays coming up.
Yeah.
We've also, so this is a great one to sit and even do with the grandchildren or your niece or nephew. And it's something they can make and they can keep and they'll just have it forever.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So it's really cool. And again, you just have to watch small people with these because it'll be knackered in literally 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But they're really, really useful and really, really great. So you're getting your pattern for him, you're getting your felt, your retractable tape, and you're getting your wadding in there.
Lovely. £12.99 there for your panda. Heart next.
Then we have our heart. Now, the heart's a little bit different. So what you're actually getting is you're getting this really lovely little Liberty print heart, small heart, that you applique just onto the chest of the actual big heart. So you get a little bit of Liberty in this one.
Is that on something?
Yeah, so it's repair and bond, and it's backed onto calico.
Lovely.
So you can do that, and you just use a blanket stitch. All of these, the perimeters and the main body of these, are all using the blanket stitch to actually make them.
Lovely. So you get your pattern, your felt, your Liberty heart, your tape measure, and your wadding.
Yep.
£12.99. Right, then we've got strawberry.
Yeah, we've got the strawberry.
Where is strawberry?
Right, I don't know actually where the strawberry has disappeared to. But if we use the heart, so if you can envisage it, it's the same shape as the heart. All it's got here on the pattern, you can see it's got the topper there, and the pull
it's green, yeah.
is green. It's just ever so slightly different. But again, really, really sweet and really, really nice.
Lovely, lovely. £12.99. Then we've got the patterns on their own for each of those, but you get the pattern and you get the tape measure, is that right?
Yeah, so each pattern...
You want frog first?
Frog first?
Oh, sorry, no, sorry, you changed... Yeah, frog first, right?
Okay, so you get it, let's choose the yellow one. So you get...
It doesn't matter, because you could get any colour.
You could get any colour, yes. The colours will be chosen at random.
Yeah.
But with this one, this is slightly different with the patterns. Usually our patterns are sold at $7.99 each, but you get the pattern and you get a retractable tape measure. Sometimes these can be quite difficult to actually find. They're not really readily stocked.
Yeah.
The normal tapes are, but not the retractable ones. And also, my gran used to have a really old metal one of these in her handbag, because she was forever measuring like cuffs and all sorts of things, or like buttons to change on her cardigans and stuff. So really useful to have that in your handbag.
Well, it was something you always had in your handbag. You had that, and you had your rain bonnet, and your mints,
your rain
and your fags, and your tissue. Anyway, £8.99 for the frog. Then we went on to pig.
Then you've got the same one, same deal. You've got your pig, and again you get a tape measure with it. So if you just wanted the pattern, and you might have felt at home, or you might decide you want to make it out of complete fabric. Could do all sorts of different things.
Doesn't have to be felt, no, exactly. Yeah. Then we went to panda.
Then we...
Sorry. They're very hard wearing as well.
So then we have our panda. And again, it's the pattern with the tape measure. Just means that the tape measure is the hardest thing to get hold of, really. And it means you can, you're all good to go to make one.
Lovely.
So that's the panda.
Then we went on to heart.
Then we've got the heart one. So again, really simple. You've got your pattern and you've got your retractable tape measure there. So you're all good to go on that one.
Then we had?
And then we have our strawberry.
Oh, hang on. Have we done the heart? Did we do? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Keep going.
Oh, that's the heart.
Yeah, no. I'm just tidying up as we're going along, that's all. There you go.
Oh, you weren't rid of me, are you?
No, but you need space for all the rest of the stuff. Got loads to do.
So the strawberry with the tape measure as well. All for only $8.99.
Yeah.
And it means you can make as many as you want. And again, these are great if you were sitting in throughout the year, you were just sitting there making a little bulk of those for your craft fair, and you'll be able to sell those. And I reckon you'll get at least $12.99 for a finished one, if not more, because they're a decent size. They're quite big.
Check out on those. Right. Got a message. I'd like to add, I have lots of Alistair's projects, and all without exception are brilliant quality, from Janet in Greater Manchester.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Janet. That's good company.
So do you want to do patterns or fabric? Fabric first. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's cool.
Right, so why have you chosen we haven't got, like, last time you were in, we had, like, 400 fabrics, didn't we?
Yeah, so the reason I brought these back is because we We've got price crashes on these ones, and it's just the fact that the viscose, because it had a really good discount on it, everyone was like literally clambering over to get the viscose, and I think that other fabrics didn't get time to necessarily shine.
Of course.
And we want to, we want to extend the kit.
Okay then. So black and white bubble. Is it bubble crepe? Yeah.
Have you got a hot date after this, or?
Well, I think it looks like I'm in a rush. Now I've got to stay and do extra stitch, haven't I, upstairs?
Oh. Right,
and then
now...
personal trainer at 5, you know what I mean?
This is our bubble crepe. Now,
for somebody who doesn't know, what is bubble crepe?
Right, bubble crepe, it's a really fantastic fabric to it. So it's a crepe, essentially. It's got a really, really nice bounce. However, if you look at the top sort of like surface texture, the best way to describe this, it looks a little bit like a crinkled orange peel, if you like.
Oh, I was thinking like, the bit of seersucker. That kind of reminds me of seersucker.
It's got that sort of like beautiful texture on here. And again, this just adds, it's not smooth, so it's an alternative to sort of like a silk, but it has a really beautiful drape. Most bubble crepes are slightly more weightier than, say, other crepes. Crepes can be quite light, but a bubble crepe has that. It's almost like a knitted sort of fabric.
Do I need a special needle for it?
No. Right, so there is a bit of a myth sometimes with ballpoint needles. I have never used a ballpoint needle. My trick and tip with that is use a very fine, sharp needle. You will be absolutely fine with that. Again, with leather... Oh.
No, sorry. No, I wanted to talk about it before we get crashings. No, it's fine. I think it's important because we're romancing the fabric day. $12.99. Now, that's for a metre, remember?
That's
for a metre.
Yeah, so House of Alistair don't sell it by the half metre. We sell everything by the metre, unless it's one of our bundle. So this is 150 centimetres wide. It's a fantastic... Let's open it out, because then you'll be able to see the possibilities and the drape with this, because it really is. And if the camera gets up really closely, this looks almost like a kind of like an Aztec sort of tribal print, but in actual fact, you can see these are little daisies all printed. Now, this is classic. It's black with an off-white printed on the top. And as you can see there, look at that beautiful weighted drape. So if you're doing a cowl, or you're doing a dress with a cowl top or a really voluminous sleeve.
Now, I would normally cut a cowl neckline with the cowl on the bias, so it did that. Do I not need to do that on
No, you can really cheat with this. So this is essentially on the straight grain as we're holding it up, and you can see how beautifully this just falls into shape. So no, you do not have to cut this on the bias. So this is going to be that's a really good point. Really economical.
Because normally you cut it on the back and then your whole panel goes across and you've wasted a metre just for the front panel of the dress or whatever. Or the skirt,
and especially if you've got cowl sleeves as well, you are consuming a lot of fabric. With this, you'll be quids in with this. Again, this will be a capsule piece in your wardrobe that will go again and again and again every year. You can team this up with plain blacks on the top. It will be a fantastic piece to add into your...
lovely. It's got such a beautiful drape to
it.
$12.99.
And doesn't it have such a lovely weight?
Yes.
As well? It's not too heavy, but it's got enough weight to come into its own.
What's it made of?
Right, so this is 100% polyester. However, if you are an eco warrior like me at home, this is made up of over 50% recycled polyester. So this is polyester fibres that have come from... old polyester clothes. Don't worry, it has been washed and it has been what have you, but it's been remilled. So this is a great way of utilising stuff that we've already had. But you can see recycling does not mean it's uncool or it's second rate. This is a beautiful, beautiful fabric. It really is.
And also, if you're old like me, polyester back in the day, like when I trained, polyester was like an absolute no-no. You're going to sweat, you're going to do this and that. It's a completely different ball game these days, isn't it?
It's not like that. So, for instance, I've always banged on about this. Some of the engineered, now it's Korea that seem to have the mecca on high-tech engineered fabrics. But in actual fact, some of the German polyesters are more expensive than silk. And
Yes,
sometimes, and sometimes you get a polyester silk twill that is way more expensive than actual silk.
Yeah.
Silk prices are way.
But
way
also,
down.
people have this thing, don't they? Silk, you sweat in silk.
Yeah.
If you make a silk blouse, you're going to sweat in it, sort of thing. Whereas if you wear a lot of the modern polyesters, you're not going to at all. Right. Just tell me about this then.
Right now. Just an alert at home, if you were lucky enough to get this last time, but you were on the fence, there is a small quantity of this left, okay?
Right.
So this is 100% cotton. It's sold by the metre. It's 150 centimetres wide. It is from a famous high street chain. Again, a really lovely off-white background. You've got these really pale pink flowers, and you've got these candy pink ones as well with the green foliage. Fantastic for all your summer makes. Quilting, all sorts.
Right, before we crash the price, you just need to know that this was made by a very famous high street store. It's not available anywhere else. So they made what they were making out of it, and then Alistair got the rest of it. So you will never find this in your local fabric store, in a department store. No. The only place you can get it is here. Yeah, well, I mean, look, that's your metre there, right? And remember, the prices are per metre from Alistair. And if you want 3 metres, it will come, order 3, and it'll come in a 3 metre piece. Price. For a metre.
Yeah.
For a metre of top quality cotton.
Yeah, because I had something flashed up on Facebook when I was replying to another customer, and some of your half-metre pieces are $7.99. Yeah. You're getting double.
No, arcade for everything. We're all $8.99, $8.49, $8.99.
Well, this one. Now, this is not a lawn. It's more like a poplin, but it's slightly heavier than a poplin. It's just a wee bit heavier. But again, this is absolutely fantastically great. Now, bear in mind, once this is gone, I can't repeat this.
Right.
Okay?
Well, no, because you bought it all, didn't you?
Yeah, you will never see this again. So once it's gone, it is gone. If you've got, for instance, this would be great to mix in if you've got say a quilt topper and you've got lots of pinks and cerises and greens and that. This would be a lovely extra one. Or, for instance, at that price, if you're thinking about a really posh lining for a really beautiful bag that you're making, that you just want it to be nice, you're making maybe one of Lisa Lamb's bags, that type of thing, this would make a fantastic lining inside.
Well, it would, but if you think about all the other things, it's cotton, so blouses, shirts, anything like that. It's really backing of quilts within a quilt, because it's a heavy poplin, isn't it? So it's not that different. Actually, if you buy the Cave fabric, the quilting, his Cave's quilting weight, that's very much like this weight sort of thing.
Yeah.
No, shirt, yeah, definitely. From a what? A back plasma. Oh, yeah, that's a blue and white version. Oh, I see what you mean, like this.
Oh, so you can...
No. Yeah. I look like I've got false teeth on that picture. Anyway, check out. There's loads of you got that in your basket. And also, this is what Alice always says.
Yeah. Please, honestly, when you get chiffons or anything like that, everyone goes, oh, that's really flimsy fabric, and they treat it with kid gloves. No, I mean, literally, you know, in a studio, if we're rushing to get, for instance, if we need an extra bit to put round a hem or to do it, and we need to pin hem it quickly and what have you, we snip it, tear it, and it's run through the machine really quickly.
But also when we used to go to Borovics and places like that to buy all the fabric for costumes for films and everything, they don't cut anything. It's literally all the fabrics. They snip it and just rip it. Yeah. And when people see me do that, they're like, oh, it's got the grain. It's gorgeous. Yeah. Check out really loads of viewing baskets for that one.
And another thing to mention, if you're doing a sampler quilt or just a lap quilt, a metre of this is your whole backing.
Yes.
It's all done for you, and it's really nice and light.
Being 100% cotton, really stable. If you're new to sewing, new to dressmaking, perfect, because it's going to be lovely and stable for you to sew and stitch and everything like that. Yeah. Loads of people in for that one. Loads of you
This would make really lovely kitchen or utility room curtains. It would be really, really fun. Or, for instance, if you've got someone that really likes florals at home, think of your soft furnishings, that type of thing. It's really, really nice. But I can just see that this will be a beautiful, really fresh, lovely little sort of full-skirted little dress. And I think for a wedding, this would look absolutely stunning.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But also pillowcases and things like that, because it's so lovely and soft.
Oh, yeah. And also, if you bought our tie pattern, and you've got a wedding coming up, and maybe you've got the flower girls in this, and you want to do some pocket squares and ties, and maybe a cummerbund for the groom's party, this would be the perfect accent just to have alongside the bride.
And remember, you always cut ties and cummerbunds on the bias. Just remember that.
Yeah.
Vida says, spending my 65th birthday watching you two gorgeous boys. Thank you.
Well, happy birthday, my darling.
Right, this one next.
Oh, now this one, yes, no, it's over.
You go and get that, I'll open this. It's stunning, this fabric, look.
And again, there is not a lot left of that, but I don't want anyone who was on the borderline want to miss out.
I know a lot of you will look at it when it's on the bolt like that and go, oh, that's too bold for me. Too bold. Let's do the crash straight away on this one then. Because, right, what is this fabric then?
Right, so this is linen and cotton. And linen and cotton mixes are quite far and few between. It's not a fabric base that everyone either goes for pure linen or cotton because they know in a store that pure cotton and pure linen, but when you start mixing the two, people go, oh, I'm not quite sure about that. But in actual fact, cotton and linen as a mix is a fantastic, fantastic product. Yeah. Think about wide leg trousers in this. You know, you could make a cover up on this. This is great for fabric is fabric at the end of the day. Whatever you use it for, it's how you stabilize the back of it. Some stabilizers that you use, a lot of people get the stabilizing wrong because they either put such a heavy one on, which alters the actual fabric itself. A stabilizer is supposed to complement what the front of the fabric is doing, so you don't want to interfere with its drape. Yeah. So a light stabilizer if you're doing something drapey. If you're wanting to make this and turn it into a bag and you want something stiff, then use a stiff one.
I just think, because also if you look at it, it's slightly different. The print on it,
yeah,
it's not, you've got the big daisies in the middle, but then you've got the leaves down the side and everything. I just think like an asymmetrical, cut it asymmetrically, make a really lovely shift dress out of it or sheath dress out of it. It's going to look absolutely stunning. And at $13.99 for a metre, remember. Yeah. And how wide is it? Look how wide it is.
It's 150 centimetres wide, and this is 100% natural fibres. It is absolutely beautiful.
Just explain this top here then.
So this is the Brigitte top. Now, a lot of you did buy the Brigitte top when we were last on. So you can see this has got a very elegant bat wing here. Really, really simple. And what I've done here is I have decided to use that as my central part because you can see the leaf here and the daisy here. But in this aspect, this is great. Now, I would have everything coming from top to bottom. If you were to put this on the reverse and you were to have it going across, that makes you appear wider. So always go up, down. And then it makes the silhouette look a lot slimmer. But again, this is going to be great for, you could make a matching skirt with this, then you've got separates, then it means you could wear this with jeans, maternity wear in this. Oh, it just, honestly...
But really lovely wide palazzo pants, because it's got such a lovely weight to it, hasn't it?
It has. It really moves beautifully. This feels so cool and lovely on the skin. And again, all of these fabrics that we've got on today, I can't repeat them. All the viscose that everybody was lucky to get on the last show, that is not going to be repeated. So if you see it now, you need to get it.
Lovely. Right, moving on. Pink PU.
Now, this was really popular. What I need to do is I need to bring this on when we've got, you know, a lovely bag maker in.
Yes.
Just because. Now, you were asking me on the last show why this is so special. Okay, yeah. This is not a fabric you can buy in a store. You can buy PUs, yes, before everyone's shouting at me at the TV, but you cannot buy viscose-backed PU. And the reason it's viscose-backed is so you can use it in the apparel industry. So you can make trousers out of this, you can make skirts, you can make all sorts. The benefit of having this is that this feels so nice on the skin. It is beautiful. This will also keep you really, really cool. We've got two colours. We've got the blush in pink. Again, now, I'm going to do something, and I'm going to have to be very, very quiet. Did you hear any sort of like...
No.
because most PUs that you buy, when it's folded, you go like this, you go...
Right. I'm just going to do the crash first, and then we'll talk more about it. So it should be $34.99. $16.99. Right, let's just open it up, because, again, it's very, very wide.
It's very, very wide. So most of House of Alice's fabrics are all 150 centimetres wide. Again, from not from a distance, actually from close up. When somebody looks at you, if you were to make a dress in this or a jacket, they would think it is beautiful Napa leather.
Yes.
Now, if no one knows what Napa leather comes from Italy. It's mainly used to make gloves because it is so fine, and it is beautiful and soft. This feels like liquid leather. It really is. But this is liquid leather by the metre.
Exactly. Now, can I iron it? Because I've got great big creases in this piece of fabric.
Yeah, so the trick with this, all you need to do, get an old tea towel at home, or if you've got one of the Vaseline iron-on cloths, you put it over the top, a cool iron to start off with, and then as soon as you do that, these creases drop completely out. Now, you can do that with leather as well. So when you apply heat to actual real leather, it irons the crease out. It doesn't scorch it, it irons the crease out. But you must make sure that you actually use a cloth on the top. Yeah.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's so soft. Beautiful. Takes me back to, there used to be a shop in, I don't know if it's still there, that we would go to buy leather called Alma Leathers. And you'd go in and they'd have every kind, like when we did Angelina's motorbike outfit in Tomb Raider, we had to have like 20 of them made, so I had to go along and buy all the matching, and they're all there in their skins, everything. And some of them feel like silk, don't they? Or, you know, kind of like this one does. It's a really beautiful dress. You kind of think of leather as being hard and tough and everything, but you can buy hard, tough, but you can also get really, really beautiful. But this is all a vegan, isn't it? This is no animal in this.
Yeah, there's no animal in this at all, but yeah, I know Alma Leathers very, very well. Yeah.
Right, let's move on to the black one.
You can get some, they do some beautiful printed leathers.
Also embossed leathers, yeah. I haven't been for donkey because I haven't done films for it. In fact, that was the last time I was there, was buying the leather for Angelina's motorbike outfit in Tomb Raider. Right, Crash, we know the price, $34.99. No, you see, that is gorgeous. That looks so expensive.
Just on your question about ironing it, what I did forget is because it is actually viscose backed, what you can do is you don't need to put a pressing cloth. If you're pressing the top, yes. If you're pressing the back, no. You can literally put a silk setting on your iron and just iron the back of it.
Now, because it's got viscose at the back, is it breathable?
Well, it's breathable up to the point where it's not going to, you're not going to be like almost like So this will also absorb your heat from your body as well, but it will keep you nice and cool as well. This is very, very lightweight. It's very, very malleable.
Gorgeous. Morning, my lovelies. Can you wash the PU?
Yep, 40 degrees.
There you go. 40 degrees.
Yep, 40 degrees. You can put it on a cooler wash if you wanted to. What the trick with this, let these types of things dry naturally. Do not, for instance, if you get caught out in the rain in a leather jacket, the biggest mistake people make, you will crack the leather. Let it dry out naturally. It allows it to, in time, just dry out the way that any skin would.
That's how cows dry out, isn't it?
Well, exactly. Exactly.
Roxana says, would the PU make a backing for a picnic quilt? It's a bit posh, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know, how could you quilt through it?
Yeah, you can quilt over anything. I would just use a Teflon walking foot. And that will give you... So that's the other important thing to mention with this. I don't use a ballpoint. Yes, that's it. And I wouldn't use a leather needle.
You never, ever use a leather needle on PU because it pierces the PU and it creates, like the old stamps, it would just...
Yeah, it's literally that old thing. Now, what you can do, you can use tissue paper. So, for instance, there's a few things that you can use. Some people use talcum powder.
Oh,
and put talcum powder on the top. That allows it, anything to glide through. Although, when you're wiping that off, sometimes it can get in the stitching, especially if you add moisture. I would possibly avoid that. The other thing is to use tissue. Now, the trick with if you're using the tissue method is to make sure your tissue is a like colour to the actual project you're doing. If you're doing black, use black tissue.
Yeah.
And the reason for it is when you actually pull the tissue away, if you've used white, you'll be there with tweezers trying to pick it out.
Lovely.
So invest in a Teflon foot. They're only a couple of quid. A Teflon foot just means that it's not... Teflon
Most
doesn't
machines
stick.
come with them now, anyway.
Most
don't they?
machines
Most
do,
domestic machines
yeah.
come with them. Right. Oh. Yeah.
Now, this is a satin twill. Now, twill is, you'll just see, this is not a heavy twill. So it's not like a gabardine where you go with your hands down there and you can feel it, not like a cord. But it has these lots of teeny weeny little lines that come all the way down. And this just adds a very, very slight abrasion. Now, again, this is 50% recycled polyester.
Right.
And it is absolutely...
Feels like a silk. That's why I was
Yeah.
looking at the graphics then, because it feels like a silk
Yeah.
twill. Drop the price. So it was $14.99, $12.99 for a metre, $12.99 for a metre. I think that's very stylish.
It is. It's really beautiful. Also, I think some of these look like cats.
Well, I was about to say, isn't this pattern called iCat anyway? Isn't it a kind of iCat fabric?
It's almost an iCat, yeah.
But I didn't see the cat in there. Oh, beautiful.
It's
Keep
really
going
nice.
through for that. Keep going through for that one. Eyelash next. Now, when I had this last time, Jess was producing, and she went into raptures over this. She wants to make a little, she wants to make a dress out of it. A little bone bodice with this as the skirt. Not this as the bodice, but you can do all sorts. I mean, it's just stunning, isn't it? So tell me what it is. We'll do the price, Jem, and then tell me what it is.
Okay. So this is what we call in the business an eyelash fabric, and that just means that it's not the tasseling all over it, so it's not almost creating a solid piece of fabric. So this is called eyelash because it has this tasseling that comes off in different places. Yeah. Now this tasseling is very different because this actually looks like silk.
Yes.
It looks like silk tasseling, so it looks opulent, it looks lovely, and this is much longer. This is around about a 2-inch hair, if you like, on the top. Most eyelashes are almost like, you're lucky if you get 1/4 of an inch on some of them.
Oh, look, I mean, just look at that. Sorry, I'm just going to wear it. I mean, just imagine. I mean, it's like kind of very exciting. I think it's beautiful. Do you know what you can make? You make a lovely... Have you got a bolero thing today? You could make the bolero out of this and it would look absolutely stunning, wouldn't it? Over an evening gown.
Yep. So this is
I'll lift her up. There you go.
This is using Holland and Sherry wool.
Yeah.
And I've lined this one, and I've actually created a facing on here.
Yeah.
So this is the bolero jacket in.
We've got this pattern coming up this hour, right? But what I would do is like maybe back it with a coloured satin or something like that. But have the satin showing through onto this side.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So. If you look at the reverse, so the reverse of this, if I hold it up with the lights, you'll be able to see it. So you can see here now that we're looking at the reverse. This eyelash has actually been manufactured in a zigzag pattern, and then it's all just allowed to fall. Yeah. It's really nice. Now with this one, you can use the Vaseline tapes that we had on a few shows back. That will give you a lot more stability when you're working with it, but again, really, really great. Now, a little top tip with this, when you're sewing this, especially when I've told everyone how to use faux fur, use it in the same principle. So you want to make sure that all the tasseling is moved in the opposite direction, and then...
Oh, you can't see that there.
Oh. So you can see
Ollie,
here...
you've got it switched off.
So we...
Oh, we couldn't hear you.
So you can see here that all that tasseling is hanging over there. What you want to do before you sew it, or when you're sewing it, you just...
Or cutting it even.
Yeah, you just literally gently pop the tasseling the other way. And what I would do is I would sew bias binding onto here, and then that gives me a really beautiful edge underneath, all neat and tidy. And then when you put the tasseling back over, it means that it will protrude over. The trick with this, if you're doing something long, you need to incorporate the length of the tassel because you have to cut your pattern ever so slightly smaller.
Yes.
If you cut it the length that you want and then you cut the fabric, then you'll realise why is it 2 inches longer?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's because you've got the overhang of the
I think it's
actual
just
hair.
a big, unstructured, like, bomber jacket in it would be nice.
Yeah, just really, really fun. And again, you
I'd make the black PU fitted dress, like really, really skin tight, and then I'd make a big kind of bomber jacket.
Avengers tight.
Yes. All right. Right, okay, what's this one? I've just realised the time. We've got to hurry up.
Yes.
Because we've got loads of patterns to show you as well in a minute.
Oh, gosh.
This is Georgette, 150-inch wide, crashing. So what's this? I love this.
So this is a beautiful French Navy Georgette.
Oh, right. Before, there's only 11 metres this one left. Only 11 metres that one left now. Sorry, Alison.
Okay. If you're lucky enough to get this, this is a beautiful, it's just a beautiful, beautiful fabric. And again, it's got this fantastic French Navy background. And you've got these just almost like ink splodges onto the actual flowers, which just gives, it's such an unusual fabric where it's not being too precious about its flora. It's just literally allowing it to speak for itself.
That's out of 4 metres left. That's about to go, right? Which one's next?
Okay, now, this is our polyviscose tartan, and this is pretty self-explanatory, but it's got a really, really lovely weight. Now, this one doesn't have a price crash on it. This is the only one that doesn't.
Yeah.
But again, what you can do with this is you can layer this up and you can actually quilt it and then cut your pattern pieces from that.
Right.
So this is a great one and it's a great solid tartan. Again, if you're looking for something for Christmas makes, because I know that Christmas launches soon. So again, this is an alternative tartan. For instance, sometimes when you put your Christmas decorations out, some of my decorations stay out all year because they're either in walls, but then when you put the rest of the baubles and everything around it, it all looks Christmassy. But then when you take all the baubles and sparkles away, it just looks nice.
I'd make an unstructured coat out of that, like a raincoat or that'd be
really,
nice.
really nice.
And then the last fabric, I'm only rushing because we've got patterns to do, see. Now, this is very important. Crash the price straight away, but you tell us what it is then.
Right. This is a boucle. Now, everyone loves this in garments.
Yeah.
Coco Chanel famously started using this, and Karl Lagerfeld re-gifted it to the world through Chanel. A lot of people are really, really scared about using this because a boucle is a much more open weave.
Yes.
But we have a solution for you, and this solution is the fact that someone has spent a lot of money having this professionally fused on the back. Now you can see the fusing hasn't made it all awkward and stiff. They've used the correct interfacing on the back, and this means that when you cut it, you can see the fraying isn't there. You've got a little bit because you're bound to have with boucle, but this means this fabric, to get the boucle look, because it is a boucle, this, when you cut your pattern pieces out of, you'll be able to make a jacket up. You'll be able to do really lovely welted pockets, and because it's already fused for you. The amount of people that will be fusing their boucle before they make it and spending so long trying to get that fusing accurately on. This has been professionally fused.
Yeah. Make a little Chanel jacket out of it. Why not? It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. That gorgeous. My mum would have loved that emerald green. Yeah. Right. Patterns now, Alistair.
Okay. Right, so this is how to make a... So what I'll do between John and I will bring in the examples so you can actually see
what it is. Right.
So this is how to make a top dress pattern. Now, this is using my principle where you take your old T-shirt. So this when you make it, will fit you exactly because it's your T-shirt, because you know the T-shirt fits. And this, we're making some big bell sleeves. On this one, you can take the sleeves off and just make it. So this is a red version. This is a red version of the top dress. Now,
are you all right? Do you want me to hold it and you can do the talking?
Yeah.
There you go.
So what you can do with the hem, you can make this much, much longer if you wanted to make it into a maxi dress. You can use, to cinch it in at the waist, you could bring it in and use a little belt tie. Here is the bell sleeve. This is one of the most flattering sleeves, but so elegant as well. You've got this lovely opening at the bottom here on the cuff. Again, you can make this as short. You could bring this all the way up so that you have a more like a cap sleeve if you wanted to. So, yeah, really useful. Now, I've said that it's a top stroke dress because that's essentially what it is. You can make either one. So it's a transitional piece that you'll be able to make for a top. You can sling it over jeans. You can dress it down or you can dress it up.
Okay, now if you've not bought one of Alistair's patterns before, there are no pattern pieces in here. There's no sizing in here. What you do is you take one of your T-shirts and then inside here it says, fold the T-shirt in half, measure this bit, measure that bit. This is how long you need to do a sleeve and everything like that. It's instructions of how to take from a T-shirt that you wear all the time into a perfect fitting garment for you. So then there's no size 6, size 8, size 20. Nope. There's literally, you take it from a T-shirt that you wear so you know it's going to fit you.
And please, when we say that you're going to have to put, 0.0 to this, it's nothing like that. And if you have opened a pattern cutting book, if you bought one, and you look and you think, God, this is almost like hieroglyphics. It's a language I don't know. It's not. It's a very, very simple and basic thing. You have the T-shirt in front of you. You use all the manufacturer's lines. So, for instance, you cut the sleeve off of the T-shirt to then create your sleeve pattern. You're tracing around it. It is so simple, but I'm giving you guidance of how to create from the T-shirt this shape.
So, moving on to the next one.
Great for beginners. A lot of the patterns are intermediate. I would say the wrap dress pattern that we've got on the show, that is more of an intermediate. Which one?
Wrap dress now.
Right, so this is the wrap dress. And we have the wrap dress here.
Hang on. There you go. And you do this from a T-shirt?
You do this from a T-shirt. So this is a bit like a Diane von Vostenberg.
Yeah.
So you've got this tie. The tie secretly comes through on the side here. Now, this is a symmetrical pattern because the wrap is the same. So you're making one wrap. The only difference is this would be your centre front here. Okay?
Yeah.
But you're extending. You see that solid black line? That's bias binding. Okay, so you're adding the two pieces, but you're cutting two of these because they're actually the same.
Yeah, lovely. £7.99 for that pattern. How to make a wrap dress pattern from a T-shirt. Again, you use the T-shirt as your foundation to make your new pattern pieces.
Yes.
Rightio. What's next then? The which one, evening top?
No, the evening top. Now, I don't have an example of this one with me because I was limited on how much I could carry on the train.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not like the airlines where it's, overhead and you have to pay more for putting in the hold. However, I only had 2 hands.
We can't hear you very well, Ollie, at all.
I know.
Oh, no, it does matter, but it's just so you know, we can hardly hear you. Anyway, go on.
Oh, they've got cameras in there.
Yeah, so we can keep an eye on them. Yeah. It's all recorded in there as well, so if we complain about them. Right, so go on then.
So this is an evening top. So this is almost essentially like a 1920s drop-down waist flapper dress, but it's just the top half.
Yeah.
You've got a really lovely little tie at the thing. You've got a lovely little keyhole opening there, which again is really simple. A slight boat neck at the top, and you've got a nice wide sleeve, which you can option whether or not you want to put cuffs on it or not.
Oh, lovely. Again, all taken from your T-shirt, that one. £7.99. Evening top. What fabric would you make that one out of then?
So I've made that in a combination of tulles with maybe a sequin on the top, just because I want it as an overlaying piece. So I would wear maybe a little camo top underneath. Yeah. Or you could make it in solids. I would use, for instance, the crepe, the bubble crepes. You want something that's going to fall.
Yeah.
Because most of these designs are quite voluminous pieces.
Bolero now. Now, we had it here in the wool. You've also got it in a taffeta or a brocade over there.
Yeah, so I'll just get this off.
Again, this is one from a T-shirt, making it from an old T-shirt. Oh, I thought you were going to wear it.
No, I'm not getting that.
No. Oh, maybe. No, don't.
No, I'm not getting it. I'm not a size 12 anymore.
No. So, tell me what this is. Caroline Lindsay, if any of you know Caroline Lindsay, she's on TJC. She wears a bolero all the time. I share a dressing room with her when we were at Rox & Co. And she had a whole rack of boleros hanging in the dressing room, yeah.
They are one of the most useful things to actually have in your wardrobe, because there's a lot of knitted versions of these, like cardigan.
Oh, yes, yeah. Popcorn knit or something it's called. Yeah.
So there's lots of versions of that, but fabric ones are actually quite hard to actually come by.
Caroline manages. I don't know where she gets them all from. It's exactly the same one in different coloured satin.
eBay.
Yeah. Anyway.
But literally, this is a really simple pattern to actually follow. And this one, so let me just show you the actual made-up. This is a great one to actually show you on the desk. So you can see here. So if you can imagine, straight down the middle, we are making half a pattern. So that's like half the pattern that you're actually making. We're making a sleeve, and we're making the back of the body, and we're making the front. But you can see here, this scoops really nicely. This just comes over the breastplate, and it comes all the way down, and it swoops, and it caresses and comes at the back. Really useful. Once you've got this pattern, you'll be able to just, all those little dresses that you've got, you can wear the dresses time and time again, just swap out the top part.
Lovely. Not wanting to rush you along, but we're going to run out of time. So
and this,
go on.
Oh, sorry.
No,
that is the wool version that I made. So this, you can see that one looks a little bit evening, a little bit finer. This one looks a little bit more sort of like sturdy and a bit solid, more like a jacket.
Yeah.
And
if you've got a sleeveless dress and you hate the top of your arms, they're perfect.
They're absolutely perfect.
Lovely. Then we're going on to which one? Maisie dress here.
Right,
that's
so you've
this
got
one here.
Maisie dress there.
This is from a T-shirt as well.
This is from a T-shirt. So now, just because we've called it little girls' dresses, if you like this concept and you like the fact that this style of dress, for instance, if you're not a little girl and you're a bigger girl, older girl, there we go. Then literally you can use the same principle and instructions using your own T-shirt.
Of course, because there's no measurements in here. You could, and the same way you could take these down to fit a child if you wanted to.
Exactly.
You're basing it from one of your T-shirts.
From a T-shirt. So you could even make those jackets and things like that for boys, girls, whoever you like. So this is the Maisie one, named after my niece. That's the Maisie pattern. So you can see here you've got the little bunny ear ties. Now this is a great one, which all you mums and grandmas will know at home. Children, when they grow up, they don't grow out, they grow up.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you have bunny ears on the top, you can loosen them so that the dress... so you'll get a much more wear out of these little dresses.
And how many times when we're fitting a garment, it's this seam here that we have to alter?
Oh, yeah, we have to pull it all the way up, then you have to clear out the neck, and then you have to do...
And then you have to... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that is
moving
that
on
one.
to the last one, which is a Megan.
So this is Megan after my eldest niece. And this is the lovely little Megan dress. Now, this has a little bodice, and I've just made this out of some sparkles on the top, and it's a full... I've done a two-layer sort of like petticoat, if you like.
Yeah.
Now, the only difference between the two patterns is the Megan one also comes with this stylish designer little bag pattern as well.
You see, you'd pay £7.99 for a pattern for that bag.
Well, exactly.
Because it doesn't have to be a little girl's bag. You can make it bigger, you can make it...
Exactly. So you've got loads and loads and loads of different things. And this says, and all I've done is I've just taken a little scrap of the outer fabric and I've just made a little tie that you could use in the hair.
Do you know what? As a grown-up, you could make a solid bodice like that and then make the skirt in eyelash. Be really cute. Nice. Maybe we should get that for Jess then. Get that for Jess. Right, that's it. Out of time. Sorry, Alistair, no sewing or anything in that one. Right, here is tomorrow's menu. Happy birthday, John Scott. That's me.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. 9 o'clock, we've got the John Bags, the collaboration. Me and Amber Makes. Rebecca Reed will be here. Then Tash Hutchins is in with her brand new blouse pattern, the April blouse, which will be very popular. Then Rebecca Reed's back to do the cat show with Amber Makes. And then we're doing, I don't think it's just the trousers, is it? We've got all sorts that Natasha's bringing. Yeah, that's all Jess has put on the menu, but I think there's the trousers, there's the top, there's all sorts of things. All her best sellers are all on there. So thank you, Alistair.
Thank you very much.
You're in for Christmas, are you?
Oh, yes, I'm in for Christmas.
Christmas, no, in July. Christmas, July,
Yes.
not December.
Yes.
Yeah, so he'll see you then, and I'll see you tomorrow. Now, remember, everybody who buys over the 4 days, because there are no badges, we've done this. One of you will win afternoon tea with me. You don't have to come here, so don't worry about transport or anything like that. I will come to you. But it's anybody who buys anything over the next 4 days your name will go in. Tomorrow and Sunday, there will be more competitions. So please join us at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We've got Hobby Maker coming up straight after this 4-minute break.
The sweet taste of relaxation and indulgence. Nothing can ruin this perfect moment.
John, we're ready for you.
Just one more minute. Why don't you join me for my birthday this weekend? The weekend is full-on celebration. Don't miss out. Now, where were we? Oh, yes.